heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
My name is Veronica Nkechi Eze.
Charles Abana.
My name is Professor Martins Emeje.
Professor Sylvester Odion Akaine.
Keep
Watching SOUQ
News TV.
The best news channel online.
It's elevating, it's enlightening, it's educating.
Muhammad Ali found his root in Africa. Rumble in the jungle. I swear the king is humble. Jesse Jackson, O.J. Simpson, this is black history. Andrew Young visit Africa in the late 60s. Legend, Bob Marley make the life different. Martin Luther King and Malcolm X are big names. They fought for black Americans in the old days. We need same revolution in our own ways. Michael Jackson, Janet Jackson, Mr. Jay-Z, Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre and Eddie Murphy. American prosperity ain't complete with African poverty. It's legendary Idris Abdul Karim, and you are on to SOUQ News. You don't touch that dial.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event, and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
The Commissioner for the Environment and Water Resources, Tokunbo Lawal, had given an assurance there was a plan for the space and that it will not be left alone. He was quoted as saying that all shanties, dwellers, traders, settlers and abandoned vehicles under Balinde Bridge must vacate the area by Thursday afternoon on February 22, 2024, as enforcement will commence on the early hours of Friday, February 23. But the commissioner has not kept to his words. Mr. Lawal stated that the government was set to sustain a clean and safe environment and that in a couple of months the Lagos State Parks and Gardens Agency, LASPAC, will move in after the deadline to commence work on beautifying and landscaping the Obalinde, Akmogbo and Ebute under bridges. However, this reporter can confirm that commercial activities have returned to the area under the bridge, including joints for smokers and probable nighttime robbers. Settlers have started building structures, while ram traders have converted a portion of the space into a livestock market. Also, the drainage is filled with refuse of all sorts. When I contacted Gaji Tajuddin, the permanent secretary of the Lagos State Ministry of Environment, on the telephone, He said that the ministry was gathering funds to begin work there, adding that it was work in progress. Mr. Tajuddin stated that work will begin before the end of September, pointing out that Lagosians should be best assured that the intruders will leave Obalende when the time came. When asked about the drainage, he advised that people should do more advocacy and caution the people throwing dirt into the drainage, pointing out that charity must begin at home. He called for the cooperation of the people in ensuring a clean and healthy environment that will be the pride of every Lagosian. But this is not new. The people at the Lagos State Ministry of Environment and Water Resources, led by Tokunbo Lawal, should do the needful and restore Obalende to its past and save us from this nuisance, this disgrace. Right in the middle of a center of excellence, government must keep to its promise to clean up Obalende. We are waiting. Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
This is the story of Julie Coker, beauty queen, pioneer broadcaster, staunch Catholic, fearless woman activist, the Yaito of Lagos. From a historical viewpoint, the first terrestrial signals of television broadcasting in Nigeria occurred when the then Western Regional Government established Western Nigeria's Government Broadcasting Corporation, popularly known as WNTV, on Saturday, October 31, 1959 at Agodi. WNTV was not just a pioneer in TV broadcasting in Nigeria, it also enjoyed the status of being the maiden TV station in the whole of Africa. WNTV belonged to the Western Nigeria Television Service. Africa has seen the emergence of exceptionally gifted stars in the broadcasting industry, particularly television gems.
She's a wonderful woman.
An icon and a legend.
She's paid her dues in that industry. She's done so much.
One of those unique creations of history whose outstanding quality precede them.
Miss Nigeria. Julie. Now, so not be today fine. Long time she was hitting the headlines. When television started, Julie was already reigning as TV star.
Oh, she was a big superstar in Nigeria. She's a great woman and continues to be great. She bears nobody any grudge. She's a happy-go-lucky person, and she takes life as it comes. She's not envious of anybody.
This is the story of Julie Coker, beauty queen, pioneer broadcaster, staunch Catholic, fearless woman activist, the Yaito of Lagos.
A wonderful, wonderful woman. She's an inspiration. I mean, this was somebody that I used to watch on television when I was a child. And when I met her again in England, she will sit down with me, we'll have a good chat and about so many things. I've learned a lot from her. And there are times, you know, we'll go out for a meal and she'll be telling me about the good old days of Nigeria. And really and truly, I want the good old days of Nigeria to come back. She's mentored a lot of people, a very down-to-earth lady. And I saw her recently. It was amazing. When she gave me her contact number and she could recall the number from memory, somebody was saying, how could you have done that, Ma? I said, I really don't know. an eloquent speaker, elegant lady, a beautiful soul. I mean, there are too many qualities this woman has. And she was saying, do you know what? We have to do something for this generation. And these are people that we admire so much, and will continue to admire them because they are like an institution. What can we do? We should have something like a walk of fame, honestly, for people like her. Ms. Taiwo Ajayi Lycett. This is also an institution as well, the veteran actress. And she is a very strong advocate for arts and culture. People like her, people like Chief Julie Coker, they ought to be celebrated. And this is why I always say, maybe this is me putting on my Renew African Mindset cap on again, promoting healthy living in the elderly. They ought to be celebrated whilst they're still alive. And this is what we should be encouraging. To tap into their talents, to bring up the younger generation.
I am the adopted son of Chief Julie Coker. She's actually my auntie, or more. I mean, when my father, became late, you understand, she took me in under her wings, and I've been with her ever since the age of 6. And if I'm going to talk about her memories, there are so many, they are numerous. It's like the memories of a mother and a child. Yet, we've done everything. I was almost everything we did together. We traveled to Los Angeles together for the 1984 Olympics. She took me along with the NT entourage. We covered the event together. I learned a lot from her. So there are so many memories. But whenever she travels, she along with her son, second son, Richard, always tag along with her wherever she went. So it's a normal, my memories are that of a mother and a child. Chief Julie Coker is, to me, an icon and a legend. And the history of Nigerian broadcasting can never be complete or even written at all without the mention of Chief Julie Coker. First, she was more or less the first woman in so many, in broadcasting. She was the first, before Nollywood, she acted. Before you heard any musician, she went into music. So, as I said, the history of entertainment and broadcasting can never be complete without her name.
Incidentally, Chief Julie Coker is a younger cousin to my late father, Wilbert Edeoko Sr. My background, I'm a journalist by background. I'm a chartered member of the Institute of Public Relations. And incidentally, Chief Julie Coker is a younger cousin to my late father, Wilbert Edeoko Sr. Well, we've had fond memories of Auntie Julie Coker, let me put it that way back as a child growing up. We're very proud and still very proud of her as a pioneer newscaster in Nigeria. She's paid her dues in that industry. She's done so much. She's done, as a pioneer newscaster, like I said, we've always been very proud of her. She has been very professional, and as children, we always look forward to 9 o'clock news where Auntie Julie Coker it's on to cast the news, and we're always out there to see her. She has paid her dues. She has spent all her time being particular about professionalism in the industry, even up till now. She's done so much in the industry. She's done so much in the industry. Growing up, she has never been someone, and she's a lovely auntie. We always go to her. She always wants people to come around her. in spite of her status, she wants us, the children of our relatives, to always come over to Ikoyi, to Victoria, like wherever she lived. And there's one particular thing that I know about her, is that she never discriminated. For the people who lived with Auntie Julie Coker, I never lived with her. There's nobody that lived with Auntie Julie Coker that never traveled outside the country for holidays. So she's always like that. She wanted the best for everybody around her. Coming to relationship in the church where I attend, where my father and my great-grandfather attended, she was not a member of my church because she was a Catholic, but because she had affiliation with that church, because her mother was a member of that church. She was always particular about the growth and development of that church. And that's Holy Covenant Family Church, that's the only Chekwe church in Lagos. She was always particular about the growth and development of that church. She put in everything to make sure that the church is improving and all of that. Beyond that, our association with the church, generally our Catholic church, up till now, she's a strong member of the church. She has all her faith daily, has a very close relationship with our God, our Creator, and she's done so much in that direction. Up till now, as I speak with you, she's still a strong member of the Catholic Church, and she has both the UK, in Nigeria, the Holy Cross, the Falmouth Church. She's had a good relationship. She's a God-fearing person. She's lived all her life taking care, showing care and concern to people, and that has always been a hallmark. A legacy of hard work, dedication to duty, to our profession, a legacy of love. I think the legacy of believing in God in whatever comes her way. You know, she's had her vicissitudes of life, and she's been able to overcome all of this. I mean, losing 2 children, you never can, you know, the strength to overcome all of this is awesome. But beyond that, more legacy is that she has done so much for this country. I could remember that even, I think just quite recently, she was talking about retraining of broadcasters. That's her passion. She has a legacy. She's done so much. So it's a lot of things that she has put into making Nigeria, into contributing to Nigeria. So our legacy, I can't even say, I can't pinpoint to only one thing. She's done so much across board, and so she's worth celebrating.
Let us honor this world-class broadcaster, a national and universal figure of distinction. Chief Julie Coker was born on July 25, 1940 to an Egba father from the Coker family in Abeokuta, Ogun State, and an Ishekiri mother from the Okorogeye Bodo family of Warri, Delta State. She was raised by her mother on Lagos Island and attended St. Mary's Convent School for her primary education.
One of those unique creations of history whose outstanding qualities precede them. My own recollection is that she was already a public figure, very glamorous on television before our past course, and of course, as it so happens in such circumstances, you actually, the reputation precedes the actual meeting. So, and I think it must have been in the early 60s when she was the glamour girl of Western Nigerian television. And I think before then, she was at Holy Child College, and from there proceeded to a much more public posture. And of course, if you go even earlier than that, you have to admit that she is the product of the cross-culture of the Benin, Warri, Sapele axis, and then of course in Lagos where she went to school, and then to capital, Ibadan, which was at that time the melting, not just the melting point, but the boiling point in Nigerian political affairs. But so she was already in the public consciousness through being being a regular feature on television. And then, of course, she married one of the Nauros, Michael Nauro, was at St. Grace, was an old boy at St. Grace College, and had been a superstar in football, athletics, music, and what have you. And I think at that time, St. Grace College boys had a monopoly on holy child girls.
Julina Saple girl. I'm from Ogwanja in Saple. Right now, I'm president of Saple Boma Boys. So I know Julie after she was born. Miss Nigeria. Julie. Now, so not be today fine. Julie. Long time she was hitting the headlines. When television started, Julie was already reigning as TV star in Ibadan. That's where TV started in Nigeria. The rest is history. She's still fine. Making headlines wherever she is.
Well, people see her outside as a celebrity. I see her as an auntie. Like, you know, she's my mother's first cousin. Her mother and my grandmother are sisters. Or we are sisters because they are all late. And it's an auntie I've always admired. As a child, she was a big superstar in Nigeria. And we grew up knowing Auntie Julie as someone who worked in WNTV, WNTS in Ibadan. And we all grew up to love her. She was very beautiful. She still tries to be beautiful now, even at her age of 84, she'll be 84 in July, like, you know. And we worked together in NTA. I left NTA some years ago. We left NTA around the same time. I was the company secretary, legal advisor to the NTA. And I was the closest to her because we saw every day at work, being that she's my auntie as well. We got on very well. She's very patient. And she's a great woman and continues to be great. She bears nobody any grudge. She's a happy-go-lucky person. And she takes life as it comes. She's not envious of anybody. She's accepted all God has given her in a very, very graceful way. She continues to be happy. And I just wish her all the best. In those days, they didn't have the gadgets we have now. Then, most things were very practical. Today, a lot of things are automated. We had very hot studios. They used to rehearse a lot. But now the internet has made life very easy. Now you can just be in a room and have it as your station and everything. Then we had huge transmitters. I remember going from state to state to launch transmitters in the 80s. And Auntie Julie was one of those people who started television, one of the first broadcasters. And they did a very good job, and they should be honored for their role in the pioneering television services in Nigeria. We don't know the criteria they use these days to honor people. I've seen many people who've done so much, they are not honored, and people who've done nothing and are honored. At the end of the day, it's God that honors you. I know she's a very good Christian. She goes to church regularly. I'm not that super religious, but she is. She doesn't joke with her religion. She doesn't miss her masses. And I believe that's what has kept her going in spite of all the tragedies she's had in life. She has good relations and a big family. And she's, like I'll tell you, a very, very happy and contented person. Contentment is a virtue that one has to have. So at the end of the day, if they talk about television, I mean, she should be honored as one of the pioneers of television in Africa, because the first television in Africa was in Ibadan, like you know. So, and if she's one of the pioneers, I guess she has a place in history. That's what I've been talking about, being a pioneer television star, a superstar. I mean, she did a lot of programs, like you know. She was a beauty queen. We should not forget that aspect. So in those days, people want to see beautiful faces on television. And she combined both beauty, eloquence, gait. She was very calm. I've never seen her lose her temper. I do, I lose mine. But I've never, no matter how you sort of annoy her, she's always very calm. She never loses her temper. And she has a lot going for her. But contentment is the greatest, I say, and the fear of God. Like I told you, she's very religious. And I think that's her greatest strength.
And Only Child College, Obalinde, Lagos, for her secondary education. Her journey to the limelight began with her winning the Miss Western Nigeria Beauty Contest in 1957 and her coming second in the Miss Nigeria Beauty Competition in 1958. She joined the Western Nigeria Television, WNTV, in 1959 as the second female face on television in Africa. She attended numerous courses in England, United States of America, Germany, and Norway, where she was groomed in the art of television broadcasting. Upon her return from one of these overseas courses, she joined the Nigeria Television Services (NTS), which later became the Nigerian Television Authority (NTA). She became an icon at the WTA, where she anchored the network news and numerous programs and events. She retired as an Assistant Director, Marketing and State Operations. Though now retired, she is not tired, as she tirelessly runs a pet project, Richard Coker Foundation, a charitable organization established in memory of her late son, Mr. Richard Coker Enaro. The major objectives of this organization is to help people suffering from sickle cell anemia. This documentary spotlights Julie Coker, particularly her family life and her days in the broadcasting industry, from her humble beginnings through the various travels and triumphs of being raised by a lone parent, her dear mother, her meteoric rise to stardom, and managing fame and popularity at a young age.
I am a broadcaster by training, and broadcasting has been part of my life since I was 8 years old. And by the grace of God, I practiced the profession and got to the pinnacle of my career, having worked with the NTA as a news correspondent, sports commentator, and sports anchor. Chief Julie Coker is not only a beautiful, delightful, immensely talented woman, but is a Nigerian, and I dare say a human being that comes only once in a lifetime. And when God created her for a purpose, because she's been able to effortlessly, effectively, and joyfully serve God and save humanity. She is a Catholic by faith and religiously goes to church every day, even at the age of about 83 years old. And she's been a broadcaster by excellence. She's been able to impact the lives of not only Nigerians but foreigners alike, both in Nigeria and in the United Kingdom, where she presently resides. She's from Delta State originally, and known her and admired her and worked closely with her all these years till date. Reverberates in my heart and in my mind is the fact that she's been a beacon of hope for both young men and women, but particularly for women. Because for any woman that aspires to be something in life, you look at the life and time of Chief Julie Coker, you know she's a woman who has gone to school, who has practiced her profession, who has served God religiously, and who is still serving God, and somebody that is a good example of what a woman, a mother, and a grandmother should be.
Yes, my name is Stephen Kola Balogun. I happen to be a legal practitioner. I've been at the bar now for well over 40 years, and I'm also a former commissioner in Osun State. Chief Julie Coker. Well, Chief Julie Coker is an icon of Nigerian broadcasting. I don't think there's anyone of my age who would know her. I'm 64 years, and of course I've known Chief Julie Coker since I was a young boy, when she was at the NTA. She also happens to be a good friend of my mother, and I've retained a good relationship with her ever since. But most importantly, she remains a household name. I think she's what we call a mother of the nation. Everyone is very fond of her, and everyone remembers her for the good and sterling work she did while she was with the NTA. I said, when I was a young boy, we used to watch her on television. She was very well spoken, very well presentable, and she came across very well. And that's an everlasting memory. That's the memory I actually still have in my mind. I mean, obviously now she's much older now. She's like I said, the granny of the nation. But that long-term memory of her on the NTA, reading our national news, remains a lasting memory for me. Well, I think the most important thing they can learn from her is to be professional. Chief Julie Coker was professional and remained steadfast. Up till today, she is very committed to broadcasting. I don't think there's any broadcasting program that Auntie Julie Coker is called upon that she does not attend. She goes out of her way to attend, and she does her very best to promote Nigerian broadcasting and information in general. So I think that the lesson people can learn from her is the fact that you should remain dedicated and committed to whatever your lifetime profession is. Well, the legacy she has left behind in the media is the fact that you must make yourself enduring. You must also appeal to a wide audience as well. And actually, Julie Coker has done that very successfully. She remains an icon. She remains a woman who has appealed to the nation. Even though she's in her 80s now, she's still very fond of, still very much loved. And it's important, therefore, that whatever we set out to do, that we endear ourselves to the vast majority of the nation, or the people we work with, so that we leave a lasting memory and legacy for those people. And that's what Auntie Julie Coker has done rather successfully. Nowadays, our politicians, our leaders, enter government, get themselves engaged in all sorts of things, and there isn't what you call total commitment to the cause. They're not particularly interested in trying to improve the lot of the masses. Neither are they very thoughtful in the legacy they will leave behind. And I think the likes of Auntie Julie Coker, at least from that particular generation, have shown that it's important not only to remain steadfast in your chosen profession, but also to think of how you can possibly improve your profession, endure yourself to a wide audience, and always think about how you can possibly improve the lot of the people. And most importantly, it's not always about financial gain. It's more about service and commitment. And I believe those two words, service and commitment, are the important things that this particular generation of leaders can learn from Auntie Julie Coker.
Auntie Julie Coker is a legend. She's known globally for being a legendary broadcaster in the business, from Nigeria to the UK to the US. She's had a history in her career of being someone that everyone looks up to. She started her career in the late 50s, and even in the 60s she met people like the late great President of the US, John Fitzgerald Kennedy, and she also met people like Muhammad Ali in her time. She's well known as not just a broadcaster, but a music artist and someone who has an album with an artist like Anderson .Paak, who sampled her song A Rayon on his own album Saviour's Road a few years ago, something that got to #1 in the Billboard charts in the US. I know a lot about her. She's someone who has gone through life's tragedies, but through that she's become strong in the sense of running a charity like the Richard Coker Foundation, which was founded in 2004 on the passing of her beloved son, Richard Coker Enahoro. And it's run by herself and my brother, Baba Epega. They are the chair people of the whole foundation. And they forge a way to make people aware of sickle cell illness, something that affects so many people in the diaspora of Africa and people of African background and some Asian people as well. And it's something that she's a very strong and vocal voice for, not just in the UK, not just in Nigeria, but all over the world. She's a relative of my mother's, and her son was our beloved cousin, so she's a great aunt to us. And in fact, like a mother, because on the passing of my late mother, Ibiene Adokia Pega, she became like a mother to us since 1992 and has been very close to all my family, myself, my sister Yewande, my brother Baba that I mentioned, and my daughter Dylan Ibiene. So it's something that I can say that she's very close to us, like a mother to us. Has in fact stood as a mother to us in many, many, many circumstances and life occasions. My memories of her go back to the first time I remember being at one of her shows, her 7-Up birthday party that used to be on Nigerian television. I remember attending that as a child, and it was a wonderful, wonderful experience, and something that I treasure very much so. You know, we shared so many wonderful memories with her. It's something that I just can't forget. And what legacy has she left in broadcasting? Her legacy is something you can't stop even, because it's something we all look up to. Most recently, this past April, we had a visit by Tom Parker Bowles, the son of Queen Camilla of the United Kingdom, who came to Lagos to take part in the food festival, GT Bank. And he spent time with Auntie Julie. We introduced him to Auntie Julie, and he was thrilled when we told him of her background and who she was. And it was something like meeting the equivalent of Elizabeth Taylor of Nigeria. She has left a brilliant legacy, not just in broadcasting, but in film, in her mentoring, in a legacy that goes back to even working with the late Orlando Martins, who was a great uncle to us and the first African actor to carve out a career in Hollywood. Orlando Martins was somebody she worked with over at NTA in the early 70s. Her legacy for Nigerian women, I would say, is that she's somebody we can look up to. She's somebody that we can regard. And we have great people like Sade Adu, who's the greatest singer of all time, I must say. But someone like Auntie Julie is somebody we can forge a career and look to her if we want our own career in broadcasting, in marketing, in entertainment, in public speaking, because she's just brilliant. And for all Nigerian women, she's somebody that we can all look up to and really admire, because when you think of great women of Nigeria, like her niece, Senator Danjuma, Senator Daisy Danjuma, she's in that scope of people that we look up to and say, yes, you know, someone that she can be a guiding light. Because like I say, my late mother, Ibiene Adokia Pega, was very close to her, and they were like sisters. And so for me, when I see her, I see a mother figure. And what the government should do in finality of this discussion is to give a Julie Coker Day. Why don't we have a Julie Coker holiday? I think it would be wonderful for the government in Nigeria to give up a day, a media day, where people get introduced to broadcasting the history of Nigeria, influencing the arts, because we're doing so well. I mean, we have great artists to this day. We have people like Burna Boy, we have Davido, we have actors, Chiwetel Ejiofor in Hollywood, we have Davido Yellowo, we have wonderful talent, and people like Auntie Julie pave the way.
I retired as the Director of Public Prosecutions of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and later served as Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice in Lagos State. It dates back 50, 60 years ago. We were young, we were just starting life. Then later she lived close to me. She's super. Her nickname is JC. JC, Julie Coker, superstar. Not in the sense of acting on it, but because she's a unique person, a woman of empathy and concern for others' well-being. And she's very truthful and loyal, which are rare qualities around today. She's a very, very sincere person. If Julie tells you she's with you, you have nothing to worry about. You can't doubt her sincerity. We've had high and downs, and we've been there for one another, which is what life is all about. Julie has climbed so many heights and smashed so many glass, but she doesn't carry it as an ego. She's one of us. She's real. And whatever has happened to Julie in life has not weighed her down, has not stopped her from being who she is, which is a great talent, a great virtue, a great quality. That's what I like about her. She's not one of these people who worship for the sake of worshiping. She's of true faith. Easygoing. She comes and goes with a clean heart. How many people do that today? How many people have been through what Julie has been through and still the same loyal, friendly, happy, easygoing person? Not many. She's received so many knocks, but she comes out in flying colors.
This documentary is a recount of her rise to stardom from a harsh start of life, which teaches us that with determination, perseverance, and aid of helpers, anyone can reach his or her divine destiny. She surmounted all the barriers that would otherwise have put down or derail the faint-hearted. In summary, this documentary teaches us that with doggedness, ability, creativity, and integrity, we can reach for the stars. Julie Coker is an inspiration not only to broadcasters, but to all aspiring broadcasters. Life is an epigram, a vital spark, a quest, a solemn message to the world. We must do everything within our power to leave the industry better than we meet it.
At a time when Africa has been infiltrated by the much-dreaded monkeypox, and Nigeria has just survived from the claws of free spree killing cholera, the Lagos state has seen fit to provide a free medical outreach to residents. On August 12, 2024, in the heart of Lagos, the health of mothers and children were catered to by the Lagos State government under a free health program tagged Maternal, Newborn, Child and Adolescent Health. The program organized by the Lagos Island local government had in attendance the First Lady of Lagos State, Dr. Mrs. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, the Special Advisor to the State Government of Health Matters, Dr. Kemi Ogunyemi, the local government chairman, Muibi Alade Folawiyo, and the Senior Special Assistant to the Chairman of Lagos Island Local Government, Honorable Bola Oloniyi. The attendees had this to say.
So we've got family planning, we've got free antenatal, as most of you are aware, free antenatal for all our pregnant women up until when they have their children, whether by cesarean section or by normal delivery. One other thing is that we're also pushing our health insurance. We're trying to encourage our mothers and the general public at large to take up the Ilera Eco health insurance so that they can actually get access, which is very important, to quality care from our primary health care facilities before they are referred, if need be, to the secondary or tertiary.
I'm deeply happy, and you can see the people of this local government was happy. You can see how they troop out in numbers, and at the same time the women and the children are all here. You can see the kind of enthusiasm that people put in. It's a very good thing, and I believe that people sees good in what we are doing today, and by the grace of God, especially the area of vitamin A for the young ones.
The MNCAH program provided free medication, food and health care for the children and the mothers of Lagos Island community. Tests were conducted for HIV, tuberculosis, and cholera, among others. The head of nurse at the Lagos Island local government, Oham Antonia, explained the importance of the care for mothers and their babies.
It's about nutrition, the kind of food to give to their children, even the kind of food pregnant women take when they are pregnant. And it must be what we have in the community, the food we can afford. So that is why we display all the foods that we have, especially what we can afford in our community.
Healthcare generally being expensive and difficult to come by for the average Nigerian was provided for free. It was a statement that Nigeria has the ability and the backing to provide for its citizens and its future. The event, hosted by Her Excellency Dr. Mrs. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, who later arrived at the event. However, the healthcare of mothers and children wasn't the only consideration, as men were present for x-rays and healthcare products on ground. Chike H. Okolo, reporting for SOUQ News.
In life, the path to success is often windy and filled with obstacles. However, it's only those who exhibit courage to continue that are reckoned with. If there's one man who is armed with the sheer courage of a lion, the unusual foresight to spot new opportunities, Michael Adeniyi Adenuga makes the perfect reference. The name Mike Adenuga is synonymous with entrepreneurial excellence and tenacity. A self-made billionaire hailing from the heart of Africa, Adenuga's story is one that is laced with the threads of perseverance and ambition.
Today, I really feel excited.
Against all odds, Adenuga has risen to become one of the wealthiest individuals on the African continent. His knack for spotting business opportunities and the courage to seize them has led to the creation of a vast empire that spans telecommunications, oil, and real estate. But what truly sets Adenuga apart is not just his wealth, but the indomitable spirit that has propelled him to the pinnacle of success. His journey is a powerful narrative of a man who, despite the odds, has managed to carve out a niche for himself in some of the most competitive industries. From his humble beginnings to his rise as one of Africa's most influential business figures, Adenuga's story serves as a beacon of inspiration for aspiring entrepreneurs everywhere. Born on 29th of April 1953, Mike Adenuga's story begins in Ibadan, Nigeria, a vibrant city steeped in culture. Ibadan was the backdrop for Adenuga's early years. His father, a school teacher, and his mother, a businesswoman, were humble, hardworking individuals. Their influence on young Adenuga was profound, instilling in him the values of perseverance, integrity, and ambition. Adenuga's early education took place in Ibadan, a local school where he exhibited a sharp mind and a keen sense of curiosity. His parents, recognizing his potential, encouraged him to pursue his studies with diligence and tenacity. These formative years laid the groundwork for the titan. Despite the modest means of his family, Adenuga was never deterred. He understood that the path to success was paved with perseverance and relentless work ethic. From an early age, he demonstrated a knack for entrepreneurship. His first ventures were modest, grounded, mirroring the reality of his circumstances. One of his earliest jobs was as a taxi driver. This experience was more than just a means to an end. It served as a classroom on wheels, offering lessons in humility, resilience, and the importance of understanding people from all walks of life. Adenuga's entrepreneurial spirit led him to explore the avenues. He started selling soft drinks, an endeavor that required long hours under the scorching Nigerian sun. This venture was not glamorous, but it was honest, and it was his. It was a testament to his commitment to hard work and his refusal to shy away from the gritty aspects of business. From taxi driving to selling soft drinks, Adenuga was no stranger to hard work. This commitment to labor, this willingness to roll up his sleeves and get his hands dirty, laid the foundation for the empire he would later build. His story is a powerful testament to the fact that success is not an accident. It is the result of hard work, sacrifice, and most of all, love of what you're doing or learning to do. His journey began with an education in the United States where he studied business administration. His journey began with an education in the United States where he studied business administration. But it was his return to Nigeria that marked the start of his entrepreneurial journey. Adenuga dove into the world of business with a daring spirit and a keen eye for opportunity. He ventured into trading of lace materials and other commodities, a business that was booming at the time. His ventures were diverse and often bold, including the distribution of Coca-Cola within Nigeria. These early business pursuits were not without their challenges, but they provided Adenuga with invaluable experience and a taste of what was to come. However, the road to success is often marked with unexpected twists and turns. For Adenuga, one of these came in form of a military coup in 1983. This event shook the nation and its effect reverberated through the business landscape. It was a setback that could have derailed his ambitions, but but Adenuga was not one to be easily deterred. In the face of adversity, he demonstrated tenacity. He weathered the storm, navigating through the tumultuous period with an unvarying determination. It was during this time that Adenuga began to lay the groundwork for what will become his future empire. He was building a foundation, brick by brick, on which he will erect a business dynasty that will span across several industries. Regarded as a titan in the telecom industry, Adenuga is the mastermind behind Globacom, Nigeria's second largest telecom operator. Under his visionary leadership, Globacom has grown exponentially, connect billions across West Africa and beyond. In the oil sector, Adenuga holds the majority ownership of Corn Oil, one of Nigeria's largest oil exploration companies. Corn Oil has been instrumental in shaping Nigeria's energy landscape, and its success is the testament to Adenuga's strategic acumen and drive for innovation. When it comes to wealth, Adenuga's net worth is nothing short of impressive. The billionaire businessman ranks high on the Forbes list of Africa's richest people, rubbing shoulders with the likes of Aliko Dangote. In 2003, Adenuga revolutionized Nigeria's telecom industry with the launch of Globacom. This was a pivotal moment, not just
got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Glad to be here with you today on this beautiful Tuesday morning. Welcome to Early Exchange and SOUQ News Television. My name is Temple Bara. Well, we'll start off today's episode, of course, with the news update. And when we return, I would unfold, I would unleash, however you want to describe it. I'll get to reel out what we have in stock for you on today's program. Stay tuned.
Good morning and welcome to the news update on SOUQ News Television. I am David Chiedu. Nigeria's trade volume with Germany hit $3 billion in 2023, with Nigeria emerging as the primary beneficiary. The Consulate General of Germany in Lagos, Bert Bonner, disclosed that Nigerian exports, mainly crude oil and food products, contributed $2 billion to this figure, while imports from Germany, primarily machinery and chemicals, accounted for $1 billion. This announcement came during a press briefing ahead of the 11th German-Nigerian Business Forum slated for October 2024 in Lagos. The forum, supported by key German and Nigerian stakeholders, aims to strengthen bilateral relationships in sectors such as agribusiness, renewable energy, and vocational training. And Nigeria state oil firm NNPC reported a 28% increase in annual net profit to 3.297 trillion naira, approximately $2.14 billion on August 19, along with a dividend declaration of 2.1 trillion naira. Chief Financial Officer Umar Ajia attributed the growth to improved productivity and financial performance despite operational challenges. NNPC plans to announce its initial public offering pending shareholder and board approval. The company aims to achieve a crude oil production target of 2 million barrels per day by year-end, following recent improvements in security against theft and pipeline vandalism. Nigeria's oil output has risen to from 1.6 to 1.7 million barrels per day, aided by increased security measures. And the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has announced that permanent voter card (PVC) collection for newly registered voters in Edo State will begin on August 22, 2024. INEC Chairman Professor Mahmood Yakubu revealed this during a meeting in Abuja. A total of 184,438 voters were registered, including 119,206 new registrations. Voters can collect their PVCs at any of the 192 wards in Edo State from August 22 to 26. After this period, collection will move to INEC local government offices from August 28 to September 8. Yakubu emphasized that PVCs must be collected in person to prevent electoral malpractice. And the global financial market saw a notable shift as stocks climbed and the dollar weakened, with investors eyeing a potential interest rate cut by the U.S. Federal Reserve. Wall Street extended its recent gains. The Dow Jones Industrial Average rose 0.58%, the S&P 500 increased by 0.97%, and the Nasdaq Composite advanced 1.39%. The MSCI World Index also climbed 1%. The dollar fell against the euro and yen, while both gold and oil prices saw declines. Analysts anticipate the Federal Chair, Jerome Powell, will signal a likely rate cut in his Jackson Hole speech following recent remarks by federal members suggesting possible September reductions. U.S. 10-year Treasury yields dropped to 3.873%, and recession forecasts were adjusted downward. And now to sports. Germany captain İlkay Gündoğan announced his retirement from international football on August 19, citing physical and mental fatigue. Gündoğan, who led Germany to the Euro 2024 quarterfinals, has decided to end his 82-cap international career. The Barcelona midfielder, who will turn 34 in October, reflected on his tenure with pride but acknowledged the impact of a demanding schedule. His retirement follows those of teammates Toni Kroos and Thomas Müller. Gündoğan, the first German of Turkish descent to captain the national team, expressed confidence in Germany's future prospects and support for the team. And that's the news this morning. We return to Early Exchange for more engaging conversations. Many thanks for watching. I am David Chied. Good morning.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Glad to know you're still tuned in to Early Exchange and SOUQ News Television. Sincerely apologize for that mix-up. But just before all of that, I was telling you that I did have a partner in progress, a partner in advancing development with me in the studio. Let me put a pause to the introduction and tell you that Blessing Ehiche is here with me as well. Good morning to you, Blessing.
Do I see you blushing? Well, I don't know.
Oh, I think it was the smile that you put up. Yeah.
Good morning, Tempura. How are you today?
I'm fine, thank you. How about you?
Well, I'm great, except the situation that has always been experienced in Lagos that for a while we thought was over until we began to see the tight traffic situation emerge again. And one would have thought that with fuel scarcity and fuel price hike, yes, there should be few vehicles on the road, but it seems that Nigerians actually defy that and still want to have their vehicles on the road because they must move, they must connect to wherever business is. That aside, talking about business now, we're looking at the BRICS, which is an economic bloc, actually saying that they will be launching a new currency in October. Talks about that have been ongoing for a long time, the de-dollarization plan, so to speak. Say that's coming really very well.
Well, first and foremost, BRICS, of course, is made up of Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. Just feels as though they were able to pick one country from different continents.
Yes.
It also feels as though they're opening their arms to accept more nations now in order to see if they could probably expand their foothold or gain more grounds. At some point, there was talks about Nigeria, joining in, and it seemed to have had some rather the ripple effect it caused was more of a negative reaction.
Just conversation alone.
Exactly. So, and I can understand why. Nigeria and the US has strong ties economically, politically, and otherwise. And of course, that stems from the fact that we were what's the word I'm looking for? Okay, so at some point we're under Britain and
Yes,
gained
we're a British colony.
exactly. Yes, I was trying to find that. How words elude you when you need them. But I mean, the connection to the Western Bloc for Nigeria being a strong ally, even back to the Second World War when Nigeria contributed a lot, in soldiers and manpower. You can tell that it will be difficult to break that stronghold.
Yeah, the reason some Nigerians were even advocating that it's time Nigeria joined the BRICS was because of the partnership or the friendship that now exists between Nigeria and China, and not just Nigeria and China and some African countries. So the China membership in BRICS was kind of the factor why some Nigerians thought that it would profit Nigeria more to become a member of BRICS than maintaining alliance with the West. But like you've already established, Temple, that Nigeria has more alliance, so to speak, with the West. But I think that because for a very long time, Nigeria has had a relationship with Britain, has had a relationship with US, and so has had more dealings with the US. But there are no permanent friends, there are no permanent enemies in politics. So not to say that Nigeria will see better, but it might just be Nigeria weighing the options and trying to see which will favor the country now, joining BRICS or remaining where Nigeria is right now. But I think that that's a decision left for the federal government to make.
Well, you don't say the federal government is everyone. You and I, we're part of government.
That's how they say it. But in reality, the decision makers are those at the executive level and those at the legislative level.
Have been elected to do.
Yes.
But if I may, there might just be certain inhibitions to it. As much as you realize that there's been arrangements with China, contract-wise and all that, it's imperative to also state that we have a lot at stake with the US, and all that. So I think it's important that we get the guest analyst for today. He's standing by, none other than the chairman of African International Chamber of Commerce and Industry, who is joining us live from Kenya, Ambassador Wallace Williams. Glad to have you on the program today.
Thank you. Always a pleasure. And I'll be heading home to Nigeria very soon, so you should see me before the end of the week.
That would be lovely. All right,
I'm
so
happy to see
let's
Testing
start
is
off
back
the
as well.
conversation, by taking a look at some of the new features of the proposed payment system, what BRICS is offering. It's a move from what used to be SWIFT, and of course, we've been talking about the de-dollarization. What are some of the key features of this new payment system that is in the offing?
Right, but first to begin, good morning to everyone, and happy to be back with SOUQ. I must say that I listened very intently to your conversation there, and there is something that's missing. There's a point that's missing. The point is that Nigeria, I just want to make this comment on Nigeria because that is our most important country in this mix, whether they're in or out, and I did speak about it a couple of weeks ago. Nigeria is driven by oil and gas. It's our mainstay. And the dollar is a petrodollar. And that is why it's pretty difficult to, to break chains with the U.S. Forget about the fact that they were colonized by, Britain, etc. The main key thing is the petrodollar. Kissinger used the dollar as a weapon and made sure that all other, oil-producing countries of the world did their trade in dollar. But now, as you rightfully said, China and others, China, as I mentioned before, unilaterally now accepts the naira. So that's one good point for Nigeria to look at. Other countries, right, like Dubai and Saudi, etc., they are now looking to move away from the dollar so that they can trade freely with oil and gas, right? So that aside, we are now looking at a settlement system that's different from SWIFT and from the American system, which again, I must keep stressing, is a weapon. The dollar is used, and the petrodollar is used as a weapon to keep the rest of the world in check, and the oil companies and the oil countries. So therefore, Nigeria now, and the payment system, Nigeria has to weigh its options, because now having the opportunity to move the economy, and for the rest of the countries, the BRICS countries, to move away from that weapon of the dollar, is a great thing for these countries, because now they are strong enough as a community, and putting their own settlement system in place means they can trade freely, because they're almost 3/4 of the world's economy. The US, it's one part, and probably just about a quarter of what is economic and world trade. And when you have strong countries like Brazil, Russia, India, China, and of course South Africa, you're talking about a very strong stranglehold on world trade. And therefore, the payment system that they are moving towards will give them much greater freedom to do trade, to grow their economies, and not be dependent on the SWIFT system. So now I think the rest of the world will sit up and say, well, we can all have in a basket of currencies. Yes, we can still use the dollar, but we now have the freedom to settle our trade, to settle our economies, and our balances of trading between each other on a different payment system. So it's now competition. It's no longer that we are beholden to the SWIFT system and the American dollar. It means now there could be a basket of currencies to trade with, and long live that move with the BRICS nations.
All right, let's look at the BRIC nations. So the BRIC nations together have a population of about 3.5 billion people, and their economies are worth over $28.5 trillion at the moment. Exactly. Now, for that kind of economy, pulling together to try and have a currency with which they can trade. It's not the first time that they're making a move at this. They tried first with the SWIFT, and now they say they have one that will replace the SWIFT. It seemed like they keep coming up with innovations, but so far there isn't at the moment a currency that can replace the dollar. Is it another try? Do you see this becoming possible for the de-dollarization move to happen?
Right. I think there's been a quantum leap. What is the quantum leap? Digitalization. Now, you can move money, move transfers with a digital currency. It's already, it's already like standard in Kenya. I do everything on the M-Pesa right now. And so therefore, with the quantum leap moving from, the old system to digitalization, is the innovation that was required. And I absolutely think that they are now, for them to say that they're ready to launch in October, they have done their homework. They have absolutely technologically and innovatively worked out transfers and the exchanges using digital technology. And that, I think, is being the missing key, that they have been able to now utilize digital technology to be able to trade. It's already a standard in most countries who do mobile transfers, etc. And I think Nigeria should, as part of the BRICS nations, join and put one foot in and keep another foot, well, of course, with the dollar, because they're an oil and gas driven country. So I think, Blessing, the BRICS countries have worked out their platforms. And I will say that it is digitalization that has given them the key to unlock the de-dollarization plan.
Let's take a look at the numbers here. 159 countries expected to join. I mean, if you had to say what countries, in as much as, yes, we had in Nigeria that in 2023 had declared interest and applied, but then what countries we're expecting to make up that list of 159?
Well, I would think looking at the Middle East is a key factor. Why? Because the Middle East has had, the knee on their neck from the US since the days that Kissinger made this petrodollar a weapon. And they want to break loose from that. And if you now pull all of the nations from the Middle East and the Far East who will want to join China, and you put them together, that's a very, very strong BRICS family. And you look now also at South America, because Brazil, I mean, if you look at the choice of, the leaders on the continents that they have chosen, they are going to drive the rest to join them. So Brazil could ask a lot of the other Asian countries, the South American countries, Colombia, Ecuador, Venezuela. And don't forget, Venezuela is a major, very major, largest oil producer in the world in terms of what they have as their extractive industry. And they are under the neck right now from the US. If they join, for example, BRICS, they have broken free and they can do what they want in the rest of South America. South Africa can now also drive a lot of the other countries in the continent, like DRC and some of the other poor countries who cannot trade properly right now with their resources, because they have to depend on the dollar, depend on SWIFT, and they have, a disadvantage. They will happily join. So I would say South America, Africa, the continent, the Middle East, and some other Far East countries would probably be in that mix. It may have been secretly negotiated already.
All right, looking at the joining of BRICS by other countries, so far about 40 of them have indicated interest, but not been accepted into BRICS yet. And then BRICS is looking at 159 countries using this payment platform. Now, to the use, would it not require membership? And what would be the consideration for membership, given that some countries have already indicated interest but are yet to be accepted into BRICS?
Well, I think membership, they will have their criteria, and they'll need to know that these countries, when they have bought in to that platform and that system, that they will be bound by and tied into the system to ensure that the strength is maintained, so that it doesn't break the platform and the solidity and solidarity of these nations. So I think the critical and membership procedure will be very strong to make sure that they are committed to this new system of BRICS.
We noticed that there was a lot of talks about Nigeria joining, and some school of thought believe that it will first and foremost help strengthen the Naira if purchases were made in our local currency. First and foremost, Ambassador, I'd like to find out from you if you think that thought holds water, and if we eventually as a country join BRICS, the legal tender, which is in the Naira, would improve as against other currencies in the world. And then if not, what next for Nigeria? Especially the fact, it feels like the door has been thrown closed in the first instance. What are Nigeria's chances, with
No, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that.
House?
Right. I wouldn't say that. I don't think you're already aware that China is already accepting trade unilaterally with Nigeria, accepting the Naira for trade. And China is now a strong member of the BRICS founding nations. So with the Naira quietly being traded with China for goods and services, I could say that Nigeria already has a foot in the door. And of course, with that type of relationship strengthening, they will be able to grow the economy and, of course, strengthen the naira. It's already happening. I'm not sure that you were aware of this, but unilaterally, for example, Igbo traders can go buy in Guangzhou, their goods and services in naira. Are you aware?
Let's get back to the replacement of SWIFT. Now, the SWIFT's payment system is one that is actually facilitated by the dollar. But if the BRICS say they're coming up with one that would replace SWIFT, which they're yet to try, do you think some countries might be skeptical as to going with Russia and so want to wait out for the experimental period to be over so they do not, at the end of the day, fall back to relying on a payment system that requires the blessings of the US?
Well, of course, you'll have some countries, because of their economic weakness or because of their being tied to the US, will be very cautious and will be surreptitiously monitoring what is going on with this new currency and the new platform. But at the end of the day, it will be fair to say that most people will now want to be able to be part of it and trade, even if it is, on a minuscule basis, to try and ensure that they've got their free feet in the door. So, for most part, those who are not strongly begging to come in, and I will say begging to come in because a lot of people see the advantage already, they will be cautious, and perhaps the fact that they may have IMF loans and other debts, which is in the US dollar, and that might be used as another weapon or a whip on them. They'll be very cautious until they feel strong enough and have enough support from, other brother and sister countries to say, okay, this works, come in, before they make that move.
So the United Arab Emirates has joined BRICS in establishing a Center for Industrial Competence, and the idea is to enhance collaboration in the manufacturing and as well as the industrial sector. And the center, according to the United Arab Emirates, is intended to facilitate the exchange of technology expertise. What are the main objectives for that, industrial competence?
Well, as we just talked about the fact of trial and error, I think they're being very smart. What they're doing is say, okay, we set up, a trial environment to see how this works. And so having that center set up is to have what I would call a training environment where their companies, corporations who want to test the system can now do so on a trial and limited basis. So what they are doing is very smart. They are putting their feet in the water, testing it, by allowing their companies and some of their trading platforms, to experiment with the BRICS. So it's a very clever move by the United Arab Emirates. The Emiratis and the Arabs have been long traders going back hundreds, if not thousands of years. So they're being very cautious.
All right, let's get back to the BRICS currency a bit before we continue with the UAE move. All right, so you earlier mentioned that the dollar is the currency through which the crude oil trades, is the petrodollar. But report has it that the BRICS nations control about 42% of the crude oil market. They account for about 42% of crude oil production. If they're able to rally around themselves and eventually come up with a currency, what would be the implications on the crude oil markets globally?
Well, the implications are that they will now have shaken loose the shackles of the petrodollar and among themselves determine what the currency value for their oil and gas will be. And that will be the greatest strength that the oil-producing countries will be able to have. If they have an alternative to the dollar, the determination for trading at a rate that is advantageous to them, because at the moment the petrodollar is advantageous only to the US and not anyone else. If they are able to have an alternative currency, then that currency will determine their value, and their value can be competitive against the US dollar. As simple as that.
All right, so we go back to the UAE right now. What are the specific industries that will be the focus of this center that the UAE has established?
I am quite sure it will be oil companies, that is national and locally domesticated companies in the oil and gas and service companies, and perhaps agriculture, because those are the two key things that determine how the world moves. Food and food security, oil and gas, which is income derivatives and revenue driven.
UAE intends to diversify its economy away from oil, and we've seen some move around that. Now that it is partnering with BRICS for industrial competence, how will this impact its move away from oil dependence?
You mean the UAE with tourism? Are you speaking about tourism in the main?
And other sectors that the country may want to move into?
Right. So the other sectors, they have quite a lot of, I would say, problems with developing, alternative revenue earnings. And they may want to keep it safe and not experiment with BRICS yet, so that they are not hit by this new system, which may interfere with their alternative development of new revenue earning industries like tourism, etc. I believe that they're going to just concentrate at first with the oil and gas and agricultural sectors, which take a big chunk of the development of international trade. And then the ones that they're developing, they'll probably keep that in the US dollar to be smart. They'll probably keep that in the US dollar for the time being, so they are not putting all the eggs in one basket and then having all the eggs in one basket, and there's any failures or any problems with technology and transfer on the BRICS platform, they will not, entirely lose out on their revenue earning and alternative development industries.
Okay, so Ambassador, we've talked about the fact that yes, the United States of America has had a stronghold when it comes to payment systems and, of course, the SWIFT technology because of dollar sales. We've also seen the fact that Dubai are major players when it comes to
what? Sorry, I lost you there.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge, ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Market, SOUQ Enlightenment.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Well, in trying to shape policies and advance development, you might just be meeting with a brick wall, but that's not to say you would not knock it down and continue. Welcome back to the show. Sincerely apologize for that momentary detour. But then we do have Ambassador Wallace, who is joining us live from Kenya. As we talk about the BRICS new payment system put in place to become an alternative to the SWIFT system, of course, that has been used over the years. At some point, we had navigated the conversation to the United Arab Emirates. And of course, the Center for Development recently launched on the heels of the launch of 159 countries joining up with BRICS. I'm not here alone. I still do have Blessing Ahiche.
Yes. And I like when you mentioned brick wall. It seemed like the BRICS nation are actually building an economic wall.
Yeah.
Well, how strong that wall is, we'll get to find out in the course of the conversation.
I was just about to make that very same comment.
Still with us.
I was just about to make that very same comment.
I was trying to ask
I was just about to make that
before we took that momentary detour. And basically, the dollar, the America, world power, and of course, US with its sanctions to countries who have heard or, not aligning with his policies. So basically, I wanted to know, in your with all your experience, what do you think would happen to the dollar and America if all of the plans by the BRICS nation were to fall into place?
Right. What will happen with the dollar is that the dollar will just become another currency and not the main currency. Because if you have, from the statistics that was just read out by Blessing, if you have, such countries with such economic wealth, power, trading power, and they occupy almost 3/4 of the world trade, then it will weaken, yes, to some extent, but it will not be the number one currency in the world anymore. It will just be a currency on par or another currency to trade with, depending on who is using what to gain what in trade advantage. So if the dollar now becomes weaker, America, might be able to benefit from exports because the dollar is weaker. People can buy more from them. So there's a win-win somehow with regards to an alternative currency, because as you know now, the dollar is so strong that, most people trying to buy goods and services have to double, triple their own currency, to buy a US dollar product or good. And that is a drain on their economy. But now they can safely trade if the dollar is weakened, right? And America will still be at an advantage because they'll be able to export more. So it's a good thing to have an alternative currency and an alternative platform that US dollar can now be in a basket of currencies. And that's the important thing. They will no longer have the dollar, as Kissinger intended it, to be a weapon to keep the rest of the world in line and keep world trade to their advantage.
Talking about world trade, the Center for Industrial Competency set up by BRICS and UAE has already the 5 countries of the world that we would say are strategic when you talk about trade and different sectors of economies, from renewable energy to manufacturing, pharmaceuticals. These countries, China, India, Russia, Brazil, South Africa, are key players in this industry. Now, coming to have a Center for Industrial Competency, and UAE being smart is already aligned with the BRICS on this. How do you see the global economy going years after now? It seemed like the BRICS nations were strategically picked to be the new players or the new decision makers when it comes to global economy if they handle these key sectors. What's like in the future? What does it look like it's going to be in the future for the BRICS nation with this Center for Industrial Competency?
So this is where they are very smart. They are now making sure that that Center for Industrial competency is the hub, becomes a hub. So people will come there in droves, countries will come there in droves, set up their industries, knowing that they have more or less like a free trade area, and experiment, trial the trading, right, with the BRICS platform and the BRICS currency from that hub. And it's almost like Silicon Valley. So they are hot housing industrial development, not only for themselves, but also for the rest of the world. So people will go there and start to get, what I will call deepened in the BRICS philosophy, in the BRICS currency, in the BRICS platform. And you may have a new digital age of what I'll call BRICS children, in industrial parlance. They will now be there and using that industrial complex as a hothouse for the development of their industries whilst trading with the new currency and the new platform. It's a very clever move. It's a hub.
Well, of course, one thing most developed nations are talking about now is sustainable development. And I'm wondering how this center will foster sustainable industrial development, as it were.
Well, if you're talking about sustainable development, you're looking at why are they deciding to set up such a center? It is for the very same reason, because they want to be able to grow and sustain their growth, under the watchful eye of a competent platform like BRICS. So therefore, they have seen that the dollar has killed their industrial development because they have not got the wherewithal to keep buying the dollar, to keep trading in the dollar. And the dollar controls how they grow. The debts, IMF, World Bank, etc., they are seeing a yoke around their neck. Therefore, to sustain, they say anything else they will want to try, because growth and sustainability is what each country wants and needs. So going to this environment and experimenting there, they can see that they have an alternative to help their growth and their own development. And they will grab the chance with both hands. And you can't blame them because they're suffering. There's no doubt about it, under the weight of the dollar at the moment because of the dollar dominance. And therefore, it has to break. It's not about de-dollarization, but it's about competent and competitive alternatives to the dollar. And that's what they are seeing. And that, I believe, will help them to sustain their development and their growth.
Now, if this center is going to be housing several people from different countries as a hub, as an industrial hub for different technologies and ideas to be built, are there possibilities of intellectual property issues coming up from this hub?
Yes, and I think you're very smart in asking that question. Who will own those patent rights? Obviously, it might very well be the UAE, unless they have a particular clause for coming in there that they will probably share the development. It's a very clever question there, Blessing, and I think that has to be investigated. That has to be looked at, because if you're coming into their domain and they're helping you to develop and grow your technologies, whether it's in pharmaceuticals, whether it's in fintech, etc., they would probably want to be the owners of that intellectual property, or part owners, which at the end of the day, if they're giving them the opportunity, why not? Why not share in the wealth?
Well, Ambassador, you are following, of course, the world developments, and you're certain of how the conversation of Russia's feud with Ukraine has panned out. And then going through the images that have emanated from that particular event and seeing Russian President Putin seated there with Chinese president and, of course, representatives of 8 other countries, and you begin to wonder the political undertone in all of this. And how the West will react to it eventually.
Well, the West is already reacting through NATO. NATO is the proxy for the war because they want to push and crush the Russian economy, because that's the only last man standing apart from China who's facing the West and the US, and is the danger, the strategic danger to the US dollar. And that is why politically they have made that move. Russia is being very clever in piloting the BRICS, because after the Soviet Union broke down, it's only Russia that's standing from the Soviet Union all alone. And the political undertones of that is that the war on one side, the economic stranglehold on the other side, had to be looked at very politically from Russia's and China's point of view. And that's why they now gathered these other nations around them to strengthen their economies and their political will because if they had they stood alone by themselves, they could have been taken out. And that was and will be the plan. It's about survival of the fittest. And the Americans would not stand idly by and be dominated by another country. But a consolidation of several countries with strength, with power, military, trade-wise, gives them, a time to think and say, well, we have to find other ways of dealing with our so-called enemies. But as you said, Blessing, there's no permanent enemies and there's no permanent friends in world politics. So they are, I would say, they are hedging their bets. Yeah, they're hedging their bets.
So Russia assumed chairmanship of the BRICS in this year, 2024. So the role now gives Russia the chance to shape the agenda of the group as well as further economic ties. But we know that Russia is not very popular among some countries, particularly those who are friends with the US. How does this impact the image of the BRICS?
Well, it's all about image laundering, right? And of course, anything to bring down BRICS and to bring down Russia will be tried by, the West and particularly and specifically the US. It is all about who wins the image war at the end of the day. And I can assure you that they will not stand idly by, and that is the BRICS, and allow their images to be tarnished when they have the power to rebut it and when they have the power to come back and show that they are doing something right for the rest of the world. So the enemies who are probably the friends of and allies of the US and the West will, of course, follow their master's lead. And of course, Russia, knowing them as we do, and the other BRICS nations, will also find ways to rebut what they're doing by showing that they are kinder, showing that they're giving more opportunities to those who are less fortunate in the currency war and trade war. So, at the end of the day, it's about image laundering, really.
I like the way you put it, image laundering. Well, but then I would want to know what you think about the expected timeline for this particular project. If it's going to be coming into operationalization this year, is it going to take a while?
No, I think, as I said before, they have maybe more than likely done their homework. For them to set a date in October means they're prepared, means they're ready. And I am excitedly looking forward to the launch because that's a game changer. And it's a game changer for good reasons. It gives the world a better place to be at where they know that they have alternatives. And I think we should all be happy that, there's something coming up that has an alternative that gives everybody, a breathing space to say, okay, let's look at what can we do now to help our country, to help our economies. I think they're prepared. I think the launch is real. I think technology was the key, and technology will fire this launch very, very strongly to get them to set off. I mean, whilst we are all here in trepidation, wondering, will it not? I am of the opinion that it will, because of technology and because they are very careful in planning, and they will not make that statement unless they are quite sure. And I'm sure they're going to look at all the bugs, because as you had a bug and a glitch, that is probably one of the weaknesses or the Achilles heel probably of the system. Cyber attacks on the system, since it will be more than likely digitally driven. So I'm sure they are probably working all that out and doing their alpha beta testing, and they will launch. There's no doubt about that. They've made it clear that they're launching in October. You can't put a timeline on such an important system, on such an important platform, unless you've done all your planning, done all your testing, and you know that you have something that's ready to go. It's impossible for them to make that decision. So I think they are going to launch in October, as planned. So watch this space.
All right. While we wait for October, earlier there were talks about image laundering by the BRICS and by the West. So it doesn't look like Russia, for instance, needs much image laundering in Africa, because in recent times, Russian flags have been seen hoisted in some parts of Africa, namely Niger. And during the hashtag End Bad Governance protest in Nigeria, there were stories or some reports of Russian flag being raised in some parts of Nigeria. Now, even as Africa seemed to embrace the BRICS, whether it's because of some countries who are members, China, Russia, and some other countries, what should be the agenda for Africa? Is it just a bandwagon effect? So some countries are enlisting wanting to join BRICS. Let's not join late, so we should be part of it. What should be the motive for Africa wanting to come on the BRICS bloc?
Right. First and foremost, we have how many currencies in the 55 countries of Africa? We have over 26, isn't it? Or more. You have the CFA, you have the Kwacha, you have the Kenya shillings, etc. That alone will be a major motive. Plus, the move by the Sahel countries of Mali, Burkina Faso, etc., who have said no to exploitation of their resources and to use the model of Burkina Faso, is saying we will now utilize our resources for ourselves and no more extraction. That is a major motive, because most of the African countries, their resources are being extracted, exploited, with no wins or gains for the countries. That is a major motive, absolutely a major motive to join, to want to join, and to be part of this, because all of their currencies are weak and gets weaker every day, every second, and you want to trade today, tomorrow the dollar has destroyed the money that you had saved to trade with, and SWIFT determines whether they're going to give you the dollar or not, or whether you will be able to get your bank to help you with your trade. So it's a non-starter. You know, it's something that any country in Africa would want to do almost immediately, save themselves from the weaponized dollar, which is against the growth of their economies, which is used for exploiting their extractive resources, and also which hangs around their neck with the IMF and the World Bank. So every African country, I am quite sure, because of currency, because of debt, would want to join the BRICS nations.
All right, just before we let you go, we're bringing it home, so you could call this the home run. You've talked about the fact that this is going to be technology dependent and driven, and some school of thought have talked about the use of blockchain as a payment option. I mean, if you had to juxtapose that with the recent development where a blockchain platform, a payment platform executive was arrested and was charged to court in Nigeria, and the fact that it feels as though the Nigerian government is a bit adverse to blockchain and those kind of payment platforms, how do we now marry it in the long run?
Well, in the long run, blockchain, if it's country driven and not individually driven, it's a good thing, because then everybody is responsible for each other's input into the blockchain and the blockchain transactions. As you know, we're already working on a Pan-African currency, but we will not say much about that right here now. But if the countries all have a buy-in, then you don't have the vagaries of an individual cheating the public and cheating countries using their own individual private blockchain. this will be government blockchain. So everybody is responsible for maintaining that blockchain and that technology for the systems to work. And it's clearly understandable that Nigeria had a problem because so many people were using, that blockchain cryptocurrency to safeguard their savings and their forex funds that they have earned. And that was the ability for an individual to take advantage. And that is what has happened. You've had not them alone, but you've had it in the US as well. So when it is individuals who are bringing you into their blockchain, you have no clue as to what they are doing. Absolutely none. But government will be transparent because everyone has to know and it has to be open architecture. It will be government driven. It will be government open architecture. They will be able to see their transactions, track their transactions, and everyone will be responsible for each other's open architecture, look-in and input to trading and tracking.
Now, if this is embraced by governments, as you said, it's not going to be an individual dealing. It's going to be a government-run dealing. So do you see the Central Bank of Nigeria, for instance, opening up the conventional financial system to these transactions to enable people transact once that currency is launched?
Yeah, of course. The central bank will want to, because they know that now, if they are members, that they will have to participate in the platform. They will have to open up and participate. From a technology point of view, they will be embraced. I'm sure they'll be given the procedures, the processes as a sovereign country as to how the trades will be transacted, and they will be schooled. All of the central banks of the various countries will be part of the procedure and the protocols. I don't see Nigeria being any different. So once Nigeria joins or are part of that system, the central banks will be given the protocols to operate. And, every other country will have the same protocols.
Ambassador Wallace Williams for joining us this morning to talk about this development by Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, of course, and the other countries who might just be getting on board this new payment system. We sincerely appreciate your expertise, opinion on the conversation this morning. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. A pleasure.
Well, the conversation will tilt a little bit as global debts reach an all-high of $315 trillion. And just imagine handing that money over to Blessing. What should we do?
$3 trillion. I wanted to...
It hit you?
It didn't just hit me as
what you absorbed
amount of money. My mind went to the east.
Okay.
The eastern part of Nigeria. And I'm thinking, with $315 million. We were making some comparison between the Dumota market and the main market, market behind the scenes. So I'm thinking, could buy out the whole place. I could rename the market, but not to go too ambitious this morning. Let's take a break and return to look at how that debt is owed. How many countries owe the debt? What does it mean for the global economy? To stay.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Masi Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked to CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo early into the Adeniji Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. SOUQ Enlightenment.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
It's good to know you're with us on Early Exchange. And like Temple Barra informed you earlier, that we're tilting the conversation away from the BRICS now to global debts, because global debt surged to a staggering $315 trillion. That's a lot of money, but it has far-reaching economic implications that vary depending on the region that you're in. So for developing countries, the implication of this global high debt level differs from developing countries. But let's look at the general cause of this soaring high debt level for us. We know that the world just a few years ago moved away from the COVID-19 pandemic. And then there's also been, for some countries, relaxed monetary policies which have encouraged borrowing, among other economic factors, because the Ukraine-Russian war has its own implication. Conflict in some parts of the world too has had its fair share of implication on several other nations, resulting to an economic downturn for some countries. These are some of the reasons why the global debt level is increasing, and for now it's put at $315 trillion. But we have someone who will be looking at the issue with us. Like I said, that the implication for regions of the world differ depending on the development and exposure to this debt. So joining us virtually on the conversation this morning will be one who is a tax practitioner and also the vice chairman of the tax practitioners in the FCT in Nigeria. I'm talking about Dr. Benjamin Inamudu, who is chairman of FCT Tax Practitioners. Good morning. Thank you for joining us this beautiful Tuesday morning on an exchange.
Well, I hear that Dr. Benjamin has not been able to link with us because he's joining us virtually, of course, from Abuja. And yes, you mentioned COVID-19. You've talked about the recent Russia-Ukraine war. What else? I think there was one other one.
Oh, okay. Relaxed monetary policies for some countries that do not really have a high inflation rate. So that's also led to increased borrowings.
So it's safe to say that the world has gone through a lot.
Oh, yes.
The world has suffered a lot of emotional and economic trauma. And of course, it's unique. I find it also, interesting that some of the things happening in corners of the world, not very close to, where we are at the moment, also has far-reaching effects on us as well. For example, two countries warring, the Russia-Ukraine, and then all of the embargoes and all of the sanctions that have been placed on Russia, the fact that there were trade blockades and all that has had an adverse effect on other countries that depend on those countries for, certain basic needs.
You just connected the dots when you said depends. Some of the countries that depend on these two countries for basic needs are affected. You know what they say about the world being a global village. So what happens in your community somehow spreads to other communities by way of dependence.
And of course, even some other countries depend on Russia for oil, and you realize that even developed countries depended on Russia. And so price of gas, oil went up for countries in Europe. And then in Africa, you begin to wonder, this could have this kind of effect or this level of effect on European countries. I mean, what more could Africans experience who probably even depended on them for means of sustenance when it comes to food, imports, and all of that?
Well, I find that somehow an irony because for Africa to be dependent on Russia for food, but that's the real life situation. They depend on Russia and Ukraine for grains, which Africa consumes a lot. Given the nature of the African land, of course, Africa has lots of arable land.
And you'd expect.
Oh yes, and but a lot of it is uncultivated, and because Africa largely still does the subsistence farming, the kind of farming for me, myself, and my family. I don't want to say myself and I. So it's you just being able to feed your family. In some instance, not even able to feed your family very well. Maybe if it's vegetables,
take
you just
farming
have
for hobby. You just have 2 birds in your cage, or you just have a
max
portion
like
of land
10.
where you just plant some cassava stems,
Mhm.
and then the harvest is not enough to make processed garri that will last you for even 6 months.
So you still need to buy
You
from
need
the
to
other families.
buy, so and then when it's maize season, you cultivate on the same portion of land, and then the maize you just roast and boil, and within 1 month you've consumed all the maize that
If it lasts you up to a month.
So it's just the dynamism is something I've not been able to wrap my head around, and why it is so, especially considering the fact that, I mean, I've noticed that some persons can plant cucumber in the southern part of Nigeria, yet we get to still depend on the northern part of Nigeria to provide large numbers of those vegetables, tomatoes, cucumbers, watermelon, and you wonder, um, with the desert encroachment, how are they able to manage that? Especially the fact that the lands are richer down south, closer to the ocean, and are more arable. And then you would expect that planting can be done in larger quantities. Okay, we had plantations of palm fruits, towards this in the south, long time ago, early 90s, late 80s. But then all of that has gone away. No, how many states can boast of palm oil as a major source of revenue for them? I mean, yes, people are still farming palm, the products in oil and of course kernels. But then when we've not lived up to the potentials of what we can gain from farming in large expanse of land, producing in large quantities, and even exporting outside Nigeria, even to neighboring African countries to start with, as compared to, and I hear that people who are in diaspora, who are abroad, cook with red oil a lot. And so they can pay a huge amount to actually get these finished products. But then who's thinking in that direction?
So who's thinking in that direction, and who should be thinking in that direction? Those are very vital questions to ask. It's about interest for one. So you've described the kind of land we have in the north and the challenges that they have with farming, not even having as much urban lands as we have in the south, in the western part of Nigeria, but yet they are more inclined towards farming or towards agriculture than those in other parts of Nigeria. So it's about the interest. We're not very intentional about our development, so our development is not systemic. While there is urbanization and there is the move of people from rural areas where a lot of agricultural activities happen, there is no planning as to what happens if people move into urban centers. What activity is left for those in the rural areas, because those in the villages are seen to, they somehow feel like, oh, because the opportunity hasn't come for them to move to the urban areas. If it does show up, then off they go to urban areas. But those in the urban centers need food to survive. And so it's left for those in the rural areas to produce this food. But they do so in, little ways. But in the north, they've taken farming, they've taken agriculture as core business. So you can have somebody have several farms, employ different people who do not even own the land to mass produce, so that they sell these produce down to the south and to the west, to the east, and also export out of Nigeria. But how many people are doing that in other parts of Nigeria? So that's a systemic thing. But where the question of who should go into farming comes in, because we're people who still wait for government largely to provide structure for a lot of things, then perhaps it should have been the ministry. It should be government through the different ministries of agriculture spearheading these things, not really doing the farming, but maybe creating the platform or the organization for people to pull together. So I want to be a farmer, you want to be a farmer, but both of us do not have enough land for the kind of farming we want to do. This is where the Ministry of Agriculture comes in. They pull together different farmers with same interest. It could be cassava farmers. And so the government helps secure land because, of course, no one has land more than government. And government says this portion of land or this mass of land, you can have access to it to farm cassava, so that we know that as a state, this is our project. We intend to give ourselves a target, maybe Lagos State, for instance, and say in the next, I don't want to use Lagos State because Lagos State doesn't have much land for farming. Let's say Ogun State or maybe Edo State, Delta State, one of the states can say, we want to be one of the first
Blessing, if I
three
may,
suppliers of cassava
let's
nationally
even
before
put
even
Lagos
going.
in the mix. You have fish farming.
Oh yes, because Lagos is a coastal area, so there's
Exactly.
abundance of water. And the kind of variety of fishes that you have in Lagos, report has it that you barely find those variety in other parts of Nigeria. So what happens or what is wrong with Lagos concentrating in fish farming and supplying? You know how much of money Nigeria spends on importing fishes from different parts
Yeah,
of the
people
world.
also, will tell you they want a certain species of prawns from a
Mhm.
certain part of Nigeria.
Mhm.
That in quotes in the local parlance, that one they sweet pass.
That's
And
luxury.
yes, that's luxury. But then why can't we have these things abundant in within the country? First and foremost, it's still the same thing that we're complaining about petrol being insufficient for the consumers, especially considering the fact that we are a crude oil producing nation who exports this crude. And then we are producing crude, rather, or would you say we are tapping crude oil? I mean,
So you doubt that we're producing crude. Why? Is it because Nigeria still falls short of the quota it should be producing?
well, I'm saying, can't we even provide for ourselves first?
Hmm.
Because it feels like everything what we have, we're unable to harness abundance of food, abundance of natural resources, abundance of human resources. Yet people, the unemployment rate is low, and if you look at the policies, you've talked about the fact that the Ministry of seasons, right? Within season you do, and then you practice rotational cropping, and after a while you move around, and you come, instead of maize at that same spot, you plant something else, maybe vegetables and all that. So
Interestingly, you know that the world has even moved away from those kind of farming, rotational farming, the ones that we learned while studying agri
yeah,
science in primary, secondary schools. There is sustainable agriculture now.
yeah.
Even in areas where you do not have very high rainfall, where you do not have waters abundant in natural resource, there's a way to go about these things. How is the Ministry of Agriculture keyed into these things? These are part of the reasons why you find that countries that have been intentional and strategic about what they need, what they do about the resources that they have, translating them from just resources into actual supply of their basic needs, are the ones making money from countries who have these resources, but they just like to, maybe it's like someone who has money in the bank. So the feeling of knowing that you have money in the bank is enough for you, as opposed to someone who knows they have money in the bank or don't even have money in the bank, but can do business that makes you withdraw that money from your bank and give to them. So they have more money than you, who just has yours lying fallow in the bank. So that's why you find that the developed countries are still the ones supplying basic necessities
Yeah.
to developing countries that have the resources but are not doing much with the resources. So that explains why the debt level and the impact of this high debt level on the regions of the world are different. So one is a receiver, the other is a supplier.
So if you take a look at 20 countries, top 20 countries by debt, you realize that it's even the developed countries that are the highest debtors. The United States, for instance, has 32 trillion in debt. China 14 trillion, Japan 13, Germany 4, India 3.5, United Kingdom 3, France 3, Italy 2.7, Brazil, Canada, Russia, Australia, South Korea, Mexico, Saudi Arabia, Spain, Turkey, Argentina, South Africa, and Indonesia, in that order. Now, if you put that side by side with the top countries by gross domestic product, GDP, United States still stands on top of that list. I mean, I find it, I don't know, a little bit confusing. What's the correlation? Your
Okay.
GDP is high, your debt level profile is high.
I'll just use this layman expression to try to explain it. You know what they say: to whom much is given, much expected. So this countries, developed countries, have high debt level. They also have high GDP. So where's the link between both of them? Let's explain the high debt level first. Where does the debt go to? They're highly industrialized nations.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of infrastructure that needs funding. That explains part of it. Look at the way the economy is. So while Africa has a youth population, but it's not doing much with the youth population, some of those countries have aging population.
Yeah.
So when you have aging population, what comes with it is that what you spend on healthcare is quite high. What you spend on pension is high as well. That shoots up your debt level as well. And then inflation is there hitting every country from different center. We also have the monetary policy that we talked about earlier, making borrowing easy. For US, you understand that a lot of people in the US have credit cards. They live on borrowing.
Exactly.
There is a mortgage thing too. Unlike what you have in developing countries rather, where if you have to buy a house, so you go with the full amount of money needed, and then you pay upfront.
If you have to pay rent.
If you have to pay rent, there's no such thing as, oh, I'm going to pay in bits, I'm going to do installmental payments. You pay upfront. But in those countries, there's a credit system that works. So that's debt too. That's citizens borrowing for what they need. That's part of the reason why you have that. And then coming to their GDP, of course, they're highly productive. So it explains they have a high GDP, but lifestyle, the way the economy runs, the kind of infrastructure that they have, and projects that they embark upon also gives them a high debt level. But for them, the very developed countries, is not as much a big deal as it is for developing countries. A country like US, of course, they can meet their debt obligations, they can service their debt because they also have a high GDP. Money comes, they're making money from different, they have different stay. The economy has different stays. So, of course, revenue keeps coming in. They have a high revenue. And also, they've been able to explore the tax system.
Exactly. I was coming to
Where
that point.
you find that the corporations are paying high taxes as opposed to what you find in developing countries where the tax system is not structured in the way that a lot or much is gotten from the companies that should be paying high taxes. So we still do the informal tax thing where there's tickets for Nigeria, for example, Nigeria, tickets are given to those in the formal sector. And so there's a lot of tax leakages that doesn't come into government coffers. Government is short on revenue. Unlike developed countries that have been able to organize their tax system, have been able to organize a production system. They have more that they export than they import. So in balance of trade, the trade balances, there's not as much trade deficit as you will find in developing countries. So this are some of the things that explains why you have it there for developing countries having high debt level, but having a high GDP. So like I was saying, that for them, it's not much of a big deal in terms of servicing the debt, being able to improve the economy, being able to improve infrastructure while still having a debt level. But for African countries, which when you say developing countries, you want to just quickly go there because many countries in Africa are developing. They're struggling with high debt level that is even a hindrance to economic growth because government doesn't have enough to provide the funds needed for basic necessities, basic things that the citizens would need. So it's more of a burden for even developing countries with less. When you look at the figure seems less as to what you have for developed countries.
Well, let's take a look at some top 20 countries by tax revenue. Of course, Blessing had mentioned that some of those indicators actually contribute to the high debt profile and, of course, the GDP. So, the United States, out of the first 10 position, currently 17th or 16th rather, with 27%. But on top of the list is Denmark as the top country with tax revenue as a percentage of GDP, putting it at 46%. It means they've been able to maximize, right, income generated from tax, and that stands at 46%. France is 45%, Belgium is 43%, Sweden is 42%, Finland 41%, Austria is 41%, Italy is 40%, Norway 39%, Germany 37%, Netherlands 37%, United Kingdom 35%, Spain 35%, Canada 33%, Japan 31%, Australia 30%, United States 27%, South Korea 25%, Brazil 24%, India 86%, China 16%. And listen, I'm trying to imagine that
there are names of countries you yet to call. Where are the African countries?
Exactly. So it means that, okay, well, what I wanted to talk about is the fact that this might have some sort of, I don't want to use the word negative, it might take a toll on the citizens of this country. The fact that these countries were able to maximize income generated from tax. So would you attribute this to heavy taxing on citizens of these countries?
Oh yes, that's part of it. You know what? One of the first things that shock Nigerians when they relocate to developed countries in search of greener pastures is a tax system.
Yeah.
In Nigeria, where meanwhile there is no, we don't have much formal tax that people pay, except maybe you're a government employee, maybe you work in the corporate system, or you have a business, and so there are returns. You need to file your tax returns, but you don't pay tax on almost every amenity that you make use of.
Yeah.
So one of the shock that greets those who move from this part of the world to the parts of the world, developed countries, is that they have to pay tax for this, tax for that. So at the end of the month, after when they get their paycheck, they take out tax. It's like half of the money is gone, or more than half. So, but why the citizens can pay and still pay the taxes is because they see what the tax is put to, the use of the taxes. So it sort of gives governments or their government the right to demand that the taxes are paid. The taxes are high, oh yes, but the citizens see what the taxes are being used for, where they go to, and so they feel the obligation to pay. Not just feeling the obligation, they are obligated to pay. The level of tax evasion is quite low there because the escape routes are very slim. The chances of you evading tax and not being caught is very slim. So that's what they've been able to do with their tax system, despite having a high tax system. But the taxes work for the taxpayers, and that's why you sometimes hear them say taxpayers' money, or this has been done with taxpayers' money. But how many projects can Nigerians, for example, point to and say this has been done with taxpayers' money? So there's ownership because the money comes from the citizens.
Well, there's just a whole lot to digest from all of this, but I think what's important is the fact that some of these developing countries, despite the fact they have high debt profile, have been able to also grow their GDP. And yet it's also surprising to take note of the United States, that despite the fact that they stand atop, on countries with high GDP, they've not taxed their citizens so much. Could that be as a result of the fact that the credit system is allowed to play, in the United States, and most persons just seem to live on borrowed cash? Would you also say they're living on borrowed life?
Yes. I mean, let's call it what it is. If most of the things that you have, if the basic things that you have are funded by the credit card, and some of them have even gone bad in it, that the credit card no longer works because they've maxed out their credit card, and they're yet to repay some of those loans. They're yet to pay back
Mortgages and
the
all
mortgages,
that.
and they have mortgages waiting to be paid and all of that. But it's what they've been used to. But the idea was actually to give them some comfort so that things that you need, if you don't have the money at that moment, you can actually afford them. But it has also bred for them some lazy people among
Don't
them.
you think that's why we have a lot of people who want to migrate to the United States, where they want to live the American dream. Your health care is taken care of once you can get into the system. You have a social security number. You've got free health care. You've got free education, or you pay a subsidized rate for education, and then you can even get stipends from government, especially
You
in
get
times
food
of crisis and
stamps.
all that. There's also food stamps. There's some sort of accommodation
The shelter.
shelter arrangement when you're out of home. And in all of this, like you said, you're breeding lazy generation, but then they've been able to ensure that they keep people off the street. um what has that done for the economy of the United States? Is evidence that you see a shocking high debt profile of over $30 million. But then I'm sure policymakers are trying so hard, because you could not help but give them kudos in maintaining that high GDP. And of course, the resultant effect is much more persons knocking on the borders to allow them come into the United States of America.
Oh yes, but there are two sides to a coin. So while the United States government is trying to be responsible, it's trying to be a big father, father with a very generous heart that can take care of the needs of all of his children, the economy is also paying for it, because the debt profile there suggests that so much money, the economy is bleeding. How much can they sustain that? That's another issue. Now, another thing too that is also shooting up the debt profile of the US is that the US, being the big brother that they try to play, is, in so many countries trying to broker peace. If they're not the ones fighting, so they have the UN has the peacekeeping mission there. So they're sending aid to different countries and all of that. Those are part of it. But the thing is, those who want to live the American dream, who want to get over to America and begin to enjoy that, the truth of the matter is you don't get to the US as an immigrant today and begin to enjoy all of that. There's a process to it. It takes time and it takes a process to it. It depends on how you're coming in, what is the level that what kind of documents do you have. So if you come in thinking, because you watch movies and you find Americans enjoying this, they go over to a grocery shop and then they just pull out a credit card, they're able to purchase things for which they do not have money, or they live in a fancy house because they've taken a mortgage, and so they can now have a home of their own. By the time they get there, the shock that has greeted some people who actually traveled with a mindset of, education is paid for,
It's going to be
healthcare.
a jolly ride, a smooth
Yes.
journey.
So that's why you find that when they get there, some of them are shocked. They now have to work 2 jobs, 3 jobs to measure up. And some are even on the streets. So it's not as rosy as it seems. Even for Americans who are citizens, it is not just as easy as people think it is.
Well, the good thing is that Africans are willing to put in the hours to earn the wage, and the United States has been able to put in place a wage system where you have an average wage pay, and so you don't have employers exploiting people. So if the average wage is about $20 and you work for 8 or 10 hours, you're getting about 200, and then you send 100 back home, which of course, the last time we talked about
That's for remittance.
remittances, you now have someone comfortably sending such huge amount. They want to do some investments while they live a shackled life to some extent, working so hard. And I mean, if we had that system in place in Nigeria, let's bring it back home, where there was an average pay, and say you earn 1,000 naira every hour you work, and for 8 hours you earn 8,000 naira. That's your typical 8 to 4 or 9 to 5, and 8,000 times 4. Beg your pardon, 5 days in a week is 40,000 naira, and then times 4
weeks.
4 weeks is 160,000 naira. You tend to, is that 40? Okay, 4 times 4, 16, yeah, 160,000 naira as an average pay.
That's against 70,000 naira.
It makes a
month,
lot. I
minimum
mean,
wage.
1,000 naira. I'm using 1,000 as the yardstick here. And so you're getting 160,000 naira. You have some sukkah. I mean, it might not be all rosy, but then it's something that you could go home with and take care of your family, right? And as you progress, as you get, your wage gets better, but then that's on the average. And in comparison to what it is in the US, it's still not there yet. But then it will also reduce, the migration of Nigerians, the Japa syndrome. It gives the people a lot more comfort. And then people wouldn't be looking for how to borrow to sustain, because loan sharks are having a field day at Nigerians because of how attractive they make or how easy they make the loan taking with their app. So you just log in, take, and then you'll now become very frustrated by them trying to see if they can get back their money and all that. So it's just a lot with the ripple effects telling on Nigerians and of course the economy, because nobody's banking their monies anymore. People
still bank their money. Maybe not
There's
as much
certain
people
class,
would.
but then how much do you even have
The
deposited
savings
in the
culture
bank?
you're talking about.
Yes.
Oh, yes. While we cannot do the hourly wage in Nigeria, but there's the daily wage. In the informal sector, there are still people who earn daily. So it's standard. If you do a day's job, maybe particularly for those who are in the building industry, so maybe they say it's 4,000 naira for a day's job, depending on what kind of service you're offering. That's there, but it's not a standard thing because we have not really put standard to a lot of things in Africa and in Nigeria, particularly. We've not really put standard to things that, for every sector, these are the rules and this is how it happens. So it's left at the discretion of certain industries, certain organizations to determine how the pay goes. But even if the government decide, for instance, to make it legal or put a law that for every hour of work, this is how much the employers are to pay. It then comes to the question of how many employers can pay that, because there are other dynamics to it. So the employers have to factor in the cost of production, their overhead cost at the end of the day, which the absence of certain infrastructure has shut up. So even the employers are struggling to keep their businesses afloat. And that's why you find that there is layoff in some organizations. Layoffs are going on in some organizations. So those who are there, who are fortunate to still have their job, will take whatever is coming than even demand for a certain amount of money to be paid as daily wage or as hourly wage. So there are a lot of issues to this. It's like one connects to the other and it all has effect on the other. The global high debt level is also impacting African countries because it restricts the amount of fund that African countries can access, whether through borrowing or through grants, through funds that can come in, and even businesses that have dealings, connections in other parts of the world. So it's a web that connects everybody, and that's why it's a global issue for global leaders to sit and find how to go about this. But one way to actually tackle it would be for developing countries to find a way of becoming less dependent on developed countries. That's a way to cut your spending. And when you cut your spending, you can, to an extent, manage the debts that you have. And government, by its too, also need to cut down its spending, cut cost of governance, so that what comes into government can be used for other productive ventures and not used for recurrent expenditure, because when you check the Nigerian budget, the Nigerian government budget, you find that recurrent expenditure far more outweighs capital expenditure. Let's take a break. On the return, we'll be having our guests, and then we can look at how countries can help to reduce the impact of a global high debt level. $315 trillion. That's a lot.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
All right, I guess you're set to meet our guest on the show today, but that will be in the next edition of Early Exchange. We'll bring in someone to look at the issues as it concerns global high debt level. For today, the show is done. Many thanks for watching. I am Blessing AG. Be sure to follow us on our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV, on Facebook, on X, on Instagram. Leave a comment. The conversation always continues with you sharing your thoughts. TC.
Well, it's been a great moment. Of course, the exchange has been SOUQ. I'd like to describe it that way because, of course, a little bit of understanding the correlation between the GDP, tax, and, of course, high debt profile. I hope you've learned one or two. And, of course, that's what we intend to achieve with the program Early Exchange. So do join us same time, of course, right here on SOUQ News Television. And we will definitely appreciate your feedback and questions. Always appreciate that. My name is Temple Barra, and as usual, many thanks to everyone who has ensured that you can receive us crisp, loud, and clear. Until we come your way again, bye for now, and don't forget to tune in to Market Insight at 11.
Yes, it was really, really extremely powerful just to help you start to inspire you to have.
Innocent Chukwuma, the entrepreneurial life of the founder of Innocent Vehicles Motors. In the heart of Africa's most populous nation, Nigeria, lies a testament to human ingenuity and entrepreneurial spirit, Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing, founded by Chief Innocent Ifediaso Chukwuma Nwachukwu. Innocent has become a symbol of African automotive excellence. Chief Chukwuma, a self-made billionaire, is not your typical car manufacturer. His journey is a story of resilience, determination, and a burning desire to change the status quo. Early life of Innocent Chukwuma, his apprenticeship. Innocent Chukwuma was born on 1st October 1961 into a humble family in Uru-Umudim, Inewi, Anambra State. Chief Chukwuma's formative years instilled in him the values of hard work and perseverance. His father, Chukwuma Mojeku, was a junior civil servant, while his mother, Martina Chukwuma, was a stay-at-home mom. He is the last of 6 children, 4 boys and 2 girls. He had his primary and secondary education in his hometown. His educational journey commenced at St. Stephen's Primary School, Uru-Umudim, in Anambra State, where Innocent completed his elementary education. He continued his academic pursuits at Holy Ghost College in Umuahia for his secondary studies, demonstrating a persistent commitment to knowledge. After Innocent completed his secondary education in 1978, he dreamt of becoming an engineer. He applied to study engineering at the university, but couldn't get in that year because he did not make the cutoff mark. Before then, he was assisting his elder brother, Gabriel, in his medicine store while he awaited the admission results. During this process, Innocent discovered that he has a natural talent for trading. Since he was not doing anything, he decided to pursue this talent to the fullest by learning how to improve his trading skills. Apprenticeship. When he did not meet the admission cutoff mark, he easily moved on since he has a flair for trade. His brother, Gabriel, took him to Chief Romanos Eze Onwuka, who was at the time the biggest motorcycle spare parts dealer in Inewi. He was popularly called Ron Jenny. Innocent Chukwuma served as an apprentice for 1 year. Working with Chief Romanos Eze Onwuka enabled young Innocent to nurture his business acumen and technical knowledge. Entrepreneurial journey. Within a year of his apprenticeship, he mastered the art of buying and selling of motorcycle parts and later returned to his brother Gabriel. At this time, his brother has registered Gabros International to trade in motorcycle parts and gave Innocent the sum of 3,000 naira to start the business. With a free hand to run the new venture, Innocent rented a shop and bought the first goods. A year later, Innocent and his brother took stock of both the medicine store and the motorcycle parts business. They found out that Gabros International was generating 10 times more income than the medicine store. His brother then decided to close the medicine store and paid full attention to the spare parts business. Launch of Innocent Group of Companies. Chief Chukwuma's foray into the automotive industry began in 1980. As a spare parts trader, he quickly identified a gap in the market, the lack of readily available and affordable spare parts for vehicles. Armed with this knowledge, in 1981, Innocent Chukwuma departed from his brother and started trading in Honda motorcycle parts. He had his savings and the cash his brother gave him, so he began trading under the name Innocent Nigeria Limited. As time progressed, he started importing motorcycles. He realized that people were buying second-hand motorcycles because the new motorcycles were expensive because they were imported and assembled into a 40-feet container which could only take 40 motorcycles at a time, and this also increased the cost of the motorcycle. Innocent Chukwuma sought out ways to cut down the cost of imported new motorcycles so Nigerians can afford new motorcycles. This he did by importing the motorcycles disassembled so more motorcycles can fit into the 40-feet container and getting them assembled here in Nigeria. With this new idea, he was able to import 200 units of motorcycles in the same 40-feet container and reassemble them upon their arrival in Nigeria. This gave him the edge to sell cheaper than his competitors at the rate of 60,000 naira to 80,000 naira instead of 150,000 naira. The skillful entrepreneur Innocent Chukwuma was the first person that introduced Jing-Cheng brand of motorcycles into Nigeria. This was how Innocent Chukwuma's company started assembling branded motorcycles just like Leventis and Bulus Enterprises. Today, the company is one of the major importers, suppliers and assemblers of motorcycles and motorcycle parts in Nigeria and West Africa as a whole. Expansion of the business. As the saying goes, expansion comes from wanting more and more until there is nothing left. The entrepreneur is always innovative, looking for new markets and new ways to sell to his customers. Innocent also ventured into the plastic business. He decided to produce all plastic components in his factories so that more units of spare parts can fit into the container. Today, his plastic factory is one of the largest manufacturers of crash helmets in West Africa and also the largest manufacturer of plastic products in Nigeria. Subsidiaries of Innocent Group of Companies. Innocent Nigeria Limited. The company was incorporated in July 1987 and entered into a joint venture of assembling motorcycles in Nigeria with Chinese motorcycle manufacturer Jing-Cheng in 1994. They specialize in the manufacturing of motorcycles, tricycles, spare parts and accessories. And the factory is located in Inewi, Anambra State. Innocent Technical and Industrial Company Limited. The company commenced operations in October 2002 with its head office at Plot WL Industrial Layout, Emene, Enugu State. They produce high-quality household and industrial plastics, health and safety accessories, storage container, fixture and fittings, electrical components and accessories. Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing (IVM), the first indigenous vehicle manufacturing company in Nigeria. One of Innocent Chukwuma's cutting-edge achievements is the establishment of an automobile manufacturing company in Nigeria. The business mogul established the first indigenous vehicle manufacturing company in the country. According to him, he noticed everyone was involved in motorcycle business, including the Indians in Nigeria, and also the state government has started banning commercial motorcycles due to the involvement of the riders in heinous crimes and high fatalities. So he decided to go into manufacturing of motors. This insight led him to establish Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing a company that would not only distribute parts but also manufacture vehicles specifically designed for Nigerian roads and conditions. In his words, he saw a need, a gap in the market, and he knew he could fill it. And he also believed that Nigerians deserved high-quality vehicles that were built to withstand our unique challenges. Chief Chukwuma's vision extended beyond simply assembling cars. He was determined to create a truly indigenous Nigerian brand from design to production. The company was incorporated in 2007 and commissioned on the 15th of October 2010 by President Goodluck Jonathan at Nnewi in Anambra State. Today, Innocent offers a wide range of vehicles from SUVs and cars to buses and trucks. Each vehicle is meticulously crafted with durability and affordability in mind. The company also provides good services for repairs and parts supplies. Innocent Motors versus Guaranty Trust Bank, the legal battle. The legal dispute between Innocent Motors and Guaranty Trust Bank is a significant event in the Nigerian automotive industry. It is also a complex case that has spanned several years and involved multiple court rulings. In 2011, Innocent Motors initiated legal action against Guaranty Trust Bank, alleging that the bank mishandled funds belonging to the automaker. Chief Innocent Chukwuma claimed that GT Bank failed to fulfill its obligations regarding financial transactions. This led to substantial financial losses for the company. Chief Chukwuma sued GT Bank in 2011, claiming the bank owed them a significant sum of money. Now, from 2011 to 2019, the case went through a series of court hearings and appeals. Chief Innocent Chukwuma got his victory when the Court of Appeal in Ibadan ruled in favor of Innocent Motors. The court ordered GT Bank on 29 July 2011 to pay Innocent Motors the judgment sum of 2.4 billion naira with a 22% interest per annum on the judgment sum until its final liquidation. Guaranty Trust Bank challenged the court's decision, and in another court ruling in 2013, GT Bank was also ordered to pay 4.7 billion naira to Innocent as restitution for arbitrary charges. Guaranty Trust Bank also challenged the ruling of the High Court at the Court of Appeal, the Enugu Division. In December 2014, the Appellate Court asked GT Bank to deposit 6 billion naira in an interest-yielding account to be supervised by the court's registrar. The money was to be domiciled in an account that will accrue interest, pending determination of the suit. Guaranty Trust Bank challenged the Court of Appeal's decision and filed an appeal with the Supreme Court. And in a surprising turn of events, the Supreme Court overturned its initial dismissal of GT Bank's appeal in 2022. The court acknowledged an error in its previous procedure and allowed GT Bank's appeal to be heard. The final outcome of the case is still pending as GT Bank's appeal is being heard. Innocent General Tires and Tubes Company Limited. Innocent Chukwuma expanded his business to include tires and tubes. The company produces motorcycles, tires, and tubes. They produce about 8,000 pieces of motorcycle tires and 13,000 tubes daily. The company's plant is located in Enugu State's southeast region of Nigeria. Boards where Innocent Chukwuma serves. He was made Honorary Life Vice President of the Nigerian Association of Chambers of Commerce and Industry, Mines and Agriculture on the 23rd of November 2013. Innocent is also a Grand Fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Strategic Management. In addition, Innocent Chukwuma currently sits on the board of IVM, Innocent Group of Companies, and a member of the Manufacturer Association of Nigeria. He also serves as a chancellor at Imo State University, Owerri. Innocent Chukwuma, marital life and family. Chief Innocent Chukwuma's wife is Ebele Chukwuma, and the couple is blessed with 5 children, 3 sons and 2 daughters. In conclusion, Chief Innocent Chukwuma's unwavering belief in his dream as a successful entrepreneur has paved the way for a brighter future, not just for his company, but for the entire African continent. He has inspired a new generation of entrepreneurs to dream big and strive for self-sufficiency. He pursued his talent, he learned skills to improve on his trading abilities, and grew to become a very successful entrepreneur in Nigeria and also in Africa. In addition, Innocent Chukwuma's net worth is estimated at $1.5 billion. Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing is more than just a car company. It is a symbol of African potential, and Chief Chukwuma's success story has resonated across Africa.
You are unable to understand why the Imo man, Imo woman, Bayelsa man, Bayelsa woman will blow egg to chicken and chicken will cry. What is, you are the one that don't understand it. You can't understand the science behind it. So what you should do is go and study how to understand it. That was why China closed their border for 25 years. Today, the Europeans and Americans are trooping to China to study TCM. They are in droves. Today, Ayurveda is a full ministry in India. The Global Center for Traditional Medicine is in Gujarat, in India. It became 1 year in March this year. Because these people refused to be intimidated. They even want to scrape us so that we will not talk.
Because of the advent of drugs, hospitals, and modern technology, natural medicine in Nigeria have been relegated to the back for the longest of time in Nigeria. This situation has left Nigerians and Africans at large at the mercy of drugs produced abroad, as opposed to the effective, potent, and curing ability of leaves and roots. The Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency and natural medicine practitioners have partnered with Femi Walsh, owners of SOUQ News Television and the IL 104.9 FM. The Memorandum of Understanding was signed at a meeting held between both parties on Wednesday, July 7, 2024 in Lagos.
You can just cross it. You just cross one. Yes, I send it to go.
At the meeting, the Director General of the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje, welcomed the guests, saying that there is need to positively change the narrative of natural medicine in Nigeria, and by extension, Africa. According to Professor Emeje, SOUQ News Television and the IL 104.9 has the capacity to showcase the tremendous studies, research work, and products coming out of Nigeria to the world.
So I believe your coming on board is also at a very critical period. So that, yes, you know, when we talked the other time and you said that because of our activities, people will start saying they want to be DJ of that, let them come and do. Yes, it is better for us to be known, to be lucrative, to be functional, so that people will compete to come and be DG. than for us to be obliterated. Do you understand? Because no matter how you do DG, you have expiry date. You will go. But let the organization remain for the benefit of our nation. Thank you very much.
Professor Emeje, responding on behalf of the president of Femi Wash Media, Ambassador Victor Oluwafemi Wash, the vice president of Femi Wash Media, Dr. Idahosa Osamanze, said, as Nigerians, we talk down on Nigeria a lot.
The beauty about what we're doing is that we also know that the end of post television is coming close to an end, because the Gen Zs, they don't watch too much of television, they are on their cell phone. And so we adopt the over-the-top technology as a company to distribute our content, both in Africa, Asia, and America. Yesterday, I was still talking to a friend of mine, I met him in Toronto, who's giving us an inroad into the Caribbean, where our brothers are living, who were moved from this place. So we show to the world what we are capable of doing, and this will attract attention of the world to the agency. I said to Prof the other day that I know that very soon people will be struggling to become DG of the agency. Now there's no budget in it, that's why people are not struggling. But very soon budget will come to it. And then everybody can live a decent and good life. So it's a pleasure to partner with you and to see how to drive this vision in the next 4 years as Prof is still here.
Dr. Osamanze, in the presence of SOUQ News Television's Chief Responsibility Officer, Sam Orouje, Business Manager Shade Uwe, and Chooks John Rogers, appreciated the NNMDA management and staff for a wonderful meeting that has signaled the beginning of a beautiful relationship in times to come.
Welcome to another edition of Inside Life, where we have exclusive communications and discussions and every other thing about special people from across the country, across the city, and at large across the world. Today on the show, we have a very, very special guest. He needs no introduction. His name precedes him. His work precedes him. His music precedes him. You might know him as Blackface Naija. His name is Amedu Augustine.
Yes.
Black.
Mr. BIO NRC.
Welcome to...
Good to have me.
Welcome
man.
home.
Good to be on this.
You know, we have come a long way. We have come a long way.
We surely have. We surely have.
30?
Yeah, like 30, 31 years.
That's a long time.
That's a long time. Since the days of IMT.
Right.
And I see you doing big things. Congratulations,
and likewise, I love how you're looking.
Yeah, you too, bro.
So, introduce yourself the way you want people to perceive you.
Well, for those that don't know me, my real names are Amedu Augustine. And as a singer, I have a stage name we call Blackface Naija, and I used to be a member of. I'm still a member though. I used to be a part of.
Sorry, before you proceed, it used to be Blackface. So come from that Blackface story before it became Blackface Naija.
Blackface Naija.
Yes.
Yes. So many people were very blackface, and I wanted to be recognized and remembered as the blackface from Nigeria. So if I added Naija to my name, that would make it sound good. So I was like, okay, well. Not just blackface, where there are several imposters. Let me just have Blackface Naija, which I will be the only one bearing the name. And that's the reason why I decided to add Naija to my name, because I love my country so, so much, and my country people. So I wanted to rep for my people and say, I'm repping for Naija. So it's Blackface Naija. Hate it or love it, that's
Blackface Naija. So I hope there are no lawsuits, because I know some other people that had name changes and common, from common to common, from common sense to common, and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I know they had lawsuits, they had court things and all
that?
stuff. Yeah. They wrote him and they said, listen, stop using this name. If not, ... You know.
Maybe there was a common before.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The people that were common sense.
They were
common sense.
Oh, so you say common didn't have that?
No, so he had to take out the sense, and he became common. So I hope that's not what happened.
That story is just totally different from mine.
So you were going on with your introduction, please.
Yeah, so Blackface Naija, and people know me as the leader of the band Plantation Boys. You know, I started the band from way back, from when I was in school in IMT in Enugu, where I met you, where I met Easy Chi, where I met Don Hill. I met several people, and these people are just musically inclined and creative people, and they're still doing their creative work till date. So me, I've been doing what I've been doing since the time I started, and I'm still on my biz, still doing what I know, or what my passion drives, how my passion drives me, which is making music and trying to impact people's life one way or the other. You know, that's just my...
Blackface Naija, you have done this so long, so I'm going to ask you some pertinent questions about the music.
Okay.
Some intricate questions.
Okay.
So I'll start with, what is missing in the Nigerian music scene? Is it enough that we have this global attention that our music is making? Do you feel there's something missing, or you feel we have picked that we are where we are supposed to be, where we are planned to be, because it's easy for people to throw us out there and be like, yeah, we're running things and all that. So is there something missing with this global attention we're having currently?
Well, there's some things missing.
Talk to us about that.
And the first thing is that the attention is good, because once there's attention on you, it is going to put you on the spotlight to do good or show that you're doing bad. Because you can be praised from your vicinity, and when they compare your works with people's outside, they find out that either you're jacking off them and you're not being creative, or you are still way below par from how the level and the standard of music making, music writing, music production should be. You know, so I feel like we still have some gaps to fill, and there are several people that have tried to fill these gaps, but you know, it's not that easy for people to just come out and bridge this gap, because the real musicians are not heard, and the real writers and singers are not being patronized. So you're going to have an industry that is shaky. You'll be like, are we good enough? Can we really make it? Because you're having people that really don't.
When you say they're not patronized, how do you mean? Shed some more light.
Yeah, like the real artists. The real artists are not being patronized. The real artists are not on the social media like they should. You know, because music is a kind of profession where you stay away from the regular, you stay away from the crowd. If the social media is a crowd, the real artists would not want to be in that crowd. They just want to go somewhere, stay away, don't get caught up with the distraction of what somebody might be telling you or what somebody's not telling you. So the real artists really don't, you know, but people like us be like, I know I'm a real artist, but I don't want to let that hit me. I will still be in that media space, and I will still tell them, yo,
chart your course.
Check my stuff out. I think I got what the industry is missing. And that's the reason why many of them have to come to my catalog to look for what to take to create.
Okay, let me come from this angle. You know, recently major labels are coming to Nigeria, right, and setting up shop and stuff. Okay. And more recently, we're talking about the Universals, the Warner Brothers, Atlantic Records, and all the major labels, right? And recently there was a deal that went through. You know, they invested 200 million in the record label in Nigeria. What's your take on such a combination, such a collaboration, or such an investment? What do you think about that? Do you think that the West might be colonizing Afrobeats? Let me put it like that.
I mean,
or make it theirs and stuff. What are your thoughts? Because this has come from several quarters.
Well, you know, where there's a fallow land, people tend to, you know, try to look to that side. And our industry is like a fallow land right now, just trying to grow. And we have the populace. And, you know, so these people have seen it that the industry has developed to a level that people are really ready to patronize what the artists are doing. So if it's a fallow land and it's a virgin land, they're definitely going to be thinking about trying to invest in the sector. If the government is not giving the small record labels grants and giving small record labels, you know,
or even investing themselves.
You know, if they're not doing that for the people, they're going to see that there's a space here.
Room.
And then they can come with their own orientation and with their own plan. You know, I listen to some big artists who used to sing about liquor, who used to sing about different things. But these people really don't do those liquors. They don't drink and they don't smoke. But they're the ones writing, making music about drinking and about smoking. And when you find out that they don't do these things, it tells you that the labels are probably telling them what to rap or sing about. So if they are coming to invest, I hope they're not going to be telling our people what to sing about, because our people have their own pain and their own plight and their own direction that they should be independent to create. But if they come in and they support the movement and support the heritage of the people, they will understand what I'm saying. But if they are here to make people buy into their own product or buy into their alcohol, buy into their drugs, buy into their stuffs, then they will have the artists in Nigeria or wherever they invest in to promote those things for them. And that's my only fear. Because if these labels are big and independent enough, they'll be able to say, this is what we want from our artists, regardless of who is paying the piper. You understand? So that's just my own take. It's a welcome development, but the artist and the label have to stay on their feet and stay strong on their aims and obligation to give entertainment to the people and educate the society.
How many artists actually know that?
Well, it's the label's responsibility to pass that to the young artists who are growing
When
up.
you're on the right label.
Right label.
Okay,
that's
so
like Loud House Entertainment.
So,
Come to Loud House.
So there's a conversation, ongoing conversation about what Nigerian music is called across board. So everything is being collapsed unconsciously into Afrobeats. Everybody's calling, you know, our music Afrobeats. What are your thoughts? Should we care about what the music is called, or should we be focused on the substance, on the content?
Well,
because right now, we see people. Anyone gets an opportunity, they give their music a name. You know, they fuse all sorts of things. So in a week, you would hear 10, 15 different genres of music. But in the long scheme of things outside, were called Afrobeats.
Wow.
What do you think about that?
Well, I said this before when I went to one interview and they were talking about Afrobeat. And I was like, the music that people are making these days is not Afrobeat. Like most of the people are making these days is not Afrobeat. But they're using the name Afrobeat to sell it. They're just trying to sell the music by using the name Afrobeat. And then when you go back to how far Afrobeat has come, you get to realize how authentic these guys that have been doing Afrobeat before, these legends like Fela Kuti, Kola Ogunkoya, you have all those people that are Afrobeat artists. You know, you will now see their originality and how they've come. Now, since the new guys didn't come with no originality, they had to take the name Afrobeat and put it as their own for people to...
Let's remember to separate it. There's Afrobeat and there's Afrobeats with the S.
Okay, if we
no, I'm trying to clear on what you're breaking down,
Yeah.
so people that are listening will understand that there's a line.
Yeah, of course, there's a line, and the music itself separates it. The sound of the music, separates the genre.
Correct.
Aside, you cannot be singing a song and you're what song will I use, and you're telling it Afrobeat. You don't just do that, but it's because they want to cash in. It's just like somebody say you want to sell a Peugeot, and Peugeot is not selling anymore. Maybe a Mercedes is more in vogue. and you turn your car Mercedes
emblem on it.
just because you want to sell it. And that's not right.
I see what you're saying.
And that's not right. And that's why I'm saying that stick to your genre, stick to what you know how to do.
Be proud
best.
of what you're bringing.
Of course, you don't have to go following other people because that's what they know how to do best. So you now want to join in the greats and water down their music. No,
painful.
We have to. That has to be some Watergate case or something.
So when you came in,
Yeah.
what was the music called at the time, and what was the music on the scene? And talk a bit about that.
Yeah, when we came in, basically there was really no particular genre that was like, you know, because there was rap music was also in vogue. There was reggae music, rap music because of Felix Moses and Junior Pretty and all those people.
Mode 9 at the time.
Mode 9, yeah, Mode 9.
You yourself.
Yeah, but I'm talking before we came.
Okay, before
we
okay.
came. So we had those. You know, there were different genre. There was Raskimono, which is reggae. There was Magic Fashek, which is his own reggae and his own style. There was Abami Eda, which is Afrobeat. There were different people with different genres. So we didn't have to say, there was no reason to stigmatize all Nigerian music as one.
Yes.
Don't forget, when you go to the East, you're going to see the likes of them, Oliver the Coke and Sadebe. They were not doing Afrobeat, but they were making high life music. Just like everybody tell me Nigerian music not to be high life music. How would that sound?
Exactly.
When I'm rapping, Kenny Big Deal, I mean big deal. I'm cruising through the hood with big wheels. Is that Afrobeat or high life? I'm doing rap music. So there's rap, there's Afrobeat, there's R&B, there's dancehall, there's reggae, there's different genres. So I don't feel good when they try to term all Nigerian artists as Afrobeat artists. They don't even make Afrobeat.
It's sad. So at the point that you came into the game, so let's backtrack.
Okay.
A few years back, when did you decide that it was music for you? I'm not talking Plantation Boys now.
Yeah,
I'm talking
before
pre-Plantation Boys.
Yeah.
Then tell us the Plantation Boy story and how it went. So when did you decide that, listen, it's music?
Yeah, I decided it was music from when I went to Shevu nightclub.
Where's that?
Shevu nightclub. Shevu is in Onisha.
Really?
Yes, Shevu nightclub.
When was this?
Shevu, that was like in 1980. That should be 1989, 88, around that time, you know.
Wow,
that
okay.
Period. Very, very long.
Okay.
You know, and then while I was in school, I used to go to, you know, Enugu, you know, go there, perform, come. Even in school, we used to go to all this normal inter-house or inter whatever.
The school sports.
And we go and make music
perform.
and all of that, you know.
Correct.
So I started saying that, man, if people like my music that much, so why don't I take it serious? And so I decided to take it serious from that time. And when I also decided to take it serious was when I started going to Rap City Jams. And with the microphone out, we could rap for hours. I found out that, man,
please explain what Rap City Jams is.
Well, for those that don't know, I know you know Rap City, but there are people that don't know Rap City Jams. Rap City Jams was a store, a musical store that was in Enugu, and there we all used to go there. And from DOH, definition of hip hop, to adding to
NRS,
Corporate G, and everybody, we used to go there. It was a place where we all used to rap and pass the mic. So then I was like, man, I think I can keep doing this, because what am I going to do again? And I just fell in love with music, and so many people being involved. It was really, really nice, because my friends then, they really gave me encouragement. Yo, I like your rap, I like your flows. And I was like, yeah, you know. And that was how I built my courage to say I want to take it as a professional job. And that's what I'm still doing till today.
So from that time, segue into Plantation Boys, how did that begin to take shape?
Yeah, I had to leave school. We left school. I left school because I finished my ND, and I didn't want to wait another year. It was like, I'd waited like 2 years with a strike.
And you had taken this decision?
Yes, I'd taken the decision, and I was like, man, I'm not going to do this school anymore. I'm just going to go straight to Lagos, where they say that's where the
city of dreams.
Yeah, and I was going, and then I had my friend who was with me then, Mr. Innocent, you know. So I was like, man, I'm going to Lagos though, you know. And it was like he's going to come with me. I was like, well, if you want to come, it's cool. I just need to finish 1 or 2 things. And so we came to Lagos and started the journey as a band, Plantation Boys. And as Plantation Boys, we made some records. We made like our first single was a smash. Our first album was a smash. At least we changed the mindset of the Nigerians, thinking they can't make that international sound. Although there have been people before us trying to do it, respect to them. I'm not trying to downplay their effort. But I know that the moment I came in the game, I know what I brought in because I've been prepared for me to bring my contribution in. It wasn't like I was just caught up, I was surprised about it. No, I knew. So that's the reason why when they give shower praises, I'm like, no, I know where I'm going. I don't really take it to heart. Like, yeah, maybe they felt I was too pompous because of that, but they don't know that. You know, you have what you are striving for and all of that. So the Plantation Boys started. I made Face to join the band, and we became a trio. We made some records, and we parted ways. Some people went to different record labels. You know, just like
talking about different record labels. Do you remember that time? I think it was Christmas. You were in Enugu with your brother. Innocent, one other person. You had was it a Supra?
Yeah, my Supra. We had a problem with my car on the road.
No. You guys were in Enugu at that time. You were talking. That was the first time you talked about leaving Dove. Was it Dove?
Yeah.
So you talked about leaving Dove, and that when you get back, you were going to shop for new labels and stuff.
Yes.
At the time, Dome Workers was in Enugu. You know, we had a meeting.
Yes.
In Jerry at Chris's house. If Dome had tried to make you an offer, would you have taken it?
I don't know, depending on what the contract would have stated then. But then, you know, when you're ambitious, you're just looking for that headway, you know, and it's good for you to be sought after when you're already aware of who you are. Because sometimes you might not be aware of who you are.
It gives you a negotiating power.
Yes, because then you can negotiate. But then, there wasn't really total cohesion about what we really wanted to do because there were individual preferences. Some persons wanted to be on the label. I wanted to be independent. I wanted to be independent, like start up my own label, start up my own publishing house. I wanted that. But I couldn't do that with the beginning. I had to, first of all, be able to work with some other persons, learn the process, learn how this thing works. So that's why I was open to working with anybody. But not just anybody, because I turned some people down to work with them, you know. And
can you divulge one of those people?
No, everybody knows. It's not like it's you know. They offered me their contract, but I didn't accept. You know, like Kenny's Music offered me their contract, I didn't accept because I was the witness to Tenny Tutila's contract, and I told Tutila that if it was me, I wouldn't be signing this contract. But I was his witness on the contract. But he wanted to come out, so let him go out. Yeah, do it. Even though I wrote some songs for him then, it's okay. But let him come out.
It's his choice.
So I had to let that go.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So, personal question. Your relationship with Innocent, right, is well documented. Everybody knows, right?
Well documented, like did a movie about it or something.
Because it's been online. It's been
okay. The media
the whole back and forth.
Yeah.
And one other name that has featured in the story is Efeomogbe, right? So it was recently said that they split up. Efe used to manage Innocent, right?
Yeah, I heard
they split up. Do you have any thoughts on their working relationship and how it concerns you?
Well, I made my views very, very open and clear the moment I heard that news. I said, I hope he left my Let Somebody Love You behind.
Really?
Yeah, because he put his name on my song as a writer.
No, but I thought that had been squashed.
Nothing been squashed.
When there was we had
that, but
they
didn't go all the way to finish what the mediators said they should do. They left it, they abandoned it.
So what are you doing about
I've
that?
not done anything yet. I'm still waiting for them to get their senses together. And I'm still waiting.
Because I know you both were in courts, you had your lawyer.
Yeah, they decided to settle out of court.
Then, yes, I know about that meeting.
Yeah.
So what, are you able to speak about that meeting? Because I know NDAs were passed. Are you able to speak about it?
Well, there's nothing to hide about it. It's just the fact that they didn't go to the extent that they were supposed to do.
What was said
give
at the
me
meeting?
credit for what my works were.
And it was agreed upon?
Yes. But they've not done that.
From then till now?
How
long has that been?
That's been some time. That's been some time.
2-3 years?
Yes, that's been about 2-3 years. And I'm still patient. Still waiting for them to wake up in the morning and say, I'm supposed to do the right thing. I don't
So,
really,
so the question now that this poses for me is, being that they agreed at the mediation to do the needful.
Yeah.
It's a rhetoric. Why all the hula baloo all these years? It's been set up that you didn't know what you were saying, that it wasn't, you didn't like the music. Why did all that happen?
They only just try to discredit me. They only just try to discredit me and discredit my personality and put me down like I'm not somebody they should be listening to. That was all they tried to do.
Why do you think they would want to do something like that?
Why would they want to try to do something like that? They should try to do something like that because
it's like taking out competition, quote and unquote, right?
Of course. So most of the niggas don't want no competition. Similarly, play my video for television. It's competition, and they're not ready for the competition.
Right. Okay, so do you feel misunderstood by sections of the audience? Because I'm asking this coming from Hard Life, smash hit.
Yeah.
I'm coming from Ahead of the Game, smash hit.
Yeah.
So how does the things that happened around that period differ from now? Do you feel the audience, let me ask it again, do you feel the audience misunderstands you? And if so, why?
Well, I don't think it's the audience that misunderstands me. I don't think it's the audience. I think it's a set of people with their agenda trying to make it seem like the audience don't like my music. So that they can have a reason to downplay me when they are on the table with entrepreneurs and investors. That's just the reason. It's not because I'm a bad guy. It's not because I'm
You look like a bad guy, though.
No, I may look like a bad guy,
Yeah.
But inside, I'm that guy to make it happen.
Like Eclairs, right?
I'm that guy. Just say, what's the issue? That's the reason why you can see me doing the Plantation Boys project on my own. Because I'm that guy to make it still happen.
I was going to
regardless of whether there's sponsorship or there's no sponsorship. When I came to the game, there was no money for Plantation Boys. We didn't have any money. I kept on the program. I kept on the process. I believed in the process, and I kept telling them, believe the process. Until the process paid out when we went to the Rothmans Groove and we were able to have money to record our debut album. If I didn't believe in the process, I won't be here today. I won't be here today.
I remember Rothmans Groove.
Yes.
97, 98?
Yes.
You guys were big at the time.
We were big because the sound was big. We were nobody.
Oh my goodness.
We were nobody. Nobody knew us.
Massive.
But the moment you heard us on stage, we were sounding like Drew Hill or like New Edition. Yeah, because the standard was not all about where we were, but what was upstairs. It wasn't ever about
the music.
But the music. So that's the reason why people see us that way. We didn't have an album out, but we were big. We didn't have a private house of our own. We were squatting with people, but we're big. We're having people come to our house to come and visit us. Plenty of people. We didn't have our own personal car or bus to convey all of us, but we were big. Why were we big? It was because of the work we put in. And the people loved the work. So they regard us as our work. So you are as big as your work. You're not as big as how much money you think you have in your bank from last year. You're as big as your presence
What you're doing
now.
Currently.
And that's how the people took to us. And they really respected our craft. And they saw the vision about where we were going. And they respected us for that. You know, until, while they were respecting us, until people got to realize that the more they are respecting these people, almost, that guy, we have to make sure he doesn't, nobody talks anything about him. And that was how they started targeting me.
Again, I'll ask why.
As then, yeah, because they don't want no competition, bros. They don't want no competition.
You were actually ahead of the game at the time.
I told them I was ahead of the game in 2005. I told them I was ahead of the game in 2005. And I was even asked to take that song down, and I refused to take it down.
Whoa, please speak on that.
Yeah, I was asked to take it down. I was asked to take it down. I was actually approached. Take the music down.
By whom?
I was approached by the owner of Hip TV.
Okay.
I was approached by him.
Why?
In Abuja. I was not approached in Lagos. I was approached in Abuja. Like they traveled to Abuja to meet me in Abuja.
Why would he ask you to do that?
Because the damn hip hop world, me check my profile, say me better than you, let them got myself signed. Mediocre, it's time to resign. I knew they'd be mediocre since 2005. They'd be mediocre. So they took my awards that I thought I was supposed to get. Best album was supposed to be Ghetto Child for 2004. Or best single was supposed to be Hard Life. Or best collaboration was supposed to be The Pain Me, Mal and Spicy, Rocksteady. Those were supposed to be the awards given to us for the work we put in.
Because those songs were big at the time. They were the
but
biggest
they
songs
gave
that
it
year.
to other people because we were not part of the people that they want to promote. That's what I feel. I may be wrong, but that's what I feel. And that's the reason why it propelled me into being, I know you people have your plans about me, but no problem. Keep doing what you're doing, and we'll see who's going to last long in this game. Because they say, I'm nothing without the press. The beginning will be the press, and the ending will be the press. I said it's a lie. The press can't press me.
I like the sound of that.
That's what I told them. I said the press can't press me. And this is me 2023, 24. I'm still here, bros. The press have tried to press me for how long? Go to my Facebook page. They're all there. What are they doing there? Just talking about me wrongly. I wear my suit. Oh, this your suit is too hot. Why don't you wear a suit? Do you know the car I drive if I have so much AC in my car? Oh, this your glasses. Why don't you change it? It's my glasses. Oh, you should, because they always say that once they want to cancel you, they always have a reason to complain. And they send people to your page and to complain and complain and complain.
Even if I've heard that thing, right? That people are actually engaged to sit in a room
and do that
and type.
Yes.
Either to promote a song or promote a
person,
an agenda or a person,
yes,
or to take or discredit.
Yes.
I've heard that.
Yes, they do that. And I've see, I got songs for this. Wait till I release it. But I have a line that I said, I've been a victim of it. So many times they try to take my peace. Some of them wish make a RIP, trying to separate me from my family. But I kept my head up, I stood strong. Court cases for what I know not. Eviction from houses I paid for. Deleting my works from my catalogs. But now, fake friends with them evil agenda. And when you die, then go post you for media. But now them be the architect. The fit even sponsor your burial. So these people are there. They are there with envy and hate. They are there just looking at you like you can't be more than them. You shouldn't go further than where they go. You shouldn't set a standard more than what they have done. The moment you're setting a standard that is more than anything they've achieved or tried to do in their life, you are a problem for them. They're going to always get at you to tell you to stop what you're doing.
I can relate, totally.
So I tell them they shouldn't play that.
I can relate.
I'm not going to listen.
So talk to me about Chibuzo. I love Chibuzo.
Chibuzo,
how did he get onto the Plantation Boys? How did he get in? And just tell me Chibuzo's story.
Chibuzo, I virtually I heard him. You know, we actually went for.
Why did you feel you needed a third member?
Harmonies. Harmonies.
The more the merrier, right?
The more the merrier, bros.
Correct.
And we had gone to Ray Power So shout out to Ray Power. We're going to Ray Power to go and do 10th anniversary for Ray Power. So when we got there, we met Kenny Ogungbe, and Kenny was like, you guys should do a jingle. It's Ray Power's 10th anniversary. I was like, okay. We went to the studio, the additional studio.
Right there?
Yet, right there. And Byron and Park. So, Ray Power is tree. It's a 3rd anniversary. Ray Power is tree, and it's going down in the history. Ray Power is tree. It's a 3rd anniversary. And that's how we wrote the jingle for Ray Power. And then FaZe heard it on the radio.
Okay.
And then it came to the house in Festa. I heard what I heard, I love it. I'm like, wow, well, thank you. And it was like, he sings too, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. Like I said, I'm that guy.
Yes, you are.
So I said, come. You say you make music, let's go listen. And then we left the house. He was singing for me. And I found out he really has skills.
Oh, yeah.
And I told my friend, my partner then, that this guy has skills, Benny. That harmony would he talk. I said, this guy didn't get the harmony. We made this guy for joy. That was how the conversation to bring FaZe into the picture started. And then I took him to the karaoke competition at, what's it called? Ademola Tokumbo or something. Something. VI.
Yes, yes.
I paid for his fees to compete. Only that they didn't know that I had plans to make him a plantation boy. So we went there, we won the money.
Really?
We wonder who's going to win FaZe.
Oh, true.
Nobody's going to win him.
True.
I already, in short, when FaZe was singing, it was Backstreet Boys, because Backstreet Boys was hot. You know, I don't know who you are, where you're from, as long as you love me. When FaZe sang, they said it's a lie. The karaoke is not off. That the voice of the person that sang the song is the one that is still singing.
What did they do? They
put it off and I told them to do a cappella. That's the only way out. They should off the music, let the guy sing live. And he sang live and they believed.
You know what intrigues me with FaZe is he hits Mariah Carey notes.
No, the boy is good. I just say there's one thing about FaZe. I wish he can understand, come to realization that you are who you are and you are who you aspire to be. You're not who people tell you to be, but you are who you want to be. So you have the skills, you have the talent, you have the looks, you have all the projections, you have people around you to push you, you have me. So what's the problem?
What if who you say you are is not positive and is not enough?
Then you have to believe in people. You have to believe in, because sometimes
the person that believed to take
you, the person that believes in you will tell you you can do it.
Correct.
And that's the encouragement. You know, like I said, I like to be a football coach someday.
You're one of those people.
I'm one of them. Trust me. I'm like Alonso. See, Alonso went undefeated in his whole league. That's the kind of coach I like to be. Or maybe train a boxer. I'm that guy. I can't do it. Like, I know it's at the back of my head. All I have to do is, what is our obstacle? What are we up against? And how do we beat that? Then we go, we plan it. We discuss it for hours, days. We come to a solution. We move towards the...
Where's FaZe right now?
I wouldn't know. Maybe he's in Abuja or he's in Lagos.
Does he have new music?
I don't think he has any single out yet. Maybe he's working on some. You know, he should be working on some, because his fans are really... even me, I'm waiting to hear from him. And, you know, just like I'm waiting to hear from Two-Face as well. I'm waiting to hear from them. New music, because they should keep stirring up the industry and not have to feel like they've given...
No, but you said you're waiting for Two-Face as well. I hear he's not too healthy right now. So you can't be expecting too much from him.
Well, I don't know about his health, but I believe that as long as you can talk, as long as you can talk.
It's not that easy as you say.
Yeah, but I believe, because that's the reason why I went into this music. First of all, I closed my eyes. I said, let me see, how far can I go? I thought to the back of my head, how far can I go? If I can sing, can I talk? Of course I can talk. I got the power. Not the beat till I got the power, bro. Just say only one phrase. It's music, isn't it?
True.
It's what's
talking, actually.
Whatever you do is still cool. Let's just feel the rhythm. You don't have to be the same artist. You can evolve.
Correct.
You don't have to stay the same. So I'm still expecting, because I don't expect them to be giving up right now when I'm just getting warmed up. I'm just getting ready to start.
I hear that.
You understand what I'm saying?
So something came to mind. You remember, there was a time, there was a serious thing about you guys getting a reunion. This was many years ago.
Yeah, some 2 years ago.
There was so much investment in it. Three of you agreed, and that was the height also of the whole hula baloo.
Yeah.
What happened? Because the fans were waiting, and it seemed like an endless one at the end of the day.
I will apologize to the fans for that. Like, let me take full responsibility for it not happening, because I believe if I'd made some other moves, maybe look for some other investors, or maybe I would have made it happen myself without waiting for an investor. But as be that as it may, some people can decide to sponsor. Don't forget that there was a Take It Tom that wanted to sponsor the project from the beginning.
It was before I Take It Tom.
Yeah,
I'm talking about
Donald Duke. They thought about Donald Duke one time.
Before Duke.
So I can't remember.
The marketer.
The marketer that was
Tijo.
Tijo actually did the Plan B album. Tijo was the person that sponsored the Plan B album.
Yes, but
the Plan B album was 30 million, but they paid us 15 million. Tijo is on the road. He has about 15 million. He should bring it. Since then, he hasn't given us our money. That's like since that album came out, he still has our money. And so Tijo was the only person that invested that kind of money on the band. And we were able to go to the studio and all of that. But then, you know, you can have a kind of investment. With investment comes commitment.
Correct.
If there's no commitment to an investment, it's a total waste for the investor. And no investor wants to go through that. And I think that's what Tijo went through, and that's the reason why he didn't worry. He just straight up went to P-Square straight, and he went to get us, they do me. Abroad, he shot the video, bam, history. I know he made more money to cover. I know he made more money from P-Square to cover for the Plantation Boys' loss or anything that happened during that period. Yeah, because he invested, bro.
So where was the non-committance coming from? Was it from you, the artist, or was it from him after?
It was from we, the artists. It was from the artists who were not committed to going to the studio. Some wanted to be in the comfort of their hotel room, making music. Some wanted to lie down and have microphone brought down. They'd be sleeping and they'd be singing. You know, say now they run the show. You know, those kind of things. But you got to go where the game is. You can't just. You know, so they didn't want that, and Tijo felt like that's why the album, the Plantation Boys' last album, Plan B, was released when it was not yet totally finally mixed and finished. But the investor has the right, but the right reversed to us after some time. Right now, Plantation Boys have the right, and I am the plantation, so I have the right.
So is that a good thing or a bad thing? Because the 15 million is not coming.
It's not coming. It's not coming.
Because the project didn't finish.
The project didn't finish, and the person might have his reasons to say. But then since he released the album, he's still indebted to the band. True. Regardless of sales or no sales.
Or if it was finished or not.
If it was finished or not. Because he shouldn't release it if it was not finished.
Correct.
Exactly. But he had his way, he has his own way, or why he did what he did.
So why didn't you follow through? Why didn't the group? And when I say you, I mean the group. Why didn't you follow through with the people that wanted to invest? You know, the Duke, the Take It Home.
But Ateka couldn't continue because the band was not together. Some persons didn't want the project to happen. So we're giving excuses. They don't want to be around. So we're like, they want to travel. So we're just giving unnecessary excuses. That was not necessary. So the people that were trying to invest had to be discouraged. Like Ochacho was discouraged, I believe so. You know, so they just be discouraged and they'd be like, man, I don't think these people are together. But then the plantation is working regardless. And I'm going to put the album out.
So what's happening with the plantation right now? Because I know there's new music out. New music been out for a while.
Yes, some new music coming again.
What's the plan for the Plantation Boys?
Well, the plan for the Plantation Boys is the name is going to stay. But there'll be features. Different people will come and feature for the band and go. If you write for the band, you get your royalties. If you feature on the song with the band, you know how that pans out. You get the shows, you get paid, you go to Sound Exchange, you register, you get all those things, you register, you get your money to yourself. So, but if you don't want to participate, you can stay in the comfort of your zone. Then let the people that want to take the name to the next level, take it to the next level. Buhari was president last dispensation. He's not president this dispensation. There has to be continuity. So it doesn't mean that the members of the band must stay in the band. If they don't want to stay in the band, they can go.
You know, you remind me of my brother, my friend's speech from Arrested Development. I always like to use him as an example. You know, remember Arrested Development from back in the day?
Yeah.
Mr. Wendo. Everyday People.
I wrote a song, one of their beats.
Arrested Development are still here. So Baba Oje died, 2 other members left, Speech added new members, and the group continues.
Exactly. But Nigerians are finding it difficult to understand that I can add new members. If the other members die or they don't want to...
It's a Nigerians thing?
It's a Nigeria thing. It's not
I
like...
think some people...
See,
maybe.
understanding come late to us. Let's be honest. The things that come out in the Western world come to us late. When did we get cell phones, for God's sake? Came to us late.
Don't forget that our GSM is ahead of theirs. They still use flip phones. They still use black and white
No,
screen.
I'm
They
talking
still use
all
all
the
those
phones.
old
The
phones,
phones
and we
are
were ahead
phones,
of them.
but I'm talking about
the network.
The network. We got it late. People were using Turaya in Nigeria here and forming big boys when everybody would have had flip phones. So why was that? What was supposed to be? We're not supposed to be on the same pedestal. Everybody equal.
True.
So some of these things don't come to us for us to have general knowledge. So it takes some time. So few people get the knowledge. Before they can pass it to the rest of the people, the harm is already done. So that's where the media has to help in sanitizing the society and send information to the society on time for them to be aware.
Positive information,
good
information,
yes.
helpful information,
yes,
which is what we do here at SOUQ News.
You guys are doing a great job.
Isle 104.9 FM. That's what we do.
You guys are doing a great job, man. Shout out, shout out, shout out, shout out, shout out. You guys' media is the best, man. Perfect.
Right.
Man, you guys blew my mind when I came
So
I won't bring my employment letter when I do the job.
so
but I said that the Oga chair won't sit down. No, I don't want to get job for another place. So the Oga chair won't sit down. That chair, I love that chair. You see that chair? See the view? God damn it.
So talk to that young man, that young girl that wants to make music for a living in Nigeria.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
West has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the word cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the NSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban
agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
Hi there again, and welcome to Market Insight for a Tuesday edition here on SOUQ News Television, Lagos. I am David Chiedu. On the program today, we're talking about the country's inflation curve. We're taking a look at that with one very critical question in mind. Are we approaching a turning point? Well, there's the billion-dollar question, and that is indeed left to be seen. Now, Nigeria's headline inflation has slowed for the very first time in almost 2 years due to lower food prices driven mainly by harvest and base effect. Now, according to the National Bureau of Statistics, NBS, the Consumer's Price Index declined 33.40% in July 2024, just last month, from 34.19% in June 2024. On a month-on-month basis, headline inflation also slowed to 2.28% in July 2024 from 2.31% in June 2024. Now, some analysts had earlier forecast Nigeria's high headline inflation to moderate in July based on the high base effect from last year and the apparent stability of the Naira in recent days. Also, a very recent survey by Business Day Papers of food prices in markets revealed that there were reductions in the prices of tomatoes. Get this, the price of tomatoes dropped to 50,000 Naira this month, August that is, from an average of 120,000 Naira way back in May and June. Now, a small basket of pepper fell to 13,000 Naira from 35,000 Naira in May, June, the same period. Now, the price of a plastic pint of Gari has dropped to 3,500 Naira from 4,000 Naira, while also a pint of, that's a plastic pint of Irish potato, dropped to 4,000 from 12,000 Naira during the period. Now, it's clear that these price drops has, started to impact household. But the truth is, how far can it go? This is happening across various markets of the Federation. It would be some sort of relief, if you like. Then again, the question is, how far-reaching, as I mentioned, would this be? We'll discuss the trends and help you make some sense of it today on this edition of Market Insights. Joining us on the program is Mr. Peter Adebola. He is the Managing Director of Edgefield Capital Management Limited, a trading license holder of the Nigerian Exchange Limited, participating institution of the NASD PLC, and also a dealing member firm of Lagos Commodities and Futures Exchange. Good morning, Mr. Adebola. Can you hear us?
Yeah, good morning. Good morning, Anchor, and good morning, Nigerians. I believe you can hear me clearly.
Hear you. Thank you very much for joining us, Mr. Adebola. Also joining us is architect Ebi Bozimo. He is an architect and a public policy analyst. Good morning, architect Bozimo. Thank you for joining us. Can you hear us?
Good morning. I'm audible to you.
We're going to start, the conversation this way, helping you make sense of what really is going on. beyond all the numbers, they seem very fancy. They seem very, high up there, as you were. But in real terms, what does it mean for you and I? But before we get into all of those, I'm going to start with you, Mr. Adebola. In your view, what are the primary factors at this very point in time that are contributing or that have contributed to the slowdown in this headline inflation?
Okay, thank you very much. This is a very good question. But before I actually go to what actually led to the slowdown of inflation, I think we all know that inflation is a general increase in the price level. And when we are talking about inflation, we measure inflation by what we call consumer price index, which is a basket of goods and services, okay, that that are being consumed by household. However, there are certain factors that can lead to inflation. One, it could be demand pull inflation, just to do with household making demand that outpace the supply in the market, or generally in economics, what we call aggregate demand exceeding aggregate supply. So when this thing happens, you are going to see that the general price level is going to go up. Again, we can have a situation whereby it will not be demand pull inflation, it could be cost push inflation. That's a situation whereby the cost of raw materials have gone up, and the manufacturers or the producers of goods have no choice other than to increase their prices, and this can lead to general increase in price level. And again, we can also have a situation whereby it's going to be based on inflation expectation of the household. That is, when people begin to think that there's going to be increase in prices. So this can affect their psychology, and that can make the prices to be going up. So looking at these three factors that are causing inflation, happening to our own in Nigeria is actually the cost push inflation. And probably we can talk about inflation psychology that is affecting us. However, in June this year, the inflation rate got to 34.19, but in July, it moderated a bit to cents. Don't let us forget that we are in the rainy season now, and during the rainy season, that's when we are going to have new yam coming into the market. We are going to have harvest of some crops. I think that is what is leading to, and that is leading to downward increase in prices that we see now. And don't also forget that during this period, when we look at the real cost of inflation in Nigeria, is actually food prices and, of course, energy crisis. Energy prices are still there, up there, but the food prices, just because of the rainy season, we thank God that we are having rains as we're supposed to have, and that has led to us having some harvests in the crops that we are consuming that actually led to slowdown in the market now, such as we have tomato prices going down now due to harvest, and of course new yam coming into the market, which also made the prices to be moderated downward. These are the causes of this, but the main cause of it, which is the energy prices, they are still there, and that is why the question that can now be asked is that whether this situation is sustainable, or we should still brace up for higher prices. Let me stop there for now.
I'm gonna, continue from this, point on, get some more of your thoughts regarding it. So, what are the implications for household consumption patterns? And I ask this because typically food inflation has a disproportionate impact on low-income households who, more than most, spend a larger chunk of their income on food.
Yes, just as we all know that the hunger does not know whether you are rich, whether you are low income, or whether you are high income earners. everybody must eat every day. And because everybody must eat, then there is need for us to demand to buy all these food items in the market. Now, what we are saying is that the food price, the prices of food items that are moderated right now is just because we are in the rainy season, we are harvesting some crops. But the thing is, the root cause of food prices in the economy is actually the security challenge that we are having, which makes it impossible for some farmers to actually go to the farm. Therefore, we are not producing enough. Because by now, the change in inflation rate should have been higher than, when we are talking about the proportion of drop in inflation rate should have been higher than this, had it been that we are producing a lot. And I put a question that, with 220 million population that we have, and considering the level of production that we have now, and with the proportion in which the inflation rate has dropped, what is going to happen when we get to the dry season? And that is what is bothering the mind of those of us that are analysts, that if at this point in time that rain is about to end and we are going to the dry season and the prices of food items have not really come down, what is now going to happen during the dry season? So that's what we are looking at. However, don't also forget that some items are actually imported. What is happening to our exchange rate? The exchange rate, the naira is not being strengthened as expected at the moment. So, which means that because naira is also being weakened right now, the exchange rate is around 1,600. So, which means that even if we import these items, they are still going to be expensive, and we are likely going to see, and that's what we talk about, cost push inflation. That is, it is the costs of all these items that is actually causing the inflation, not really demand, not really that there is money there for people to buy, but because the supply is far lower than the demand. That is why we are having increase in general price level. And until this is redressed, then we may continue to have the same situation. And of course, as you said, the low-income earners, they are the ones that are going to feel this much, because the higher proportion of their income is being spent on food, whether it can even be enough. Because right now, the minimum wage that we are even talking about, that government is about increasing to 70,000 naira, is not even enough to buy a bag of rice. Let alone talking about beans, let alone talking about gari, let alone talking about soup ingredients that these low-income earners are going to spend in preparing their food. So what I'm saying in essence is that as this is actually impacting on the low-income earner, so it's also affecting the high-income earner. And what we need to do, probably the solution is that we need to increase the aggregate supply of our food items in the market.
By virtue of what you've just said, can we infer, that the average low-income earner would have more disposable income? Because that is, few and far between these days, considering where we are. You have the take-home, quote and unquote. The take-home these days doesn't even take you home, but even that take-home has a lot of, deductibles, as you were. Besides tax, there are other basic needs that you have to sort out, both at home and personal, beg your pardon. But disposable income is now going to be a luxury of sorts. So based on all of what you've said, can you say categorically that the average low-income earner, after all is said and done, would have, a disposable income or two, maybe we could even possibly see price stability or something of the sort? Just very briefly, so we can move on.
Okay. When you are talking about disposable income, in the right sense of it, is actually your income, from maybe your wage, and then you deduct the tax from there. What is left for you is actually the disposable income. Now, when we look at the household now, the question you want to ask is that in Nigeria, what is the average income being earned by a Nigerian family? You will see that it's still very, very low. It's still very, very low. And as a result of this, that's why people are crying that there is hunger in the land, because the money that they are earning, what we call disposable income that Nigerians have, they are not even enough to take care of food alone. And don't forget, there are so many other things that the Nigerian household have to take care of. Some cannot but put their
All right,
children
thank you
in
very
private
much. That's what I just wanted to know. That's why I asked the direct question
Okay.
based off of what you said last. That's why I asked if we could still see low-income earners having disposable income. And just like I said earlier, it's not enough to just, take home your monthly salary or whatever it is, monthly or bi-monthly or weekly as you were, because you have all the deductibles coming out of it. And what is left in most cases is... it's not enough to do anything. In fact, in some cases, there isn't anything left by way of a disposable income. So that's why I asked the direct question. But let's move away from that. Architect Bozimo, let's take a look at the ongoing mitigation plans by the federal government, policies and whatnot. The government has implemented a few of them, to address inflation. In your view, how effective have these plans or, arrangements been so far? We know that the government promised a distribution of staple foods across the 36 states of the Federation to underprivileged households. And also, we saw the 150-day duty-free import window, as you were. Putting all of that together with the other ones, how would you say that these mitigation measures have fared?
Two very important things that Mr. Adebola has pointed out underpin this conversation. First of all, a major reason why we have food insecurity, as it were, is because of physical insecurity in many of the food basket areas of Nigeria. Secondly, when you're talking about there's a huge trust deficit between the people and those in authority. And so from where I sit, the means and manner by which the proposed palliatives will be distributed, not clear to me that certain people don't hijack that thing, rebag it with their faces and try to use it as political stunts. We have all sorts of Ns, BVN, CVN. How come we're not able to give things to people based on their biometric data? It always seems to have to come through somebody who now makes a big song and dance about it. So now, those ideas of distributing rice, 2 cups of rice to 40 people, 1 sack of rice to a village, are hallmarks of a complete lack of imagination, inability to envision anything beyond the word palliative in itself. So just what you give to people about to die. Do the leaders want the populace to live or to live akin to death? So I think getting to the root cause of lack of food is one of the first things. Make sure that food, which is now,
Bozimo, are you there with us? Architect Bozimo, can you hear us? I don't think he can hear us anymore. He did seem like he was on a roll there, making some very salient points. But we're going to get him back on to continue to speak with us. Now, let's circle back to you, Mr. Adebola. Can you hear me? Are you there, Mr. Adebola?
Yes, I'm here.
Now, Architect
I can hear you
Bosmo
loud
had
and clear.
said a few things, or was saying a few things, including, he was talking about some of the arrangements, the mitigation arrangements made by the federal government in recent time to, curb inflation and, of course, make sundry provisions for Nigerians. He talked about the methodology, or talked about the method, if you will, or approach to distributing some of these things, and as to whether or not, in the very, very sense of it, or at the very core of it all, Nigerians need this sort of interventions as opposed to something more, outside the box thinking, as opposed to some outside the box thinking sort of measures, if you like. Just putting it that way. What are your thoughts on this?
Okay, thank you very much. You see, when we are talking about, just like the architect has said, palliative is just a temporary measure. And what we need now goes beyond temporary measure. Yes, we need temporary measure in order to calm, the situation down. But as the architect was saying, that regarding the solution to the problem, we have to go to the root cause of the problem. And the root cause of this, as we said earlier, was that because of the insecurity in the country, many farmers that are supposed to go to the farm, they are unable to do that. Most especially in the area where we are producing food in Nigeria, talk of Benue State. Cut across the country, we are having a security problem. And I think what the government should be able to do is that they should need to put security measure in place so that farmers will be able to go to the farm and grow all these crops without fear of kidnapping, without fear of killing, without any fear. If we can do this, then coupled with the fact that government is encouraging mechanized farming. Because what I would think the government will do is that how we are going to accelerate food production in Nigeria. That's the solution. We need to do we need to embark on accelerated food production in Nigeria. For instance, when we are talking about growing maize, how much will it take? How many days will it take for maize to go to maturity? 90 days. So when you look at the time frame between the time that government promised that they are going to distribute food that worth about 155 billion naira to households in Nigeria, the vulnerable. The question is, if you divide the 155 billion by 200 million people in Nigeria, we are just assuming that what is going to get to everybody will be less than 1,000 naira. And 1,000 naira now cannot even buy a cup of beans. So that is the implication of this palliative that we are talking about. And that's why the architect was mentioning the fact that maybe a quarter of rice will go to
all right, now let's shift over. Let's move our attention back to Mr. or rather Architect Bosmo. Architect Bosmo, are you there now? You hear me? Looks like we still have the technical hitch. We will sort that out, but do stay very close to your device or your television set, as the case may be. You're still watching Market Insights right here on SOUQ News Television Lagos, and we're talking about Nigeria's inflation curve and asking the question, is this the beginning of glad tidings for Nigerians? That is the question. Stay close, we'll be right back.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more. SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. Lateef Jakande. Born Lateef Kayode Jakande in the Ekpetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enuowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakande began a career in journalism in 1949 with a daily service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakande editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakande established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakande ran for election as executive governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakande established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakande was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakande was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakande, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Welcome back to Market Insight, and we have been having a conversation about Nigeria's inflation curve and what it does mean for us in the wider context. Earlier we told you that specific food commodities or food items have seen a drastic reduction in prices comparatively. So is this going to be a lasting relief, if you like, for Nigerians, or are we yet going to brace up for more surprises? That's exactly what we're talking about today. We've been joined by Mr. Peter Adebola. He is the Managing Director, Edgefield Capital Management Limited, as well as architect Ebi Bozimo. He's an architect and a public policy expert. Mr. Bozimo, are you there?
I'm here. Am I audible to you?
Yes, very much so. Right, we were in the middle of your thoughts earlier with regards to some of the mitigation measures employed by the federal government to help our inflationary pressures.
Yes, very quickly. You see, like Mr. Adebola has said, there is an urge sometimes to do something. but not everything you do is necessarily the right thing. And if you're not striking at the heart of an issue, you're actually wasting energy, effort, and resources. Until we have the assurance by our farmers that they can go to the market, to the farms, have effective activities, harvest safely, and come out of those farms with their lives, we will not have what we need. We are blessed to have 1,000,000 square meters, 60% plus of that is arable, and this should allow us to feed not just ourselves, but the entire sub-region and indeed the world. Netherlands, one of the world's greatest agricultural producers, is half of the size of Niger State. You can believe it. 40 versus 71 square kilometers. So, let's give kudos. The fact that some of these items have dropped in price is remarkable, and those numbers were precipitous. But like my colleague said here, is that really how much it should have dropped? And what can be done to improve the efficiency of Nigeria's agriculture value chain, from production to harvest to transportation to storage, processing to marketing to getting to the table of the consumer? It's good to hear the number. It's inched downward. Should it have inched more precipitous? That's the real question. And as long as we have a governing class that thinks that, oh, just give, whenever they're hungry, throw rice at them. There are no good roads, throw rice at them. We don't have internet, throw rice at them. That is not a solution, ultimately. But I'll say this. The agriculture is done on the ground, at the state level, in everybody's local government. So while the federal government is indeed in charge of monetary policy, tariffs, and reduction of such, the governing class in each of the state governments, in collaboration with the federal government on the security side, has to improve the agricultural environment. So we cannot take our eyes off the policies of the FG, but we must also open our eyes to the practices of the state governors, and most importantly and recently, the local government chairmen and chairwomen, because they too just got policies that has, if you want to say, enabled them have more access to funds. At each local government level, there should be a candid assessment of what are we good at, what can we do better, how can we enhance farming in our local government and thereby on a state level. And when that kind of genuine assessment is done, we'll have better opportunity to improve our agricultural productivity. Inflation inched downward. I'm not holding my breath because indeed it is part of the end of the rainy season. Hopefully harvests have gone on. What happens when we come to the dry season and beyond? But kudos for those numbers that were in the story, that you had some precipitous drops in some price. So I think that'll give a little bit of relief to the people. But at the end of that 150 days, will Nigeria be in a better position in terms of agricultural produce, or will we have done one more knee-jerk reaction where we are not creating sustainable solutions? I think that is where my greatest concern is. We've removed the tariffs now for 150 days. On day 151, we will be exactly where we were when we started, or will we have more capacity? That is the question that government at all levels, federal, state, and local, that question must be answered, and answered effectively.
And just like you corroborated Mr. Adebola's thought earlier about it just being the rainy season and what we're seeing, a lot of these drop in prices and whatnot. And then, of course, your sentiment more or less might be that of very many Nigerians now who are saying, listen, this is just for this moment or this season, as he were. What happens post this season? That's indeed a very germane question. However, there have been some arguments on different fronts as to whether or not we should start to see things like subsidies on essential items or essential commodities, as he were, or even price control. That argument has been had once or twice rather, in different fora. Architect, your thoughts on that?
dirty word. Let's first of all be clear. In the United States, which is one of the world's great agricultural producers, they subsidize food. As a matter of fact, it's rare for you to be able to starve in the US. You might be homeless. You might lack the latest PlayStation 5. You might not have the latest clothes, but you will eat because there's going to be somewhere set up in that society where you can go and get a free, nutritious meal. So subsidizing agricultural inputs is a way to go. It's certainly better than the subsidy on the salaries and allowances of what I consider to be a rapacious ruling class in Nigeria. That is Nigeria's biggest and most wasteful subsidy. Instead, subsidize agriculture. But again, what I said about the palliative, it's about organizing the manner and means by which the subsidies are implemented. The risk that has often occurred is those subsidy programs become abused by certain people, connected people, when they now become means by which people want to affect people negatively. So indeed, subsidize agricultural input, subsidize agricultural equipment, subsidize processes along that agricultural value chain. But there must be very close monitoring and regulation of those subsidies, and there must be utmost transparency. A lot of the problem is that there's insufficient transparency, and that is what leads to imminent abuse. I believe in subsidizing agricultural input. Every Nigerian should have option of getting a nutritious meal twice to thrice a day as a minimum. And there's no reason why not. We are living at the equator almost with arable land all around us. And we have energetic, youthful populations and intellect that can transform our agricultural produce to value around the world. There is no excuse for food to be expensive in this country, except that the management of the process in the hands of a rapacious ruling class has been left careless. So, yes, subsidize agricultural input, monitor those who are getting what. Don't have a situation like we had in the last administration where billions of naira went on loans that I understand are not being able to be retrieved. It's inexcusable. If you take an aerial picture of the hay, you have very beautiful things. You have flowers and all that. They have made it so that agriculture is a major part of not just their economy, but their national identity. Nigeria should be one such country. And it is absolutely possible because we have the brains. As long as we apply our brains and eliminate the elements of corruption, we can do this.
Now, let's circle back to you, Mr. Adebola. We bring in the CBN in this, at this point right now. Last month, we saw them raise the monetary policy rate by 50 basis points from 26.25% to 26.75%. So would you say that it has had some sort of, if you like, impact in, inflationary expectations per se? And also, how can the CBN optimize the tools at its disposal to support price stability and, to further drive down what we see now as the current prices?
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to say that CBN is actually performing its own role as monetary authority. And as a monetary authority, what they need to do is to put in place monetary policy that is going to encourage stability in the economy. As far as CBN is concerned, what they did is actually conventional all over the world. That when the inflation rate is going up, you tend to increase interest rates. And while you increase interest rates, you are going to make government securities to be attractive in terms of risk-free investment, to be attractive. And that is what we actually reduce the money in circulation. Thereby, they will use that to tame the inflation. However, this can be effective in a situation where we have demand pull inflation. But in the situation that we have here, I have said it earlier, that the kind of inflation that we're having in Nigeria now is not demand pull inflation. It's actually cost push inflation. And as a result of this, you will see that despite the fact that CBN has been increasing MPR, you still see that the inflation is going up. Although recently we have the drop in inflation rate, which we have mentioned the cause of it because we are in the harvest season. So what CBN is doing is right, but what we need now to do is now to do other things apart from our monetary policy. And don't forget that during the last MPC meeting, the CBN governor even emphasized that there is no magic wand, that increasing monetary policy rate is not the only way to combat inflation, which is actually correct and adequate. So we need now to put other measures in place that is going to bring the inflation down. Some of them, Architect Bosmo has mentioned most of them that we need to do. But beyond that, we need to harmonize our monetary policy and fiscal policy to make sure that we address this inflation and also the causal factors of the inflation. We need to actually address those issues. When we do that, then we are going to have the inflation rate coming down. As we said earlier, most of the drivers of the inflation rate are just food prices and energy prices. That is, the PMS price of PMS and price of AGO and others. Those are the ones causing this the inflation. And of course, you know that the insecurity is the pivoting factor that is actually affecting the food price, high food prices that we have in Nigeria. So as we have now that CBN, by its own role, as is empowered by CBN Act, is doing what it's supposed to do. Ordinarily, that's what it's supposed to do. You cannot fold your hands, seeing inflation rate going up without doing anything to interest rate. They have to do that by increasing the interest rate in such a way that is going to reduce, money in circulation, so as not to cause demand pull inflation. However, just like Architect Bosman said, that we need to actually tackle the problem of food that we have in Nigeria. One, by what he said, is government need to subsidize agricultural inputs. When we are talking about input, it's not about buying tractors alone. What about improved seedlings? Research has made it to let us know that there are some cassava which you can grow within 6 months. It will get to maturity. We need to distribute that to all our farmers in such a way that within a year, we'll be able to produce enough food for ourselves. And also, government, we have so many rivers all over the country. What is happening to irrigation? Even during dry season, government can actually provide irrigation for farmers in different parts of the country in which we can also grow our food. And again, government can also make available credit to these farmers. Some of them want to actually embark on large-scale farming, but because they don't have credit, channel to them, some of the money that government is channeling to agriculture probably is not getting to the base. And when we are talking about the base, we are talking about the subsistence farmer. And when this subsistence farmer can actually increase their productivity, they are going to see that the aggregate food production is going to increase. And not that alone, government can also encourage the farmer to form clusters by which government can reach out to them. Some of them can come together in terms of cooperatives, in terms of association, and through this government can reach them and subsidize, the farm inputs beyond tractors and all other fertilizers that they are giving them. Some of the soils that we have in Nigeria are already fertile, so you don't even need all these inorganic fertilizer to make them to produce. But how about other farm inputs? Improved seedlings, as I mentioned, credit to farmers in which they can join forces together to increase their production. All these things government can do, and that will make the food production to be easier for farmers in Nigeria.
All right, let's get your final thoughts, Architect Bozimo, as we close. What do you see, in your view, that is, the trend, pertaining for us in the near future? This current, headline inflation slowing, the impact it's having currently. What do you think our prospects going forward would be as a country's economic growth prospects? And of course, future opportunities arising from it. What do you think they would be in your view? Very quickly, in a few words.
I've always felt that there's a time gap between any policy and its effect. And the presidency has always said they are doing things and we'll see the results. I do not know whether this is a false dawn, whether this is indeed the beginning of reduced inflation and other indices. But I think managing the economy takes more than a few knee-jerk reactions or pronouncements. It needs calm heads and tested process. As it stands, I think one report is not yet enough to be a trend. I'd like to see maybe a quarter worth of reports that are giving us a direction one way or the other before I could say, hey, we're on the right track or not. But there are so many variables: exchange rate, insecurity, the use of new technology and seedlings, as Mr. Adebola said. There are many things that have to come in. I think the country is in still for a very cautious ride. Let's be hopeful, but very, very watchful. Thank you very much.
Indeed, very much. Architect Bozimo there, giving us his thoughts on what he thinks the prospects would be. Architect Bozimo is a policy analyst. He's joined us on the program this morning. Very many thanks, Architect Tebi Bozimo. Also having joined us this morning is Mr. Peter Adebola. He is the managing director of Edgefield Capital Management Limited. That's a trading license holder of the Nigerian Exchange Limited, a participating institution of the NASD PLC, and a dealing member firm of Lagos Commodities and Futures Exchange. Many thanks, Mr. Adebola, for joining us on the program this morning. We have been talking about Nigeria's inflation curve and asking the critical question as to whether or not this signifies a turning point for us. Our headline inflation slowed down for the first time in almost 2 years to lower food prices, driven by mainly harvest and base effects. So across the country, there have been a few significant declines in prices, and this, of course, would bode well for most households, particularly lower income earners, as you were. And the guests have spoken quite, insightfully and extensively about some of the causative factors, as well as some of the immediate or ongoing mitigation measures put in place by the federal government, and the futuristic outlook of all the above, including or rather some of the measures, including energy crisis, supply issues, which was highlighted as one of the challenges. And then, of course, the culture of palliative, which, Architect Bozimo spoke about, which is also part of what the government is doing. Then, of course, as I mentioned, they spoke about the futuristic outlook of all of these put together. But of course, be that as it may, we can only hope that this would indeed signify the beginning of glad tidings for Nigeria, or if you like, the beginning of a turning point for Nigerian households. That's Market Insight this morning, but we would not leave without giving you an update on what is happening at the FX market. So the Naira on the official markets trading to the US dollars at 1,515 Naira, to the pound sterling 1,999 Naira, to the euro at 1,709 Naira. On the parallel market, it's trading at 1,590 Naira, 2,068 Naira to the pound sterling, and 1,762 Naira to the euro. So there is your update. Make of the information what you see fit. Many thanks again for joining us. I am David Chiedo. Until tomorrow, do keep a date with us here on SOUQ News Television. Good morning.
annual social cultural festival with the splendor and grandeur of the Ijebus on display at Ijebu-Ode, the capital city of Ijebuland. It is a nexus of cultural and sartorial elegance, social grace, and evocative dance steps that has attracted indigenous as well as local and foreign tourists over the years. It is a celebration of the enduring age-group system called Regbe, platform of cultural identity and unity of the Ijebus, including those in the diaspora. From its origin in the 1880s as an Islamic faithful Salah message and visit to the Awujale of Ijebuland, the Ojude Oba festival has transformed into an all-indigenous celebration filled with fun and laughter. I shall be looking at the economic and tourist attractions and potentials of this festival in view of its increasing global patronage and attention it is receiving right now. Credit for the transformative feats of social engineering concerning the Ojude Oba festival must go to His Royal Majesty Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetono Ogbagba II, since ascending the throne of his forefathers in 1960. It is a case of an iconic traditional ruler creating an iconic legacy. This year's edition of Ojude Oba Festival was estimated to have attracted over 2 million people and several more millions of a global audience. The social media was agog in transmitting the grandeur of the occasion. As is usual, Ijebu-Ode experienced vehicular and human traffic gridlock, especially in the city center, where the Palace of the Awujale and the Palace Annex hosting the event are located. It is a measure of the economic derivative of the celebration of Ojude Oba that all hotels in Ijebu-Ode and environs were fully booked from Saturday, June 15, 2024 through to June 28 to Wednesday 19th, the day after. Food and drinks vendors also made boom sales, catering for the teeming patrons at the celebration. At the venue of the celebration, opposite the palace, the Awujale was resplendent in the majesty of his royal regalia, supported by other traditional rulers in Ijebu land, with Governor Dapo Abiodun of Ogun State, also an Ijebu, adorned in a desired native dress of sunshine colors that stood him out as a sartorial connoisseur. But then, in all good things, there are few contrary people sold to skepticism and negativism. The 2024 Ojude Oba Festival attracted such people who erroneously and mischievously described it as a fashion jamboree of no consequence to the welfare of the hosts and the environment. These skeptics and critics wondered why the Regberegbes should not offer scholarships, build health centers, and construct roads and boreholes. Some people even dismissed the Regberegbes outing at Ojude Oba Festival as a wasteful fashion extravaganza. In their anger, they wondered what a hell is this Ojude Oba Festival? What an empty hype. The coordinator of the 2024 Ojude Oba Festival, Chief Fasi Yusuf, told journalists that the Regberegbe had not only been feeding the people and educated the youths, as it were, but have also been providing infrastructural facilities. He described the Regberegbes as interventionist development agents, citing such instances of their interventions to include the 20 million naira renovation of the male surgical ward at the State Hospital in Ijebu-Ode, renovation of Nigerian Police Area Command Ekpeba, Ijebu-Ode, and building of police posts in different parts of the city. The 108-page Ojude Oba Festival 2024 brochure listed some of the other activities engaged by the various Regberegbes, as the resuscitation of the moribund School of Nursing and Midwifery Ijebu-Ode, scholarships to indigent students, construction of 4 blocks of classrooms at Omu Ajose Comprehensive High School, and 3 classroom blocks at Imososi Primary School, Agoiwoye. Other activities include the rehabilitation of roads, provision of boreholes and solar street lights, support to orphanages, homes, and homes for special needs, and free medical services for indigents. Chief Fasi Yusuf, who is the Bagbeamer of Ijebu-Ode and Secretary to the Awujale Council of Chiefs, stressed that it had become imperative to enlighten skeptics about the extensive ramifications of the Regberegbes as a unique, populist, social, cultural, economic platform where services were provided for the community and also for members. He pointed out that the Regberegbes had become unifying and uplifting platforms with the enhancement of the well-being of members, financial and health-wise, considered collective responsibilities of the age group, where investment loans, payment of hospital bills of sick members, and donation to families of deceased members are made. Talking personally and professionally after my private investigation, interaction, and discussion, I will say categorically clearly that the glees and colors associated with the Ojuodoba festival is outside the ranks of any cultural festival in Nigeria. What Nigeria advertises to the world in Ojuodoba is cultural elegance and communal cohesion. It is this cultural elegance that is being proposed as a tourism potential and strength for Ojuodoba Festival as a major global tourist destination. For instance, Morocco, Africa's top tourism destination with 13.2 million tourists in 2023, has its vibrant culture as its selling point. Egypt, which is placed second with 11.5 million tourists, has its ancient wonders of the pyramid and the Valley of Kings as its attraction. While for 8th place Kenya, with 2.6 million tourists, the premium is its wildlife safaris. Nigeria, ranked 68th in the World Tourism Index, attracted only 518,000 tourists in 2021 from the latest figures available from the United Nations World Tourism Organization. This demands that Nigeria needs to create and promote a tourism policy and strategy with a properly packaged Ojuodoba Festival as a potential tourism money spinner to tap into the gold mine of its 1.3 billion global tourists in 2023 that generated revenues of $4 trillion, according to the United Nations World Tourism Organization. The Ojuodoba Festival should be funded, supported, and promoted to rank with the world's leading tourism destinations. These destinations include Disney World in Florida, in the United States of America, California, also in America, Cancun in Mexico, the safaris in Kenya, Paradise Fund in Mauritius, the aquatic jewel of the Indian Ocean, and the historic Colosseum in Rome, Italy. We in Nigeria need to appreciate and celebrate our culture as our patriotic, passionate contribution to global tourism. And the Ojuodoba Festival is such a sellable cultural event. My name is Bayo Olaoye.
The city of Lagos, the commercial capital of Nigeria, is always bubbling with colorful events, especially during the weekends. One of such events was presented by fashion designer A.O. Afrique as he launched the 8th edition of All White Groove at Freedom Park, Lagos Island, with the theme Groove Meets Fashion.
I feel special today. I feel wonderful. I feel fulfilled. Thank God we did not postpone.
The heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Welcome to the news update on SOUQ News Television. I am Lavina Emma. The federal government has settled 205 billion naira out of the 1.3 trillion naira owed to generation companies, GenCos, to improve liquidity in the power sector. Minister of Power Adebayo Adelabu disclosed this during an oversight visit to the House of Representatives in Abuja. He urged lawmakers to pressure the executive to continue payments, emphasizing that this effort is part of the administration's strategy to stabilize the power supply across the country. Adelabu also highlighted ongoing challenges within Nigeria's power infrastructure, including outdated transformers and a significant metering gap. He noted that the recent improvements in electricity supply are not due to seasonal factors but results from deliberate actions taken by the government, including the near completion of the Siemens project pilot phase. These efforts aim to address the sector's long-standing issues and ensure sustainable progress. In the energy sector, the federal government has compensated the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, for selling premium motor spirit, PMS, at half the landing cost, with the difference referred to as shortfall. Alhaji Umar Ajiya, the Chief Financial Officer of NNPCL, disclosed this while presenting the company's 2023 full-year results in Abuja, where it recorded a profit of 3.3 trillion naira. Ajiya highlighted that for the past 9 months, NNPCL has been managing PMS imports without disbursing any subsidies to marketers. Ajiya clarified that no payments have been made to the marketers under the guise of subsidies, and any shortfall between landing and selling prices is reconciled directly with the government. Adedapo Shegun, Executive Vice President of Downstream at NNPCL, further addressed concerns about alleged $6.8 billion debt, explaining that the actual outstanding amount is lower and the company's open credit arrangements with PMS suppliers remain intact. The Lagos State Governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, and Ogun State Governor, Dapo Abiodun, have declared today, August 20, 2024, as Work-Free Day to celebrate Isheshe Day. This decision was communicated through official circulars emphasizing the commitment to support traditional institutions and preserve the Yoruba cultural heritage. The Lagos State circular, signed by the head of service, Bode Aguru, highlighted the significance of the Isheshe celebration for public servants. Similarly, Ogun State has reiterated its dedication to religious inclusivity and cultural harmony through the Work-Free Day announcement. The state governments urge traditional worshippers to celebrate responsibly, respecting the rights of others to maintain religious tolerance. Isheshe Day, observed annually on August 20 across 4 southwest states, Lagos, Oyo, Osun, and Ogun, honors traditional religious practices of the Yoruba people. The recognition of this day, first advocated by the Lagos State Council of Obas and Chiefs, serves as a reminder of the importance of preserving the indigenous Yoruba culture and its spiritual heritage. In immigration policies, Singapore will revise salary benchmarks for employment pass EP applications effective 1st January 2025, with renewals impacted from 1st July 2025. Under the Compass framework, candidates must meet the 65th percentile salary, with qualifying salaries to rise to 5,600 Singapore dollars for general sectors and 6,200 Singapore dollars for financial services. These changes could limit entry-level opportunities for foreign professionals, making it more challenging to secure an EP in Singapore. The revisions aim to create a more competitive job market, potentially increasing the emphasis on hiring Singaporeans for mid-level positions. The new salary benchmark reflects the government's commitment to aligning foreign talent acquisition with local salary standards, impacting companies' ability to hire senior foreign professionals and restricting entry-level access to foreign talent. United States Vice President Kamala Harris has proposed increasing the corporate tax rate from 21% to 28% if she wins against Republican rival Donald Trump in the upcoming November election. Her campaign spokesperson, James Singer, stated that this adjustment aims to put money back in the pockets of working people and ensure that billionaires and large corporations contribute fairly. This proposal comes as a response to Trump's previous tax cuts, which reduced the corporate tax rate from 35% to 21% and is set to expire next year. The Committee for Responsible Federal Budget estimates that Harris' proposed tax hike could reduce the U.S. deficit by $1 trillion over a decade. Changes to tax policy would require congressional approval, with both the Senate and the House of Representatives contested in the November election. Harris has also pledged not to raise taxes on individuals earning $400,000 or less annually, and her broader economic plans include cutting taxes for most Americans, combating price gouging, and increasing affordable housing initiatives. And in the financial markets, gold prices have remained near record highs on Tuesday as investors awaited key U.S. Federal Reserve minutes and Chair Jerome Powell's upcoming speech for clues on potential rate cuts. Spot gold was flat at $2,503, while just below its all-time high of $2,509 on Friday. The U.S. gold futures were nearly unchanged at $2,540. IG market strategist Yip Junrong has noted that gold prices have steadied in the Asian session, with expectations for the metal to continue its upward trend towards $2,665. This year's gold rally has moved up over 20% and is fueled by speculation of federal rate cuts, robust central bank purchases and safe haven demand, and Middle East tensions, with the federal rates anticipated to lower rates by 25 basis points at each of its remaining meetings in 2024, and the US dollar near a 7-month low. Gold's appeal in a low-interest environment remains strong. Investors are closely watching the Fed's July meetings and Powell's Jackson Hole Symposium speech for further guidance. Meanwhile, holdings in the SP-Doral Gold Trust have reached a 7-month high at 859 tons on Monday. And that's all on the news update at this hour. Do stay tuned for other interesting programs on SOUQ News Television. I am Lavina Emma.
Hi, thanks for joining us. My name is DJ Taro, and I'm honored today to speak to the legendary, the iconic Idris Abdul Karim. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much, Jane.
It's so we're having a conversation that's in my head I was supposed to have with you in the last 5 to 6 years, but I'm happy that you're here now.
Good.
I want to have your take on a number of issues, and just indulge me. First, with the success of Afrobeats, in the last 3 to 4 years, that we had our Afrobeat entertainers become world stars as opposed to just Nigerian stars. How does that make you feel, one, as a consumer of Nigerian music, and then two, as a pioneer who was at the beginning of this thing that we are now enjoying?
It's a beautiful thing, I remember back then, not everybody would like to listen to the new generation song, which is called Afrobeat now. We used to call it Afro hip hop back then, But to God be the glory with the help of people like Kenny Ogungbe, D1, Chris Oboti, a couple of other people in the industry who gave their platform for hip-hop to become what it's Afrobeat today. We have the likes of Davido, Burna Boy, Wizkid, and all that. The revolution that actually led to that was basically what happened between me and 50 Cent. Most times Nigerians, through the multinationals and even the governments, don't appreciate their own. You see a multinational try to sell their products with our music, but they don't respect our artists. I can categorically tell you that back then, when 50 Cent was invited to Nigeria, I remember how Nigerian artists were chased from the backstage just because 50 Cent wanted to come to backstage. So what is the essence of you inviting 50 Cent from America to come to Nigeria and perform alongside with our own artists when you're supposed to allow them to, meet and greet and get to understand how the industry works, how American business work and all that. But you rather chase your own artists and treat them like animals.
2004, right? The American rapper 50 Cent was invited to Nigeria to have a concert, at 4 city concerts, right?
That's right.
And then they had done the first one.
That's right.
And then the second one, the artists and everybody was supposed to board, and the news that we heard was Idris done the 50 Cent, and it became this huge deal that 50 Cent had to cut the show short and then moved. I've heard the game, Young Buck, a number of other people tell the story from their own perspective.
One of the most craziest experiences that I've had, Nigeria, Lagos, Nigeria. We was on a plane. We was on one plane. We had chartered this one big plane for everybody who's on the whole entire show. One of the guys felt like we were 50 was sitting in his seat, right? And the guy had, made a big scene like, yo. And security was like telling them, yo, you sitting in 50 seat, chill, can you get up or whatnot. So the security kind of probably, took it as if, he finna, yo, bro, what's going on? So he grabbed him, roughed him up, and, like, yo, man, hold on, and walked him on up off the plane. I don't know who that dude was.
What happened, man?
We're on the airplane runway about to take off. All of a sudden, I just see one, it's like a movie. I just see a dude standing in the middle of the runway, walking towards the plane while the plane is taking off. Man, guess what the plane did? Stopped.
They didn't necessarily know who Idris was, because there was no, like you said, there was no mingling between the artists at the time. But they knew that this was a guy that, number one, was buff. You know that he wasn't a pushover. And then this guy was visibly angry. And they just, they were afraid for their life. But of course, we know that wasn't what it was supposed to be. But I've read 50 Cent's book, right? And 50 says he was offered $4 million to do that show. How much were you paid? The other people on the roster, did they get as much as you? Not to now compare with the $4 million that 50 got.
In 2004, I was in Germany with my crew, and I was invited to perform alongside with 50 Cent. That was a month after Wyclef came through Guinness, and we know it was a marketing strategy between the two multinationals. So I told them that, listen, if you're inviting me to play alongside with 50 Cent, whatever it is that you're giving 50 Cent, that's what you're going to give me. If you're giving 50 Cent an executive room in any 7-star hotel, I want my room to be opposite 50 Cent. If you're giving 50 Cent 25 babes, you must give me 25 babes.
Right.
If you're giving 50 Cent 25 carton of Cristal, Dom Perignon, whatever it is that you're giving 50 Cent, I want the same. Because Nigerians are the one buying the shares. Nigerians are the one drinking the beers. And it is our music that you're using to sell your products without royalties. I was the highest paid artist on that show. I got 1.5 million naira per show for the first time.
Right.
Then an artist was going to be paid that much. And it was 6 shows. I told them that whatever it is you're giving 50 Cent, that's what you're going to give me. And they said, okay, no problem. We have a deal. Waited for them to put the write-up together so I can sign. They never did. But they credited my account.
Right.
Just normal Nigerian style, believing that, okay, you will come for the show and all that. So, well, as a street boy, I had an agreement with you. I stand by my agreement. The first show was at the TBS. So I was at the backstage with my crew, E-Money, KC, Ayani Marshall, Tony 1 Week, Daddy Shoki. Everybody was at backstage. And all of a sudden, the security came and said, you all have to leave the backstage. And they created one canopy. There was no AC in the canopy. And they now pushed all Nigerian artists. You needed to see that day, man. Treated Nigerian artists like animals. And I felt like, no, man, this is not going to happen to me. It was 50 Cent security that was leading the Nigerians security. We're like, hey, you, what are you doing at the backstage? You got to get the F out of that sleep. I was like, excuse me, who are you, man? I don't know who you are. So yeah, 50 Cent is coming backstage. So why should I leave? I'm performing along 50 Cent You know, so why should I leave? I'm Idris Abdul Karim. What's the problem? And it was like, no, we don't want anybody. I said, you can't do nothing. I'm staying right here. So he went back to the organizer, and the organizer was like, woo. So he said, no, leave him alone. Don't go there. You know, they knew exactly what they were doing.
So you already pressed at that point, like, why are you treating us like this?
That's what's up.
So this was at the Lagos
It happened at the Lagos show, at TBS, you know, right here. A lot of the Nigerian artists had to call these multinationals and I begged them to be on bill for the show. You understand what I'm saying? So I was the highest paid at that moment. You know, so I said, no, man, I ain't leaving. So 50 Cent came, you know, with his crew and all that, you know, and they went on stage and performed, and it sprayed 100 Naira notes, new 100 Naira notes, you know, in the crowd, and the crowd thought it was dollars. You know, funny enough, some stories that you don't know is that approximately about 5 people died that night. The Nigerian bureaus covered it up. People were raped, phones were stolen, and they covered it up with the press. So basically, you know, got to the airport around 8 o'clock, waited for 50 Cent and his crew for almost 2 hours, 30 minutes. And they finally came. I was seated on the business class and walked up to me and said, yeah, you got to get the fuck out of that seat. That's 50 Cent's seat. And I was like, excuse me, we don't speak fuck in Africa. I don't know what fuck is all about. My name is Idris Abdul Karim. I sold 4.6 million copies in a pirated country. Why don't you come tell me how the American market works? The reason why we're all happy you're here is because we want to learn from you. You know, get to know you and learn how the American market works. And he went back downstairs to speak with the organizer. I was watching the organizers and they were like, you know, they don't know. You know, so he came back and said, yo, we just spoke with the organizer and they said they don't fucking know who you are. Before I know what's up, man, they attacked me.
So the security kind of probably, you know, took it as if, he finna, yo, bro, what's going on? So he grabbed him, roughed him up, and, you know, like, yo, man, hold on, and walked him on up off the plane.
About 12 of them, they attacked me. Then my boys came from the economic class, so Malo, everybody, you know, to come and, you know. And meanwhile, Nigerian artists were there. They were all like,
everybody was close.
While they were coming in, a lot of them were even saying that it's into they do. Waiting being problem, sir. It's what they do. Meanwhile, they were not on the bill of the show. They were called to beg to be on the show.
Right.
So the slave mentality is still, you know, my guy rescued me, and funny enough, DJ T, if you remember DJ T, was recording everything that happened, how they attacked me.
DJ T has
he has the footage. You know, so he kept it. And immediately that happened, you know, I just went to the door and jammed the door, you know, and the pilot was like, oh, guys, I'm not going anywhere. I don't know what the hell is going on. And I was like, yo, Fiti, I'm performing alongside with you and you disrespect me. I could have been in America and do the same to you. I know what would have happened. You know what I mean? And it was like, they never told us they were artists in the plane. You know, they told us they were workers in the plane. It's like, okay.
So the organizers told 50 Cent and his crew that
there was no artists.
Are not artists. No.
Yes, that there were workers who basically just wanted to follow the...
Right.
It's like, they finally opened the door and they said everybody should get down. So I came down and the Nigerian Bureau's organizers, the chairman, Chief Odumegu, he walked up to me and was like, Idris, we're sorry, it was our fault that we didn't do the necessity and all that. But 50 Cent asked you to come and have a handshake so we can move to... I was like, no, man, I'm not doing that.
Why did you feel strongly like that, even when you wanted to
because,
have a handshake?
Because from the beginning, they knew exactly what they were doing. And for me, that was a revolution. That was a fight to rescue my people from slavery. I know it was going to affect my career, but I'm going to be a hero for the rest of my life. And I had to take that risk for Africa. Stop treating us like animals. We have talent, we have content, we're just like the Americans. The reason why Americans are what they are is because their leaders created a beautiful platform for them. From the politicians to the multinationals, to everybody in different platforms. So it is our own responsibility to do the same for ourselves.
So it's been 20 years since that time. The music industry has experienced an explosion like none other.
That's right.
You are older now, right? You are not as active as say you were, you know, in your prime. But do you feel a sense of betrayal looking back now, like people that are benefiting now don't understand what I had to give up? And at the time, were there active people that were trying to blacklist you?
Oh, of course. For me, it was a revolution.
You thought of it like, I'm going to do this for a cause?
Yes.
Or you just wanted to make a statement right now?
No, for a cause. Right. For Nigerian artists to be respected and to be paid very well. And it finally happened. Without that revolution, there wouldn't have been the Burna Boy, the video. They wouldn't have been benefiting whatever it is that they are benefiting now.
Does it offend you? Does it hurt you? Do you feel betrayed when these stars now look at their own personal stories and how they've been successful and go like, nobody paved the way?
Oh, because they are selfish. Because they've never gone through a time before in their life. They never knew what it took Baba Kekeke Ogungbe to give us platform at that time when everybody was saying that no, rap music or Afro music will never be what it is. That no, go back to the studio and record Juju music. Go back to the studio, record Fuji music. Where are you from? Go back and sing your dialect. But this was a beautiful new song. It was Afro hip hop, which is called Afrobeat today.
There's a tendency for people to be fixated on Idris, what Idris is saying, how Idris is sounding, or Idris fought with 50 Cent, or Idris did Nigeria Jaga Jaga. To me, I think it removes sometimes from the quality work that you've done, right? And we're talking about with the remedies with you as a solo artist. Do you look back on your discography and wish was produced at a different time? Are you happy with what you were able to do for yourself with Eddie, with Kenny Music, and with La Cream and every other thing that you've done? Do you think you came at the right time, or would you have preferred to have come like now that it's easier to make music and easier to
I came at the right time. If I didn't come at the right time, I wouldn't have revolutionized the industry. Today, there wouldn't have been what we have today.
That's how you feel?
Oh, yes. The point is that it was 21 years ago that I sang Nigeria Jaga Jaga. And it took Nigerians 21 years to understand the meaning of Jaga Jaga because they have started feeling the heat. Nigerians forget easily. But now, you don't hit everybody. Now, people, before, they dance to the beats. But now they listen to the lyrics like, oh, okay, this is what Idris was saying 21 years ago. Even Obasanjo himself has become the chief campaigner of Jaga Jaga today. He said, my papa and my mama Jaga Jaga, but funny enough, he's my father. So Obasanjo is the real Jaga Jaga. He's the problem of Nigeria. He's the one that put us to where we are today. Thank God I've been vindicated.
You feel like you...
Oh, vindication sweet me. During Goodluck Jonathan, fuel was 180 naira. Buhari came and took it to 350. Tinubu came and skyrocketed it to what? 700 naira. During Goodluck Jonathan, dollar was 189. Buhari came and took it to 320. Tinubu came, skyrocketed to 1,200.
So for you,
how much is spaghetti during Goodluck Jonathan? It was 60 naira. During Buhari, became 130 naira. Now, spaghetti is 800 naira. That's 200%. Impoverished Nigerians, doing everything possible to make people go crazy and sad. So if you hate the truth, it's because you're eating from the government. They say you don't talk where you eat. Of course, that is the principle.
So for you, are you content to be the... I mean, there's a song that you mentioned, that Two-Face at the time did a song that said he wanted to be like Obasanjo. But me, I won't be like Fela and Nicola.
Why do you want to be like Obasanjo, somebody that sent somebody to kill and wiped out the OOD?
I mean, I'm sure that was talking in a certain context.
It doesn't matter. You have to take your time to know exactly what you are talking about to want to be like somebody.
But you want to be like Fela?
Most definitely.
With all of the criticisms that Fela had?
Most definitely.
It's not a problem for you?
Oh no, most definitely, because I know they lied against him.
Which one of them again? Which lie did they lie?
Not today. That he had AIDS when we know they killed him.
That's how you feel about
Please, guy. Watch out for the documentary. Idris is coming to expose a lot of things to you guys. Dede Mabiaku will tell you much about Fela Anikulapo Kuti. Bro, it's a saddening situation we find ourselves in this country. Immediately, you are a person that speaks the truth. Just know that you are the enemy of the state. They will create lies on your head. But who gives a damn when God loves you for speaking the truth? I'm an ambassador to God. I am satisfied. I am happy. Nowhere you go that they play Nigeria, Jaga, you won't see everybody stand up and start dancing. People are feeling the heat. Jaga will stop raining the day Nigeria becomes a great country.
Nobody can accuse Idris Abdulkarim of not saying his mind, right? Whatever, either in song, either through your social media, you say it's how you feel it. Do you feel like that often makes people want to stay away, like, nah, Idris on too much, or you don't care once you get your truth off?
Anybody that hates the truth is the enemy of the state. Funny enough, most of the enemy of the state are part of the state. You can imagine that after DJ T recorded everything that happened, Charlie Boy was the P-Man president at that time. And he came to the airport, and his responsibility was to take that off and fight for the artists. But he went behind and collected money from Nigerian bureaus to blacklist me.
Do you know that for a fact? Or
Are you kidding me?
You know that for a fact?
Are you kidding me? Where is the tape? Ask Mr. The DJ T. Ask now, DJ T will tell you that the tape is with Charlie Boy. So he used it to negotiate. Now today we did for Nigeria. We don't know what's in the apple. I say it all the time. It's all over the internet. I'm not scared to say my truth.
That's right.
There are a lot of truth that I haven't even said. Because I'm waiting for the right time to say those things. So I'm coming up with documentary very, very soon to expose a lot of things.
It's interesting that you mentioned that there's a documentary in the works. So typically, it appears like for the last 20 to 25 years of Afrobeats, there hasn't been much storytelling, deliberate curation of this period,
That's
you
right.
can count how many people have done books.
That's right.
I've done 2 books.
That's right.
Right. There's been only 2 documentaries, and you have all of these icons and legends that are growing old by the day. How do you think that we as Nigerians should invest our time and resources into curating the stories for history and then for posterity?
Yes, most times you flash back and get to understand that even in our schools today, history has been taken off the curriculum because it was intentional for a lot of people not to understand their history in order not to stand up and fight for it. How would you do that to your citizens? How would you do that to your own citizens? Just because of the bad things that you have done, you don't want Nigerians to know, so they don't wake up and revolutionize against you tomorrow. Right. So my advice for individuals is never lie to yourself. Stand up, appreciate yourself, unite, forget about religion and tribal sentiment. Unite in any group that you are, in any platform that you represent, in any government that you represent. Stand up and know your right and fight for your right. Invest also in your right. Invest in everything that you all do. Unite together and speak in one voice. If not, forget it.
Them say I fight 50 cents. See them out, them just say and anyhow. Them say I run go exile. Mr. President catch you, he go flog you. For your information, they met Mr. President 101 inside SOUQ. Them say I don't go make 'em again. Them say I ain't got no game. And this music I'm back again. Take a head, D1. Them say I don't like government because they treat my people anyhow. Them say they don't give me show, they won't see how rude boy won't survive. Me travel to America and Canada, Asian, Caribbean, South Africa. Met you in the Soviet, you were doing it right. Now I'm back home, black and with feeling inside. But my friends will love me, I thank you well. Idris is back again.
Is this something that you are looking at doing yourself? Because you have a very strong voice, you have stronger convictions. Why don't we put it to things that can put you in a position to act on the things that you are convinced of?
Oh, most definitely. I will at the right time. Right. If your music has no content, then the lifespan of that music is 3 months. You have to go back to the studio to record another stupid music.
I think
and you go back again after 3 months, after that one don't rain finish, to record. But Jaga Jaga is still raining. Mr. Lecturer, BBC had to send Kiki to go into the campus to find out if it was true that lecturers were actually harassing the girls. But you saw what happened. You saw the fact. Lecturers were caught red-handed.
Right. And this was
harassing girls. About. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Jaga Jaga in itself, I know that it was inspired by certain things, but was it you rebelling against, leadership at the time? Was it you being, like Jesus said, the ghetto reporter, just reporting what's happening on the streets? But was that how you felt about the country of your birth, that has given you everything? Do you feel, or did you feel at the time that it was Jaga Jaga? So let me tell the world that it's Jaga Jaga. Or was there a bigger message that you tried to pass across with it?
I was nominated to raise the Olympic torch alongside with Professor Pat Utomi, Dora Akinyuli, late, may her soul rest in peace. May you continue to rest in peace, Mommy, we love you. Larry Izamuje, Shegun Odegbami, and a few other people,
Now, time now to go on to KK, live at the airport as he welcomes back Nigeria's contingent from carrying the Olympic torch.
But for the Olympics is right around the corner, and we have some Nigerians that represented Nigeria in Cairo, making things happen for Nigeria.
Because this is the first time Nigerians are participating in Olympic torch relay. And the very first time the torch is touching base on Africa.
Let's check out Idris Abdul Karim, Nigerian music legend. Tell the young people the feeling.
It's good, you know what I'm saying? What I just want to say is whatever you want to do, keep your head up. Don't let no one brings you down. You can actually achieve anything you want to achieve.
And we got to Egypt and we are all together in the same hotel. And late Dora Akinyuli was like, my son, how did you get here? I said, Mr. Lecturer got me here. He said, oh, Mr. Lecturer. I said, oh, wait a minute. The song, Mr. Lecturer. I said, yes. I said, oh, wow. People are observing things. People are observing situations. This is huge. Please put up more songs like that out there. Don't be scared of anybody. Make sure you speak the truth, whether anybody likes it or not.
And this was,
during lunch.
Yeah, speaking this to you.
Yeah. And Professor Patutomi said the same thing to me and encouraged me. Same thing with Shegun Odegbami. We grew up in Kano together, And it was like, oh, I'm very proud of you. So the next day, while the torch, passing started, Professor Patutomi from 20 meter collected the torch and it ran towards me. And I was so emotional that day. He was crying. I knew he started crying from the moment
you got it.
I didn't know what was going through his mind. I couldn't tell. But when he got to me, I saw that he has been crying. And he passed the torch to me and he said, my son, I'm passing my generation to your generation. Bro, are you kidding me?
That's a heavy statement.
It's automatically telling me that I'm giving you an authority to go and speak on behalf of Nigerians. That is your field as a musician. So you can change the country with your music and speak the truth, whether anybody likes it or not. And I was like, wow. I cried. I couldn't help it. So I ran and, dropped my, touch to the next person, which is from another country, And I went back to the hotel that day. I went to take my shower. Then I did my ablution and I did my salat. If I want to talk to my God, I have to do my salat and my prayers and say, yo, God, I want to go into fasting. This is what I want to do. Please show me the way. Tell me what to do. So I started the fasting the next day. And after 7 days, we got back to Lagos. I slept and the word was Nigeria Jaga Jaga.
That's how you heard it?
Oh, yes. And I stood up immediately, pick up my phone. Right. Nigeria Jaga Jaga. Nigeria Jaga Jaga. Then I look at everything scatter. Poor man, they suffer. Bosa. Gunshot in the air. And immediately, I called Soso, I called Chris Okoro, and we hit the studio.
Right.
And I recorded Nigeria Jaga Jaga. You heard Obasanjo say, you see this chair? It's over my dead body. That's how Obasanjo encouraged gangsterism in politics. That is how he encouraged corruption in politics. Today, it has evolved all over politicians.
There are people from your era, some people that you are friendly with.
Yes.
The late great Steve Kadri.
Yeah.
The late OJB.
Yeah.
Had these issues.
Yeah.
Do you feel sometimes like, why am I here? Do you feel like, why didn't they get the same blessing that I got in surviving this?
I feel like we need more information. If we had more information back then, a lot of people wouldn't have died, on this kidney issue. Like, for example, some people travel to India to get this transplant done, and then they give them medication that they will use for 1 year without medical checkup every month to know how the kidney is doing, to check your creatinine, to see what's going on, to get your tacrolimus test done, to see how your kidney is doing, and then wait for 1 year for the medication to be done, then order for another medication without regular checkup. Right. That's why you see most people that go to India, they just die.
Right.
Right. But sweetest thing that ever happened to me was that I have someone like Dr. Bamboyi. I did a song I dedicated, I called his name. I did a song to appreciate my wife, and I called his name. Dr. Bamboyi is such, where Nigerians are so gifted.
Right.
Nigerians are so gifted, we just have bad leadership.
That means, like Fela said, we go here and win.
Oh no, plenty things. Because 2024, you go hear story. They go hear fire. Now, they go hear. Because I know God intentionally protect my life and give me this opportunity for me to do a lot of things. I still have a lot of work to do. If not, maybe I would have gone. I know He loves me so much. For me, in my dream, God called me His political activist. That's what He called me, political activist. My political activist.
And you are determined to follow.
Oh, yes. My responsibility is to speak the truth. Only truth will set our country free, whether anybody likes it or not. So I have to appreciate Nigerians all over the world in diaspora for their prayers and support. I appreciate my wife, Sekinat, Yetunde. I love you so much, May Allah continue to bless you. I appreciate my wife and my children. I appreciate Kenny Ogungbe, I appreciate Chief Allen Oyema, I appreciate my brother Imoni. That's when you know who are your friends, that came out to show you love and support you. You know what I mean? And also to appreciate Dr. Bamboyi. May you live long. Thank you for doing what you're doing. I mean, since after my surgery, approximately 12 transplants has been carried out. People come from Canada to come to Nigeria to come and...
That's amazing.
Do you understand?
That's amazing.
So imagine if we have great leadership and we have great hospitals and equipment, people will come all over the world.
you burst on the scene at a time that Nigerian music, as we know it, wasn't the way it was. Right. At the time that you came out, all of the international major record companies had come and gone. The Nigerian music industry was without form at this point. But that's the era that you came out in. I've written about you. I've done quite some stuff, and I know how you came from Kano to Lagos. In just a brief words, how now that you're looking back, how do you make that connection? You were doing okay in Kano, living a normal youngster life, but you wanted to do music, and you headed to Lagos. Not that somebody said, "Idris, come and stay with me." Not that you had a friend that you were writing to. How did you make that connection from Kano to Lagos and then eventually to Kenny Ogungbe, even before it became Kenny's music?
God, revolution, revelation. In my dream, God kept telling me, "You're called."
People say that they hear from God,
it's for real.
like that.
It's for real.
Because I don't hear literally like that.
Yes, I get my message from God through my dreams. And when he said it's time, and he tell me what to do. And I go to the studio, I do it. I just explained to you how Jaga Jaga came up.
Right.
Same way Mr. Lecturer came up. I was in Kano in 1995.
Okay.
Looking forward to people like Dr. Fresh. I know you must have heard Dr. Fresh. Music in the North was big than the South. Yes. Hip hop was alias in the North.
Yeah.
So Dr. Fresh was just the biggest star in Kano at that time. There's no shows in Central Hotel, any part of the North that Dr. Fresh doesn't go and shut down. So I was still in military school then, Army Day, Bukavu Barak. I have a couple of friends that I met in school who were basically into music, but I've never seen them, perform before. So one day, my agricultural teacher was like, "There's an event going on at the Soldiers Club today, so that I should just come around and watch before I go to the house." So I got to the Soldiers Club, and that was the first time I was like, I was blown and I was shocked, like, really? So people rapping, people miming, doing their thing. And I was like, wow. Funny enough, at that time, I was already representing Kano State. In fact, I represented Nigeria as a table tennis player. I played ping pong. I represented Kano as a cadet player, alongside with, Yinkama Jekodumi, Taufik Maya, Funke Oshinaike, Biola Odumoso. Oh, yes. So, but for me, immediately I got to experience music. I just went for music. Wow. I knew it was my call. I knew it was my call. I knew this is it. I was looking for an opportunity and avenue to express myself and speak for the voice of the voiceless. To speak for the people who can speak for themselves. So after that day, I invited a couple of them to come to the house. My mom lives at Sabongeri. She sells pepper soup. So they come and eat. Then I'll ask them questions. How do you do this?
There's been certain health challenges that you've had, that some of the people that you were close to, that you knew, had, How did that make you feel? First, how did you know that you were ill? Was there specific symptoms that you had at the time that you felt like, this is not right? And then that's just in brief.
In 2012, I went for an event. I know how energetic I am when I'm performing. Then I noticed something wasn't right at the side of my tummy. So it was a beautiful performance, killed the crowd that I managed to perform. I went back home, I told my wife, went to the hospital, to go and do checkup. When I got to the hospital, the doctor was like, my kidney is very weak. You need to give me some medication, So he gave me a couple of medications. Ending of 2022, started feeling the pain more after performances. January 2023, I told my wife, we need to go to what's it called? We need to go and see a doctor, a specialist that I was told about, somewhere around Ikeja GRA. So went there and did all tests, and they said my kidney is failing, that I need to start the dialysis. You know, told me everything and put me through everything. I agreed to start my dialysis. There was few friends of my wife that had the same issue.
Right.
And my wife called them and reached out to them, and I was like, what's up? How did he go about it, you know? Was like, no, that we should leave that hospital and book an appointment with Dr. Bamboye at St. Nicholas Hospital. Immediately, the next day, we got an appointment with Dr. Bamboye, went to see Dr. Bamboye. A man is an angel, man. You know, so went to see Dr. Bamboye, and Dr. Bamboye was like, hi, Idris, how are you? I love your music. I love the fact that you speak the truth. You know, we appreciate people. You're not just
a regular patient.
Regular patient. So I'm interested in your case. So go to the lab and let them get all these tests done for you. Then we'll take it up from there. So went to the lab and they did all the tests, and it was like, okay, so Idris, here is the point. Your kidney has failed.
As it is now.
Now, you're on stage 4. So you need a transplant. With a transplant, you're going to live your life again like a newborn baby. And I was like, so how do I get a transplant? How do I get a kidney? Does the hospital, you know, it was like, no, that if that happens, that would be like we're trafficking organs and all that.
Yeah.
Say, so what we do basically is we take from family members, your children, your brother, your friends. Then right there, my wife was like, can I donate for him? We never talked about it. I didn't know. It was like, can I donate for him? And doctor was like, yes, if you are compatible. And she was like, how do I know that I'm compatible? Said, you have to go through a couple of tests. He said, can I start now? Doctor was like, yes. So she went to the lab. She did about 15 different tests. And to God be the glory, she was compatible with me. And I'll say that I should get ready next month. The surgeon will be coming in from America and India. It wasn't up to a week. We got a call that the surgeons are around. You guys should check in today. You know, this was October last year. So we told our children about it. So they prayed. They were crying, but they prayed, you know. So we got to the hospital. We told them that when Dr. Bambowe told me it was transplant plan, I knew I was going to make it. And I knew that people love me out there. I know people that love me genuinely for what I stand for what I speak for. Not for playing music, but for what I stand for. So when my wife now said what she said and we're compatible, I was very happy. So my dialysis wasn't even up to 4 months. We were checked in to the hospital, and my children went home. And the Indian woman came and were like, Abdul, how are you? I'm fine. You know, said, so Abdul, this is where I'm going to be putting your new kidney tomorrow. And just relax. It's a regular thing that I do. Don't worry. You know, I checked all your tests and I found out that your body, spirit, and soul are in good spirit to go, and I'm happy for that. So everything is gonna be fine. You know, just relax yourself, okay? I say, yes, doc, thank you very much. So around 8 o'clock in the morning, I came to take my wife to the, theater. And when it was 9 o'clock, they came back for me and went to the theater. And as soon as they lay me down on the bed, it wasn't up to 1 minute.
You took off.
I was gone.
I know.
And 5 hours later, it was pain
That woke you.
that woke me up.
Mm.
So much pain. And I was like, I want water. I want to drink water. And in India woman was like, Idris, this is 6 p.m. Prepare yourself and relax yourself. You're going to take water by 7 a.m. I was like, God, 7 a.m., long. So I was like, where's my wife? You know, where's my wife? Like, don't worry, your wife is in the next ICU. She's fine and everything is okay with her, you know. So I started praying. And the doctor was like, congratulations. It was perfect. It was okay. Congratulations. I was like, I want to see my wife, you know, because they've done her since.
Yeah.
So she was okay. She was just smiling. I was like, what's up? She see me, I cry, I shout, you know. I say, she's fine, don't worry. Like, how am I? I said, I'm very, very fine, you know. And she was like, we thank God. Like, then she should go back and rest. So she went. So I was in the hospital, in the ICU for 8 days, you know. Then the pain started reducing, subsiding. Then they moved us from the ICU to the ward, you know. So came to check us all for another 7 days. Gave me my medication, and after 15 days, I was discharged. Go back home, show me my medication. In fact, funny enough, I was surprised. When it was 7 o'clock, they brought water for me, I drank. And when it was 8 o'clock, they brought beans, plantain,
Oh, wow.
and beef.
And you ate it.
And I was telling the doctor that, no, doctor said I should not eat beans. I should not eat. He said, no, you're a new person now. Go ahead, eat. I was like, what?
Oh, wow.
Like, seriously?
Wow. That's an amazing.
It's like, seriously? Say, yes. I was like, God, I give you the glory. Thank you.
I saw a few comments and one stood out to me. And somebody said, who doesn't know you, by the way? Just said, look at him, a typical Nigerian man. If it was his wife that needed the kidney, he would not have given it.
I would do the same because she's a godsend. From the day that I met her,
Right.
and my mom saw her, she's a godsend. I would have done the same. I mean, which woman will give her husband a kidney if the man is not a good man?
That's a good
It's not possible.
That's a good point.
The woman will not go.
That's a
If you are a bad man, no woman would want to give you a kidney.
That's a good
And everybody that knows me know that I love my wife so much. And I don't joke with family. I love family. Nobody's perfect, actually. But I don't joke with family. I love my wife so much.
Right.
So if I was in a position, I would have done the same thing.
There are people from your era, some people that you are friendly with.
Yes.
The late great Steve Kadri.
Yeah.
The late OJB.
Yeah.
Had these issues.
Yeah.
Do you feel sometimes like, why am I here? Do you feel like, why didn't they get the same blessing that I got in surviving this?
I thought of it. But, you know, I feel like we need more information. If we had more information back then, a lot of people wouldn't have died, you know, on this kidney issue. Like, for example, some people travel to India to get this transplant done. And then they give them medication that they will use for 1 year without medical checkup every month. That's why you see most people that go to India, they just die.
Right.
Sweetest thing that ever happened to me was that I have someone like Dr. Bamboyi You know, I did a song, I called his name. I did a song to appreciate my wife, and I called his name. Dr. Bamboe is such, where Nigerians are so gifted.
Right.
Nigerians are so gifted, we just have bad leadership.
And now that you are newly born, that means, like Fela said, we go here one.
Oh no, plenty things. Because 2024, you go hear story. They go hear fire. Now, they go hear. Because I know God intentionally, you know, protect my life and give me this opportunity for me to do a lot of things. I still have a lot of work to do. If not, maybe I would have gone. I know He loves me so much. For me, in my dream, God called me his political activist. That's what He called me, political activist. My political activist.
And you are determined to follow.
Oh, yes. My responsibility is to speak the truth. Only truth will set our country free, whether anybody likes it or not. So I have to appreciate Nigerians all over the world in diaspora for their prayers and support. I appreciate my wife, Sekinat Yetunde. I love you so much, you know. May Allah continue to bless you. I appreciate my wife and my children. I appreciate Kenny Ogungbe, you know. I appreciate Chief Allen Oyema, you know. I appreciate my brother Imoni, you know. That's when you know who are your friends, you know, that came out to show you love and support you, you know what I mean? And also to appreciate Dr. Bamboe. May you live long. Thank you for doing what you're doing. I mean, since after my surgery, approximately 12 transplants has been carried out.
Wow, by Dr. Bamboe.
People come from Canada to come to Nigeria to come and...
That's amazing.
Do you understand?
That's amazing.
So imagine if we have great leadership and we have great hospitals and equipment, people will come all over the world. I told one of my friends that, listen, man, I'd like to go and perform at Trend 2, which is the regular place where we perform at Central Hotel in Kano. And they were like, oh, that's beautiful. Why not? So that day, Dr. Fresh was performing, and I went there and I was invited to come and perform. So that day, I experienced the first politics. I was invited, I grabbed the microphone, and I asked the DJ to play my instrumental. I immediately started playing the instrumental and I started rapping. They removed the wire and they made it look like it was my fault. I got off the stage. In the next 6 minutes, the music is back and everything. And Dr. Fresh came on stage and performed and everything. Oh, okay. The guy called me, said, that's the politics. I was like, oh, really? I said, oh, okay. So next time, while I was going back there, I took my DJ along with me.
Oh, so you already had a DJ?
Oh, I took my DJ along with me and performed my song and everything was okay. And I killed the crowd. And since that day, I became a competitor to Dr. Fresh.
Right.
Chased him out of Kano. And he went to Abuja. Went to Abuja. I heard he's in Abuja. I went to Abuja. Chased him out of Abuja. Came to Lagos. I heard he was in Lagos. That's when I took the 911 bus that was bringing tomato and pepper and came
so
to...
you didn't come to Lagos in a luxurious bus?
No, luxurious bus. I want to tata ati tomato.
That's how you got to Lagos to chase your dream?
That's right. Couldn't go to family's house. I had to stay under the bridge. Then head down. It was for like 9 months though.
And I'm thinking about it.
How I survived.
Yes.
I wake up every morning. The hold up is piling up. And I walk through any car that is an Honda car. I know it's an Hausa car. Hausa road.
Oh, that's true.
That's their favorite car. They don't like any other car than Honda.
Right.
So the wind down, I just start rapping. Na hau mota, to ina malan zamu je kana wanda abu nan muka fara Kano ta kare ko da mai ka zo an fika na je kura da ciromawa na ibawa har nasarawa mun shiga city jama'a titi suka ce sai ka kai sabo a kwana a tashi na gan duniya na iso na gaida gida ne Kano City. So the guy, they will just start laughing.
Oh, wow.
They will just start laughing like, hey. What's your name? Idris. Idris. Ah, I like you. I like you. I like you. I like you. Yeah, let me give you something. Here's my number. If you need anything, call me. That's how I lived. And those contacts, from that time till today, when I made it, I still keep those contacts.
We could have done this for another 3 hours.
Thank you, Taiwo. I imagine. Thank you, Taiwo.
Well, you already know my name is Steve Omojafo, and my middle name is Bamidele. That was the name that my parents gave me at birth, because it was like they regarded themselves as not Lagosians. It is Providence that brought them into Lagos, and I then happened to be born here at Odo Street in Obalende. And in fact, we didn't go to Mercy Hospital then. There was a little home along Odo Street run by a very experienced nurse, Mama Nurse, that's what So I was born in that little place, and grew up from there. Like I said, my middle name is Bamidele. My parents probably said, well, we have had you here, but this is not home. As at that time, you will go home with us. No problem. So I started off at St. Matthias Catholic Primary School on Louis Street. And I was in St. Matthias from 1953 till 1960, when we finished with our primary school leaving certificate. Then from there, an extra year at Holy Cross School. We needed that extra, they call it prep class. Prepare yourself to go to the secondary school. And from Holy Cross, for 1 year, I moved on to St. Gregory's College, Lagos. Now, growing up in Lagos was one of the best things that happened to us then. Life was good, life was easy, life was safe, life was like everything that a young man could aspire to. We went to school with Scholars Bus, which was virtually provided for free. When Scholars Bus was not available, it was fun walking from Obalende, firstly to St. Matthias, and then from there to St. Gregory's College. Life was good, life was safe. You could go out any time of the day. You could play from house to house. Parents knew each other very well, and so, in fact, when you were late somewhere on your street or in your neighborhood, you could sleep there because they would send a message to your home that Dele is here, so don't bother. The next morning you wake up, have your bath, have breakfast, return to your home. There was this community life that we all lived. Parents could discipline children of their friends. Okay? Not like these days, you dare not touch any other child. The parents will come and do a battle with you. That I didn't send my child to you to be flogged or to be beaten. So it was a very beautiful life. So went to St. Matthias, went to St. Gregory's College, and then from there to University of Lagos. We were our brothers' keepers. School was fun. teachers were all there just to teach you. There was no messing around. There weren't any bad habits that people could be developing along the line, you know. So that was my life growing up. So we were all walking through Balinde to Lafiaji, to Campus Square, to Tokumbo, Okekpokpo, you know. So we were children of the neighborhood. We were children of the area. So I'm never ashamed to say I'm an area boy in Lafiaji, you know. Today it has become a taboo, but then we were proud of our origin. We were proud of our place of birth, and we were proud growing up in the neighborhood. So today, still believe me, I get up on some Fridays, I just go to Lafiaji, I stay with the guys. Okay, not all of us were fortunate enough to go through the system. Okay, so those who, in quote, we left behind, we still, a lot of the time, we still talk to them. We still relate to them when there are problems that we could fix. You know, we help out. Because, I mean, it wasn't their fortune to be able to have gone. I know some dropped out, you know, on their own volition. But generally, we all like the idea of going to school, but some couldn't make it. But we still relate to them. We are still friends. So I'm not surprised I leave Holy Cross Cathedral and I just hear people call me my names. And I know these people are those who knew me when we were growing up. Yeah. Okay. Let me start by saying that even at secondary school, I read a lot. I was interested in the newspapers, and a lot of the time I read something, there was always this beautiful column of letters to the editor. So anything that I read that I liked, I sit down, 2-3 paragraphs letter to the editor to compliment what they've done, to criticize what I didn't like, and these things were published, and I liked it. Okay, you open the papers and you just see, contributed by Steve Omojafo, or some will call me Bamidele Omojafo. So that kept me getting interested in the media. So when I left secondary school, after higher school, I would just pay a visit to Daily Times, which was in Tinubu, Kakawa Street. I just pay a visit there, you know, and I got talking to people. They would take me to the newsroom, you know, they would just show me how newspapers are produced and all that. That ignited my interest. So when I left higher school, mass communication was what I called. I know that my uncle, you are not doing accountancy, you are not doing engineering, you're not doing medicine, you want to go and become a newspaper boy. I said, yes, this is where my interests lie. So I got admitted to Lagos University and studied mass communication there. And while I was there, I developed a column in Lagos Weekend of those days. Every Friday I was contributing, and I was writing under the name of Akinbodilon. Now, Akinbodilon itself is a name that I picked up in a drama group, because we had a drama group that we produced all kinds of little plays here and there at Jekirandu Hall, you know. So one of the roles I played was Akinbodilon. So when I started writing my columns in Daily Times and Lagos Weekend, I just used that pen name, Akinbodilon. So I did the program and I started writing for Daily Times campus news, things that happened during elections, battle between the male and female, problems with the tutors and everything. So it became a very regular program. In fact, I inherited the program from late Golabo Ogusawo, who was my boss in the Daily Times. So I did that program for 3 years. It became very popular. It got to a point, Vice Chancellor would call me to say, there's a little thing going on in the university. I hope you have covered it for your paper. And I said, I'm not even employed there. I'm just writing, So I left University of Lagos, had all kinds of jobs that one could do, but I headed for Daily Times because I just had developed a path for myself, and that is journalism. Okay. So while in the Daily Times, worked with the Lagos Weekend, went to Daily Times proper and worked there. I was a columnist, I was a sub-editor, and also a reporter. Combined everything. So that was where my interest grew and grew, and it was very painful when I had to leave the Daily Times organization. And what did I go to? Lintas advertising. When I walked into Lintas, and I said to the chairman managing director, and I said, I want a job. I said, just like that? I said, yes, sir. Then it was easy to communicate with people. We're not too many, so they listen to you. So he said, what are you doing? I said, I'm a sub-editor at the Daily Times. So why are you coming to advertising? I want to broaden my space. I want to broaden my experiences. It took about 3 months, and I got a job in Lintas. And I remember Alhaji Babatunde Joseph, when I was going to leave, said, look, Steve, where are you going? I said, I'm going to Lintas. I said, well, we do the same thing. They package programs commercially. Here we do our papers and we go sell, So I said, okay, sir, let me just go gather some experience at Lintas. And Lintas and Daily Times were just 5 minutes walk from each other. And I said, sir, if the editor needs me for anything, trust me, I will spend my time and money, do write-ups for Daily Times. So I was like working in advertising and still writing for the Daily Times. So that was my life. From Lintas, we set up our own company known as Roosevelt Advertising Limited. And Roosevelt, was formed by 3 partners, two friends of mine. 3 of us were at Lagos University at the same mass comm department. So we came out, and I left Daily Times to set up Roosevelt. One of my partners left Cadbury to join us, and Akiodusi left AdMark, another advertising company. So 3 of us came together and we set up Roosevelt. We call ourselves second generation agencies because before then we were the Ogilvy, the Lintas, Grant Advertising, and so on. So we set up a small shop in Surrey, and it grew beyond our own imagination. From Roosevelt, we set up a second line agency called McCann, STB McCann. Got affiliated to a company in America, McCann Erickson. So that was how it all went on. Now, I didn't do banking and I didn't work as a banker. The interesting story is that one day, while still at Roosevelt, STB Macan then. I got a phone call from somebody I've never met before. And I picked up the call. He said, my name is ABC, blah, blah, blah. And he said, the managing director of Zenith Bank wants to talk to me. So I said, look, there's no problem. I know I'm not owing any bank and all that. He said, no. He just wants to talk to you. So I picked up, he picked up the line and said, my name is this. I said, my name is this. He said, can we meet? I said, she, no problem. He said, no. So we agreed to meet. And it got to be that he wanted to appoint a couple of directors for the bank before they went public. And what I said to him was, I'm not a banker. I didn't study finance or economics. He said, no. What I want from you is your name and your integrity. Nothing beyond that. That was the beginning of the story. So I got onto the board, and I learned a lot. You know, I'm somebody who doesn't get to a place and I want to show them what I know or what I don't know. You could make a fool of yourself sometimes. So for me, like the first 6 months or 1 year, was just go to the meeting, listen to them, know where they are coming from, know what the focus is, and know what the expectations are. So I picked it up from there. Gradually, I got into the system. Of course, naturally, buy some books on banking, finance, just read, you know, so at least you know how the banks operate. I've always been a customer of the banks. It is very small scale. And all I did was follow the banking trend. You know, there weren't too many banks in Nigeria at that point in time, but I followed through. And that was it. I got onto the board. And somewhere along the line, there was the policy of the central bank. The managing director had to step aside, so to say. The chairman had overspent some time regulated by the CBN. And they approached me and said, you are going to become, the board, you're going to become the chairman of the board. I said, me? And they said, yes. I've met a lot of people here, so why me anyway? To cut the short story long, I was eventually made the chairman of Zenith Bank. And I was there, I was chairman for 4 years. And then CBN rules changed again. The MD came back, and I was very happy to hand over the bank to him. And I said I was going to leave when he came back. He said no. Statutorily, as he had 2 more years on the board, that no, you got to stay and live out your time. And then, so I did. And after 12 years, I eventually bowed out from the bank and returned full time to my own job, which I've been known for, and that is the media world. Okay, so I get invited for interviews, for programs here and there. Like you said, it's always a good thing. You have something you have learned over the years, you want to impact it on the younger ones, who are coming. I mean, my first son, for instance, went through the media scene, now in advertising, and I go on encouraging them. I retired from active day-to-day operations about almost 15 years ago. But I'm still keeping pace with what is going on around me. Yeah, I mean, the society itself is very dynamic. There's been a lot of changes over time. I mean, I look back you during my own time in the newspaper world, and I can count just about 4 or 5 newspapers then. Okay, Morning Post, Daily Times, The Express, and a couple of others. So we knew each other, we knew the practice, we exchanged news information, we exchanged, I mean, if you had a news that was breaking, you know, you want to call up colleagues from other papers, we all go there as a team, right? Because stories will be written from different angles, no matter what you do, you know. So newspaper was great. And it was so good. In the morning, your byline was there, and people were trying to reach you, you know, about the quality. Quality was good. Quality was good. And there wasn't too much of freelancing in those days, in the newspaper world. So you were either fully employed or you didn't belong. Same thing for radio. I mean, for instance, television I didn't do much about. While in journalism and in newspaper world, I was writing for radio. Okay, interesting stories. I had there was a name to this program, the Oddities, Odd World. So we were picking up things that were odd. People that didn't imagine what they were. It's not something that was very common. So we went on doing that. So newspapers were growing, radio was growing, television was growing, and out-of-home media was also growing. And talk about the dynamism of the system. Suddenly, people were now going out of buying a newspaper every day to sit down and hold it in front of you, trying to read from beginning, from cover to cover. Other forms of communication came on. With the advent of mobile phones, things began to change. In our own time, it was the phone you put on the desk and you were dialing it, you know. A lot of the time you could never get across, okay? Suddenly, mobile phone came onto the scene. And news coverage was transformed completely from what it used to be, okay? So now, people on their phone could reach out, you could touch Germany, touch America, touch all parts of Europe, just sitting down in your office to gather information, gather news, what is new, you know? And then, of course, we now had more television stations, no longer NTA alone, okay? Now, with the news stations, things were just expanding. Things were broadening up, and news gathering became something new altogether, and everybody was heading for a new phenomenon altogether. So today, you don't have to be a big guy to be able to tell your stories. Little children tell their stories, females tell their stories, you know. So really we have moved from the days of waiting to read your newspaper to gather your news. Now, with your phone on your palm, you could do wonders all over. But of course, standard also, in some areas, standard will improve. In some areas, standards will go down. Because the multiplicity of media sources create problems. The kind of quality control we used to have in those days was disappearing. And people can build up stories without even being there to know if it is factual or not. So of course, the turmoil that we are going through in the media space now is better imagined. But I still believe that for those who have structures like the one you are building up now, will enable people to know that you've got to check, you've got to cross-check. Okay? I mean, we have laws that control what we say, what you do, what you publish. Of course, they are not as rigid as they should be. You know, so in terms of content these days, you have to ensure that you check your facts so before you can believe, you know, what they are saying or make any sense out of them. So really it has become all commerce affair. And this is not going to be the end. The explosion is going to continue. Maybe in a few years to come, we're going to have a stronger media control than what we have now. I mean, people are building content. You go on YouTube, you go on all kinds of media, and you are getting all kinds. What you hear from your WhatsApp is different from what you're going to get in your YouTube. You go to Instagram, people are selling themselves with all kinds of stories. So really, for me, we've gone through the era of sanity in India. And I hate to say, we've gone into the era where anything you can think of, say it, write it, do it. And for the consumers, it's like you either take it or you leave it. But it's good that we can now reach out much, much widely. I mean, thanks to our mobile news. I mean, you talk to people in any village in Nigeria, and suddenly one thing that didn't grab us so early was you open up your Google map, and you don't have to stop people on the street anymore. Show me where I'm going. Just go to the app, and it leads you to the front of the house you are going to. So we have a lot of improvements, and I think it's going to be improving some more. All we just need to watch is to ensure that we remain truthful and we remain factual, so that we don't mislead people on the street, particularly people in the rural areas. One day you just see everybody running helter-skelter because somebody posted in news that is not correct. So we need to watch that and put some more control. But I like the growth in the media space. When I got into the banking sector, I saw myself more as a customer than a board member. I haven't been a journalist, which I still am. I wrote so much about what consumers or customers were going through in the banks. It was the period of tally number, Remember this commercial, where somebody carried a mat. I said, what are you carrying a mat in the bank? And I want to lay down here because I know before I get my money, I will have slept once or twice and woken up, So I was very consumer oriented. When I got into the banking system, a couple of times my board members will ask me, are you on the board or you are still a customer? I said, first and foremost, I want to remain a customer of the bank. Who will come into the bank and get properly served? Who will come into the bank and feel like human? Who will come into the bank feel important? Because it's your money in the bank. Even if it's only 1,000 naira, it's your money. You need to be treated with some dignity and respect. And that was the my mentality that I took into the board of the bank. I said, listen, I am not too happy the way customers are treated. It is their money, no matter how small. Treat them with respect, treat them with dignity. So they started listening to me after some time. And I said, look, customer service is extremely important. In those good old days, you will hardly hear about customer service in any of the major banks. It wasn't there. But gradually, people started being important. It was more of retail. I mean, yeah, you can deal with the big corporate organizations, but at the same time, it is these poor students, poor market women, you know, people who are out there on the street laboring hard to bring their money. So that was one area I was extremely happy that we developed that area of retail banking and being able to make the consumer the king. Okay, so that was part of it. Then, of course, I said to the bank, I said to them, fine, it is very good to make huge profits, okay? But at the same time, the customers that come in here and from their money we make our profits, let us also consider the kind of interest they get from their deposits. Today, when the banks take your money to deposit, okay? No. When you go to the bank and say, I need assistance, I need a loan, and you tell them, give them all the facts and figures, okay? They will tell you, you are going to pay interest of 20%, 23%. When they take your money to put in the bank, they give you an interest of 2%, 3%, 4%. And I just couldn't live with it. I mean, if you are giving me a loan, you're charging me so high. When I put my money there, it's also a loan to you. Why will you leave me with 2 or 3%? And I thought the system wasn't quite right. It was too skewed towards the bank than the customer. So I met a lot of pushbacks, in that area. And I must still say, it's an area I think government should still be interested in. I mean, in the civilized world, interest rate hovers between 3%, 5%. In Nigeria, it goes as far as. I mean, maybe in Africa, not just Nigeria. I know we are developing, but at the same time, let's develop together. For both those that we are taking in their money and for those we are giving money to. So there'll be some level of balance. So I really worked hard in that area. I may not have fully succeeded. Then I think finally, one other thing that I think I was able to do at the bank is our staff also requires some upliftment. And suddenly banks started, employing senior people. They started moving people up. They look more at the system now than just ownership. So generally, of course, more banks have come into the scene. A lot of new banks, so people can spread out and salaries started going up for bankers and all that. But of course, requirements were also extremely high. So generally, I think today we have a much stronger banking system and we are still growing. Now, the banks for a long time have been let loose to do whatever they want to do at the disadvantage of customers, like I started off with. Now, our leaders, and when I say leaders, let me point on just our presidents. The system was such that our presidents could do anything they like with the banks. It was almost an extension of the State House. You just pick up your bell and you ring and you know, the governor of Central Bank will come shaking, because you had the power, bring him in and fire him. So he had to respect everything that the president wants. And it's wrong. This time around, I can say, even in some parts of Africa, you couldn't run the central bank the way we run it here. All the CBN governors wanted to do, please the president, and you are free to do whatever you want to do. And it's wrong. It's wrong. I mean, take even Britain here. Have you ever heard this kind of relationship between the Prime Minister of England and the CBN? No. Everybody has his mandate. In places, in climes like that, the president doesn't call up the central bank governor. Go and do this. Go and do that. Exchange rate should be done. Change your policy to be done. I mean, that's part of the problem we've had in this country. So the last government and their CBN just ran this country to their whims and caprices. You leave your monetary policy. In fact, you were running both monetary and fiscal at the same time. You took the Minister for Finance, for instance, and you have no dealings with him or her. You ran their own programs for them. And you did things that they should do, but they couldn't query you because the president, had your back. So a lot of things went wrong. And the result is now here for all of us to see. So look at the changing of our redesign, what they call redesigning of the currency. Now we know there are so many ways you should have done it, but we put politics and added it into our financial and monetary policies. We wanted to do it specifically to change the course of history. And it is wrong. So today, we now know what's happening at the central bank. In fact, if the true story of what went on in the last 8 years was told, I don't know what will be left of this country. You had this little thing in the Constitution that said the government can borrow from the CBN within certain limits. They call it ways and means. But no. And there was a percentage tied to it. You can't do more than 5%. And by the time you're asking for the new one, you should have paid up. We went on piling up. It's like just go and print the money. What Idi Amin used to do in Uganda in those days. That's the kind of situation we found ourselves. Very regrettable. But I believe some sanity will now come into this space. The new central bank has at least outlined its policies. It has also said, let me keep to my monetary policy, which is my area, and leave the paperwork and how they want to run it with people who deal with the fiscal area. So we want to change. We think things should change. Now, before now, we borrowed and borrowed without thinking about how are we going to pay? Who are we leaving this debt for? Now we know it's for you and me to still do our work, put in as much money as we can, no matter how little, into the bank, and revive the banking industry. Okay, so the CBN has its own role, and my prayer and my wish is that they will keep their own part of the bargain, leave other people. The Minister for Finance has said it that much. We should. I mean, we all know simple economics. You don't borrow money to pay your debt. You borrow money for production. You borrow money to fix things like your oil maintenance and all that. Where our money should be coming from. That's what you borrow money for. You don't borrow money for wastages. You don't borrow money to satisfy your whims and caprices. You don't borrow money to just go out there and waste it. Now, you borrow money to pay back your debt. At the end of the day, we are back lower than where we started off from. So really, my appeal to both the president and his cabinet, particularly those that do with finance, give them some room. You put them there because you think they know what they're supposed to do. Give them the space. If it goes breathing down their neck, at some point, it will just be, president said so, president said, even things that the president did not say, president said so, and it's got to be done. And we are running a country, even when you run your home, you are able to sit down with your little income and plan. Every day we are being told, if you earn this much, use this little bit, keep the rest in the bank, because you never know about tomorrow. So that's where we found ourselves, and I believe that if everything goes right, we should see massive changes from what it was, the last 8 years. We need drastic changes in the system. My mom in Abalinde used to say to me, when I want to be lazy, he will make sure you do what she wants you to do. And he will remind you that hard work doesn't kill. It is laziness that turns you into an inconsequential human being with no sense of direction. We grew up learning hard work, both in school and out of school. I, for instance, hawked on the streets of Lagos with my mom. You leave St. Gregory's College, now not primary school, St. Gregory's College. You come back. My mother was a textile seller. Got it, probably went to Balogun, pick up. When I come back from school after my lunch, get a basket full of cloth which I put on my head, and we go from street to street. My mother is carrying her tape rule and another measurement stick, and we'll go around Obalende, Igoshere, Bamboshe, Oshoji. and we were selling. From there, she graduated to owning a shop in Balogun. When I leave school, I was her accountant, so to say, bookkeeper. All the things they sold and make, keep the records and everything. I helped her take the money to the bank. It was Barclays Bank, what was it called then? Yeah, Barclays Bank, before it became Union Bank in Balogun. So I've learned how to trade. I've learned how to make money. I've learned how to deal with customers. Plus that, I was also a bread seller. Somewhere along Strachan Street off Igboshere, there was a big bakery owned by the Lawson family. To be able to get enough bread, you got to get there between 5 and 6 in the morning. Okay? So let me cut it short. We learned to work hard. And that working hard continued with us up till where we are today. We also were very straight-minded in terms of what we wanted to be. We played pranks, so we went out to play football, we went out to, to play with the girls and everything. But at the end of the day, you returned home. And our parents didn't spare the rod. They didn't. You came back later than I expected to. They would lie you on the floor and dealt with you. So the combination of the kind of upbringing and the kind of training we went through home probably kept us where we are. And like I said to you before we started the interview, you knew that if you finish your primary school, secondary school is the next thing. If you finish secondary school, you don't know what you are reading for. Not until probably when you got to the university did it occur to you, okay, I'm going to choose a profession. But all along, we just did it because that was what the system and environment asked for. So, secret of success, hard work, hard work, hard work. No. I had a father who was very finicky about appearance. When I lived on Igboshere Road, our church was on Louis Street, so to say, walking distance. He taught me how to wear full agbada right from primary school, secondary school. I mean, today, you just wear buba and shokoto, you go to church. Never was that happening. It's got to be full. Right. Then from there, by the time you got into, my father died while I was in university. Before then, he was always having this very thin bow tie, not this bigger one, bigger sizes now. Thin, even when his dress is khaki and khaki, he still had it on. So I admired him, but initially I was on my long tie, up till a point, and I look back at some photographs we took when we were in the secondary school, and I thought, no, let me go back to those old days. Some people tell me it makes you look old. I said, I don't mind, but these days I have just acquired that fashion taste, which has suddenly become my, what do you call it? Become what I'm known with. And I enjoy it. And I encourage people, once in a while, put on your bow tie. It makes you look good, makes you look impressionable, it makes you look a serious person, and it makes people take a second look at you. Number one, parents started sparing the rod. Call it civilization, call it growing up and all that. Parents started sparing the rod because they always whipped us to shape. You knew what was expected of you, and you did it. Because if you didn't do it, your punishment is waiting for you. But as we grew up, you probably will ask me today, do I use the rod for my children, for instance? And the answer is no. And why it is no is that these days the children look up to you. They are more exposed than what we were. More exposed. They know what daddy does. If you show them a bad example, they will repeat that bad example. If they know that when daddy wakes up in the morning, before he goes anywhere, he needs time to say his prayers. They too unconsciously will copy you. If they know that when dad goes out, he comes back certain time. He doesn't come in at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Subconsciously, they too will know there's something that this old man sees that doesn't make him go out all night. So they copy from us. But then, like people say, I don't know how correct it is, that these days people are so busy looking for money. They're all over the place. They abandon the home to nannies and housemates and all that. And the children a lot of the time are on their own. But people like you and I, for instance, probably had housemates in the house. You see, but the work that the housemaid does, we were also made to do it. Right? Washing our plates. Staying in the kitchen to see how things are prepared. They took us through it, even if you didn't have to do it yourself. And that's why you and I. But for the modern young families, more so if there's some money to back it up, no, the children don't touch a lot of housework in the homes. They can go out by the time they like. They can wear, you see some little young girls and what they wear. In fact, even to the church, you want to ask yourself, where did they, aren't their parents go to see what the children are wearing? Primarily the female. Even the guys wearing what they, things they don't use the belt, the trouser would just be somewhere on their hips and all that. Yeah, we want them to express themselves, but within control. So, wrapping up on that, I'm going to say, yes, we grew up under stronger control. Today's parents are so much in love with their children. They don't want to make them unhappy. You don't want to, pick up a stick and hit them. But I don't quarrel with that. But please be there for them when they need you. And don't be scared to talk to your parents. To talk to your children. No. We should never be scared to talk to them. Because they are not going to take us over. They are our children. So what you don't want them to do, communication, extremely important. Talk to them. Let them, because peer pressure is extremely strong out there. They're mixing with so many guys from much even richer homes who have more to spoil their children with. Now you are a moderate family, your moderate children have to mix and relate and go out with guys with stronger economic background, there is, there is some disconnect there. Let's bring our children closer. Let's talk to them. A lot of parents don't talk to their children, and it's not right. Because the more you talk to them, the more they have that empathy for you. They know you care for them. They know, because you have been moderately successful, for instance, they too want to be successful like you are, and all you are saying to them, follow my footsteps and you may not go wrong. And don't make wealth, money, the thing that should govern your homes. Don't spoil the children. Give them adequately what we all need to survive, and they will survive. In those days, while all you needed to take to school was 1 shilling, okay, you still see children from rich homes who came with £1 and stuff like that. But let's be contented. Let's teach the children to be contented with what we have. Families are growing, society is expanding, and we can reach out to any part of the world. Now, we need to bring them closer to the home. At least up till the time that they are leaving you to go and start up there. But as long as they're still within your influence, it's very important that children and their families come much, much stronger together. I'm going to start with sports. I was an avid squash player. Okay, back in school, a bit of football, a bit of tennis, and other. But when I started growing up seriously, I loved squash. And I played squash until I was over 50. Okay, and the doctor said, slow down on squash. So today, I do my swimming. Okay, I still do my swimming 2-3 times a week. Okay, and then of course I work. There's this thing that keeps on saying, if all you can do is work for 30-40 minutes a day, okay, and then of course I'm an avid fan of football up till today. I wish we could develop a local league so that I could slow down on my European Premier League sessions. So I love football and I love lawn tennis up to now. Now, favorite color, subdued. Okay. Hot colors frighten me. Okay. And if you have to do it, just make it minimal. When I pick my dress, for instance, you got to know you want the kind of shirt you want to wear to match the color of the tie you want to use, to match the color of your suit, so it doesn't run riot. So it's extremely important. And I say to my friend, just Google it. What color matches this and what color matches that? So you don't become like a Christmas tree on the road. That was the third one, food. I grew up enjoying my eba and amala. Growing up from Obalinde, okay? So I do my eba, I do my amala. Rice occasionally. But then these days, from age 70 upwards, the doctors are screaming, watch what you eat, what the quantity you eat. So My wife draws up a weekly timetable. Monday is this, Tuesday is that, Wednesday is that, and she manages to mix up a slightly heavy one and a slightly lighter one so that you have a good mix. With age, you cut down on a lot of things. Cut down on your booze, cut down on your champagne, you cut down on your wine, you cut down on your salt. In fact, it's like they're punishing us. But then they say that is the way to go to be able to at least live longer and enjoy more of life.
You are unable to understand why the Imo man, Imo woman, Bayelsa man, Bayelsa woman will blow egg to chicken and chicken will cry. What is, you are the one that don't understand it. You can't understand the science behind it. So what you should do is go and study how to understand it. That was why China closed their border for 25 years. Today, the Europeans and Americans are trooping to China to study TCM. They are in droves. Today, Ayurveda is a full ministry in India. The Global Center for Traditional Medicine is in Gujarat, in India. It became 1 year in March this year. Because these people refused to be intimidated. They even want to scrape us so that we will not talk.
Because of the advent of drugs, hospitals, and modern technology, natural medicine in Nigeria have been relegated to the back for the longest of time in Nigeria. This situation has left Nigerians and Africans at large at the mercy of drugs produced abroad, as opposed to the effective, potent, and curing ability of leaves and roots. The Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency and natural medicine practitioners have partnered with Femi Walsh, owners of SOUQ News Television and the Isle 104.9 FM. The Memorandum of Understanding was signed at a meeting held between both parties on Wednesday, July 7, 2024 in Lagos.
You can just cross it. You just cross one. Yes, send it to both.
At the meeting, the Director General of the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje, welcomed the guests, saying that there is need to positively change the narrative of natural medicine in Nigeria, and by extension, Africa. According to Professor Emeje, SOUQ News Television and the Isle 104.9 has the capacity to showcase the tremendous studies, research work, and products coming out of Nigeria to the world.
So I believe your coming on board is also at a very critical period. So that, yes, you know, when we talked the other time and you said that because of our activities, people will start saying they want to be DJ of that, let them come and do. Yes, it is better for us to be known, to be lucrative, to be functional, so that people will compete to come and be DG, than for us to be obliterated. Do you understand? Because no matter how you do DG, you have expiry date. You will go. But let the organization remain for the benefit of our nation. Thank you very much.
Professor Emeje, responding on behalf of the president of Femi Walsh Media, Ambassador Victor Oluwafemi Walsh, the vice president of Femi Walsh Media, Dr. Idahosa Osamanze, said, as Nigerians, we talk down on Nigeria a lot.
The beauty about what we're doing is that we also know that the end of post television is coming close to an end, because the Gen Zs, they don't watch too much of television, they are on their cell phone. And so we adopt the over-the-top technology as a company to distribute our content, both in Africa, Asia, and America. Yesterday, I was still talking to a friend of mine, I met him in Toronto, who's giving us an inroad into the Caribbean, where our brothers are living, who were moved from this place. So we show to the world what we are capable of doing, and this will attract attention of the world to the agency. I said to Prof the other day that I know that very soon people will be struggling to become DG of the agency, because now there's no budget in it. That's why people are not struggling. But very soon budget will come to it, and then everybody can live a decent and good life. So it's a pleasure to partner with you and to see how to drive this vision in the next 4 years as Prof is still here.
Dr. Osamanze, in the presence of SOUQ News Television's Chief Responsibility Officer, Sam Orowuje, Business Manager Shade Uwe, and Chooks John Rogers, appreciated the NNMDA management and staff for a wonderful meeting that has signaled the beginning of a beautiful relationship in times to come.
Looking back, my village is nice. I mean, urban, or it's an urban area now. My village was Ekpoma. The village was known as Emaundo. The best reference in terms of personality is Professor Ambrose Ali. That's where it comes from. My father was a farmer. My grandfather, really, Akaine. We all grew up under the shadow of the man. A very disciplined man and a big farmer. Had large landed properties, in the community. And so my immediate father, my biological father, was also under the shadow of the patriarch, Akaine, in the family. So usually you learn in the traditional African setting by just following what you see. You go to the farm, you learn how to take care of the crops, and all of that. So that's the way you learn. You don't have an institutionalized form of learning the way we do now, where you go to the classroom and all of that. That never existed. So whatever skills or profession your parents were in, you of course imbibe them and you learn them and they become part of you, So that was it. And that discipline comes with courage. You can wake up at 5, and head to the bush. That is courage. You've conquered the fear of the night, or whatever is on the way, and the rest of them. That was it. And when we close in the primary school, we also go and join them at the farm. We go join them in the farm and come back. So that was, a great deal of discipline. And also, we had our mini farms. So you work with your parents in the big farms during the normal, weekdays. On Sunday, which is like the resting period, we also go to our mini farm, which is closer to the home, and all of that. So you can see you imbibe almost everything that the family does, and you also replicate it in your own way. So for me, I know the value of farms. When I at the Lagos State University, where I am now, when I walk out, you have this, what they call these gardeners, planting vegetables and the rest of them. When I look at the vegetables, there's a certain, feeling I get, because I know what it is to watch crops grow and the rest of them. So
the substance of all of this background is productivity. You know, the question about being idle wasn't there. Indolence wasn't there at all. You know, you have to be productive, and that's what you call labor emulation. You know your role, and you don't wait to be told what to do, and the rest of them. So for me, we are missing all of that in contemporary times. You know, for the young ones that are growing up. So from there, primary school, Upugele Primary School. That's it used to be called St. John's. You know, but by the time we were leaving, 1977, it was called Upugele Primary School. You know, and from there, my time coincided with a time there was a great competition for education. You know, in the then Bender State, you know, there were these great schools. You want to go to any of them. An association, Catholic College in Irua. You have Bishop Kelly in Benin, Edo College, Benin, Ugeli Government College, UGR, in in Delta now. So those big schools, St. John Bosco in Ubiaja, Esan Grammar School in Uromi, and all of those ones. You know, we were competing to be there. In fact, there is this joke I normally make. Those of us who didn't enter secondary school on time, when your mates come back during holidays wearing their school vest, we become jealous. So there was something to spur us, you know, all of the time, and all of that. From there, so getting into secondary school was highly competitive. You know, today you see, I don't know how they do it now. Somebody will come out with 8 credits, not just 8 credits, 8 A's. I don't know how they do it now. In my time, we were not, you know, poor academically, but it was difficult to make those grades. And your result might even be seized. You know, you have to go and receipt for another round of WAEC examinations. So we did all of that, all with the hope of getting to the university. And I remember I wrote my JAM. Must have written JAM about 3 times. You know, you write your JAM with the hope that you are going to make all the combinations that you require to enter into the university, and you don't get it. So I kept, in terms of choice of university, I wanted to go to University of Benin, which was, of course, the closest to me in the then Bender. I tried, it didn't quite work out. I tried to go to, I would have been the second set in Bender State University when it was created, you know, Brusali, you know. I tried, it didn't work out. But so something happened. There was one Osasona, who was, I think he was a lecturer in Brusali, and he happened to be a friend, he was friends with my uncle. And so he was aware that I was having this difficulty in gaining admission into the university. He just told my uncle, why not let him go to Lagos and do this course at the Nigerian Institute of Journalism. It was called Certificate in Advanced Writing and Specialized Reporting. It was not meant for a greenhorn like me. It was meant for practicing, media practitioners. My colleagues were Untia Ukukena, who is late now. He was the PRO of FEDECO. What they call it, the NECON, not before FEDECO, after the one associated with FEDECO. You know, he was the PRO. Then I remember Abubakar Hassan, who was the PRO of Ajakuta Steel Mill. You know, there was one Kazauri. I think there was this paper in the north, not the New Nigeria. Was it not Herald? Triumph, something like that, yeah. Then you had, there was this other guy who was I think he was deputy manager in NTA Sokoto. These were my classmates. You know, I think this sports writer who was in the Guardian joined us. I remember very well. So, but you know, that program turned out to be very exciting for me. You know, because I had interest in writing, and as far back as when I left secondary school, my first attempt at writing was I wrote a book on Awolowo. You know, it was titled The Oasis. And that took me to Ikene to meet Papa, Chief Obafemi Awolowo. And he recommended our book to Spectrum. Shortly after he did, he died. So nobody could to pursue it. And I don't forget that when I was leaving, he gave me 20 naira. 20 naira was very big, 1985, you know. Went back to Lagos, but it was not even the money. The fact that I could shake the hand of the sage was exciting for me. And looking back, I said to myself, look, I could have kept that 20 naira as a souvenir. But at that time, it was, you know, it was something, it was, you know, some money that I could use. So that was in terms of measuring my ambition, you know. And my earliest heroes were, you know, Obafemi Awolowo, Ole Soyinka, then, of course, Kaduna Ozeogo, the man who led the first military coup d'etat. You know, in terms of his commitment, patriotism, you know, and disinterestedness in himself. You know, a man who could tell you that if I don't come out in 15 minutes, take care of me and the target. You know, so those were my earliest heroes. And I remember I read The Man Died even before I left secondary school, and I also reread that work again when I was writing my master's, you know, thesis. You know, so the other part of me which was innate was to detest anything oppressive. I remember in the secondary school that I started with, where I was one of the pioneers, Opoji Grammar School. You know, we led a protest against being shortchanged with this food they cook for you know, Children's Day. I remember now, the key cow and the rest of them. So they did this, and they brought the rice, and we didn't see the cow. You know, so I led a boycott of it. You know, it got to, I had a relative who was a teacher in that secondary school. So they were looking for the ringleaders, you know, and they called a general assembly. And they said, those who are not part of it should leave. You know, everybody was leaving. So we had about 4 of us or so. So they took 4 of us to the staff room to find out who was the ringleader. You know, we still insisted that we were not eating. And they said, well, if you don't eat, that we know that there's going to be trouble. So they went to the extent, you know, those days, traditionally you could go to Ifa to know who is the ringleader. But they used this key with the Bible, you know, calling our name to know who the ringleader was. You know, so eventually they prevailed on us, used all kinds of pressure to beg us and the rest of them, because if we don't eat the rice, probably there will be an indictment. It's already an indictment, and you know, those days in the inspectorate, they ask questions. So after much persuasion, well, we calmed down and you know, allow the process to go on. So that was one earliest example of, you know, my attitude towards resistance. And so by the time I left secondary school, I got inducted into radical literature. There was a relative of mine, Mr. Isi Mamadou. He's now a German resident. You know, he graduated from Ife, Bafemi Awolowo University, then the University of Ife, and he was privileged to be taught by Professor Toyo Olorode and the so-called Ife collectives at that time. And when he graduated, he started what we call a study group in the village. So a few of us went there, and he gave us some radical literature. He gave me one like I recall very well, The Dialectics of Nature by Friedrich Engels. If you read the Dialectics of Nature, you virtually understand everything about science. You know, science and its relation to social life. So, that literature, Communist Manifesto, the other one was Anti-Durin, also by Frederick Engels. Anti-Durin will teach you polemics, everything about polemics. So by the time I entered the university, I was already radicalized in terms of world outlook, you know, and all of that. So when I left ECPOMA for Lagos, you know, to start the NIJ program, so there were other comrades who were, you know, belonged to those radical movements. There was one Femi Ahmed, you know, those days we call him Sandinista. And so he was in charge of the cell that I belonged to, the Patriotic Labor Movement. So when I came into Lagos, we normally try to establish what we call front organizations. Front organizations. And Femi, we established what we call Nigerian Tenants Association. It might interest you to know that I became the first general secretary, you know, even though I was squatting, you know, at that time. And what we did by, you know, putting you in those organizations is to learn leadership, writing minutes, you know, and articulating proceedings. So I learned it through that, you know, period until I entered the University of Lagos, you know. Then when I got to the University of Lagos, we then established what we call Marxist-Leninist Study Group. There were these radical boys who came from Kwaratech, Bengal, Awekbo, who ran for the presidency, people under People's Trust. Olaiton Yoride, who was private secretary to Adam Soshomole, but he died in Benin. You had Bala Muhammad, who was a lecturer in Unimed, but he was doing his master's at the University of Lagos. You had Ukem Onyepe, you know, there was Anti Kanabe, and a host of others. So we formed what we call the Marxist-Leninist Study Group. The UNILAG Student Union was banned, you know, during that period. So we resuscitated the union and brought the union back by, you know, launching a protest against the management at the Senate building in UNILAG. So we got the union back, and so we got involved in the student union politics. And you know, there's always contestation. The management will want somebody who will be amenable to them, and we wanted independent student unionism. So we did that. The first year, management managed to get one of theirs, Madoju Timi Phillips. At Atlanta, died, God bless his soul, you know, to become the union president. I ran, after Madoju Timi, I think I ran for the presidency, you know, and again, I lost to Papa Chris. Chris Anyaze is also late now, you know. That led to crisis at the university because I won the whole of Akoka campus. They rigged it at the Diaraba. You can see some of these things you see today at the Diaraba campus. And we said no. Nobody can be sworn in unless I was sworn in. So that led to my rustication, you know, in the university. And we didn't give up. We went to court. I think we were about, I can't remember the number, by 11 or so. Our counsel was Femi Falana. You know, so, and we were out of campus for almost a year. And at the end of the day, we won the case. It was Justice Onalaja who ruled in our favor by asking the question, what is indiscipline under the law? Because we follow all the procedure in our communication with the management. So it became a landmark judgment, you know. That was it. So I went back to write my degree, my final year exam as a single candidate. You know, the previous year I lost a year because the previous year I would have served in Calabar. So then my results was when it was eventually released. You know, I was deployed to Sokoto, and I redeployed back to Lagos because the period coincided with the June 12, you know, crisis. And we read the atmosphere and said, if the crisis burst open, we were going to be consumed in the north, you know. And so we redeployed back to Lagos. Myself, GT Okunye, Niyi, and so many others, I can't remember their names now, we redeployed back, to Lagos. And of course, you know what that crisis led to. Snowballed into so many crises, renewed authoritarianism with Abacha coming in and the rest of them. So when we finished our service, because of my stint in journalism, so even while I was on campus, I was reporting for The Guardian, the art desk, because the guy who mentored me was Ben Tomoloju, the doyen of Nigerian cultural journalism. So I was reporting for The Guardian while at the University of Lagos. So because of that, my journalistic background, the Committee for the Defense of Human Rights was formed, and Bekora Sokuti was the chairman. So I was brought in to edit the newsletter, which we call The Victims. I was editing that for a time. And in the course of the crisis, the struggle against the military and all of that, I was again elevated to become the General Secretary of the Campaign for Democracy in Nigeria. And you know the implication of that. I succeeded Chima Ubani. I was elected at the Ibadan Convention of the organization. So few months after I was elected, I was arrested by the military and taken away to Brinikabi prisons for 1 year. I was released when the Commonwealth delegation came to Nigeria. I had a meeting with Abacha. Abacha wanted to please them, so he released a few of us, myself, Adeniji Adele, who is late now, one Enno, who was Abiola's whether personal secretary or personal assistant also at that time. So that was it. And when I came out, of course the crisis, when I was released, the crisis hadn't ended at all, and my chairman was taken away, Becker was taken to Katsina prison also. We were all dispersed. Shehu Sani was taken to Kirikiri, later to Aba prison. So it was my task again to reorganize the organization. We did that, and we then transited to the United Action for Democracy. All the forces reaggregated under that umbrella. We then made Olisa Agbakoba as the convener. Myself and Chima Ubani became the joint secretary of the United Action for Democracy. So we're on that when General Abacha dropped dead. And I then, reflected on my career. At that level, I decided that I should go back to school. So did my master's quietly at the Lagos State University, and went to the University of London to pick up my doctorate in politics. So that marked my journey into the academia. But then I became active in the civil society, and involved in research. I formed the Center for Constitutionalism and Demilitarization that publishes the Constitution, a journal for constitutional development. And under that platform, I carried out governance training across 3 of the 6 geopolitical zones in the country. Some of the alumni of SENCOD, many prominent people, Lalong, the former minister, was an alumnus of SENCOD, of that center. Orelokpe was in the Center for Sustainable Development in Abuja. In fact, she was sent by the president. Then he was governor of Lagos State, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Sent almost about 6 commissioners to me, to train in the SENCOD Summer School of Governance and the rest of them. So from there, I then decided to move into full research by entering into the academia at the Lagos State University. Because of my strength in research, I've written enough to be a professor even before I joined the system. So I entered Lagos State University as a senior lecturer, and I rose through the ranks to become a professor in 2017, in political science. So, and in terms of the content of my scholarship, liberating. It's about, how to transform the society. And it's about, underscoring the problems that the continent faces, And I've written so many books. My essays are over 100, so including books. One of them, which I think is very seminal, is Patrons of Poverty. IMF, World Bank, and Africa's Problem. And I also wrote, of course, detailed a volume on globalization and the fringe players. The way it affects the global South. I did that, and just like so many articles in terms of trying to understand Nigeria's problem and transform them. I think the first stage is the power of conviction. You must at each point in time define, your role, because one of the greatest problems is that we are born into this world. Sometimes, as one French philosopher, I guess, said, we don't know the cause of birth, and we also know the cause of departure. So we just find ourselves in this space. So when you find yourself in this space, you define it. And if you do a summing up, you discover that the only thing relevant is to live your life for humanity. And so you have to, how do you create that space? It means that all those strictures, structural constraints on people actualizing themselves, you have to, help to fight them. You have to subvert them so that people can, fully realize their lives. And so I believe that I have that power of conviction. One, and when conviction comes with commitment. Commitment is very, very important in whatever you do. You define your aim, then you are committed to it, and you pursue it. But what I also learned, I'm not sure whether I was influenced by Chief Obafemi Awolowo's biography. You discover that nobody really helps anybody. So it is always good to carve a path of independence so that you don't go begging to feed yourself. It's very important. If I say this, I'm not saying that you have to be materialistic. That's not the point I'm making. But independence in ways that you become self-sufficient. Because that's the only way, you can also live your life meaningfully. If you are not well, if you are unhealthy, you can't pursue goals and the rest of them. So independence is very, very important. As you will find out, I'm sure many of us here have experienced that. Nobody helps anybody. It doesn't mean there are exceptional cases, that people can come to your rescue and say, let me help you. Always, we're on our own, and the social measures, which of course are embedded in the African system, traditional society, have been eroded now. The reason why you don't have a high suicide rate in Africa is because of that extended family system. If you see your cousin, even if 10th cousin, and you complain, he can share some of his, things with you. He will give you food, he will share clothes with you and the rest of them. So against that background, we don't commit suicide. The suicide rate in Africa is low. Unlike places like Japan, where you now have suicide police, monitoring people who want to jump into the river and the rest of them, and elsewhere in Europe. So self-reliance is very important. And I think that what is rampant these days is the antisocial behavior of our youth. They need to, also refocus their energy towards being self-reliant and be creative, and do things that are productive. Our country is a very great country, potentially great country. And if you've traveled to other parts of the world, you will understand why we need to build this country and create sanity zones. That again tells you why I'm in politics. Because I believe that even if I were to, amass huge resources, I will not be able to transform beyond my immediate family. But if you want to transform society and community, you need state power, which is why the quest for leadership becomes very important for me. Well, incidentally, I was one of the first persons in the country to organize a national conference on the 1999 Constitution in 2000, just a year after the transition, program. In that conference, I recall very well, Issa Sage was there. The late Bala Jubri Muhammad was there. I think Odi Alfrem was there. So many prominent Nigerians were in that conference. And at that time, if you don't understand the constitutional making, you have what we call, that's what we call people's, people's-led kind of process of making constitution. That means that the people must partake in the articulation of the provisions of the Constitution. It's actually called process-led. That was the word I was looking for, so that people can own that process. The spirit of that discourse, of that debate, will be of course, embedded in that constitutional, provisions. The place it was well, demonstrated is Ethiopia, after the civil war in Ethiopia. The Ethiopia Constitution was a process-led one. They even dramatized the provisions of that constitution to the ordinary people to understand what was being, talked about. That was why I was shocked that Abiye could go to war in Tigray, because the Ethiopia Constitution has a clause that says whoever wants to go out of the union, if you want to go out of the union, there's an article you can activate in the constitution and you leave. So if Tigrayans wanted to go, why was Abiye trying to stop them? Why is it that the government there refused to follow the lay down a constitutional path to resolve such crisis instead of, bloodletting that happened in Ethiopia? So in the case of Nigeria, we talked about the fact that Nigeria entered into post-colonial life on the basis of a federal constitution. Largely issues of derivation were taken care of in the constitution. If you look at the 1966 Republican Constitution, even 1960, derivation was there, which I thought it was almost about 50%, of resources from the regions and the rest of them. So after the Civil War, centralism, because military ruled by edit and decrease, and it's a central command. That collapsed essentially the federal structure and undermined it completely. Even civil service within the regions were now united on a national basis. So that is the problem. You have a military head of state who dictates, everything that happens in the regions. That was the problem. Now, the 79 Constitution was an attempt, to strengthen the federal system so that what they call separatist tendency of the early 60s will not be there. But again, in a way, it atomized the federal essence of the Nigerian, constitution. So the 1999 Constitution, one of the things we found out is that as at the time it was compacted or put together, there were 68 items under the exclusive list, the exclusive legislative list. And compare that to the residual list, where the state has legislative competence. It was infinitesimal. So we felt that there are items on the 68 exclusive items on this exclusive list that ought to be either concurrent or residual, to the state. So that is the problem. So the states are largely de-empowered with the 1999 Constitution. The states are largely de-empowered. And there are aspects of the Constitution that are not enforceable. I think the directive principles of state policy, I think chapter 2 or so, are not enforceable, and all of that. So what you then have is that what Ekweremadu call Fidiboto federalism. Everybody run to Abuja. Creativity is dead, and the rest of them. And it has, of course, feared what you call a consumerist orientation of the governing elite and the larger society. So these are the problems. And so refederalizing, as we have argued, will mean that more powers should be devolved, to the states and the rest of them. The last assembly tried to do it haphazardly. Electricity, as you know now, is now under concurrent. And which other one? Railway is now concurrent. So for me, that's some gains of the long-time agitation for devolution of power. But we still need to do more. Well, I think that there is a conflation of meaning when you talk about restructuring. You talk about devolution of power. You talk about refederalizing the polity. Largely they converge. We are saying that there are contradictions within the Nigerian, system, the polity. Therefore, we need to deal with those polity problems, by restructuring. Restructuring means that the component nationalities of this country, should exercise some measure of autonomy, in their area of jurisdiction. You want to, for example, now we have NUC that determines almost everything for universities. Universities is on the concurrent, education is on the concurrent list. State government can establish their own standards for universities, So when you have all of those things, those are the contradictions in the Nigerian federal system. When things that are supposed to belong to the units, are being concentrated in the center. That's the problem. So you are talking about rearranging that relationship between the center and the units. That's what restructuring is all about. Because right now it is skewed. Let me give you an example. The local government structures in the country, they were arbitrarily created by the military, from OBJ to, the last administration. And those arbitrarily created local governments are constitutionalized. I think they are the third or second schedule of the constitution. They are there. I'm not quite sure which of the schedule, that we have today, which was why the Lagos attempt to create more didn't quite go through constitutionally, Now, we are trying here in Nigeria to make local government as a unit of the Nigerian Federation. For me, it is wrong-headed. That's one of the contradictions. If federalism is usually an agreement between the unit and the center. In fact, we should not even, when we use unit, we are not substantial. You talk about people. Federalism is a product of people saying we want to live together as one country based on the following terms. So you cannot create a local government structure and make it a unit, of a federal arrangement, of a federal agreement. Rather, local government should be mere administrative, structures of the units of the federation. That is to say, Lagos can decide to create as many as 100 local governments if they like. They can reduce it to 10 if they like. The question about reifying the local government structure as if it's a unit of the Nigerian federal arrangement, is a major contradiction. Because what they have done, when you do that, those local governments that were arbitrarily created in the first place, you then reify them because they draw resources directly from the center, from the federation account. So Kano has 44, is it 44 or 40 local government, areas. Lagos has, 20. Lagos has 20. And they all draw resources from the federation account. So you can see, obviously, there's an obvious disempowerment or cheating within that system. So that is why we must resist. When they talk about local government financial autonomy, so when you talk about local government financial autonomy, it's nothing other than aggrandizing those arbitrarily created local governments. If you move around this country, local government exists in name in some parts of the country. just in name, nothing happens. Nothing, in terms of functionality, you don't see any activity to show that this is a local government, structure in action. It's not there. So these are the contradictions. When people are talking about the structuring, it will also mean that the existing local government structure can be dissolved or expurgated from the constitution. Allow states to create local government that they want to create to govern their own sphere of activities. So when you do that, this argument about local government autonomy will fizzle out. The state government, the state's assembly will now make law for the smooth running of local government. As subsidiarity structures, we already know what their roles are, but the state government will then provide enabling laws. Whether the state also need to create some grants for them, how much they can raise from the activities that they normally do or carry out, all of that will be spelled out. So the question about reifying the LG as a unit of the Nigerian Federation will be eliminated. That's one contradiction. Now, you will recall that states had their constitution. Regions in Nigeria had their own constitution before. They even had what they call them, consular services in other countries of the world. Just something like ambassadorial or diplomatic missions. They had. State had. Western Nigeria had, their own missions. Though not of the status of, what you have today. They had that. That was much of the autonomy that the units of the Nigerian Federation, the regions enjoyed. And there was a great deal of competition. Go to ABU's area. You see that structure, was not just any structure. You can't find those structures again. Go to Ife. The Museum of Natural History in Ife is an architectural piece that can raise money for that university if you turn them into postcards. You can't have that structure anywhere. You can't have two of that structure anywhere in the world. So the regions knew what they wanted. They knew what they wanted. There was strict competition, and development was being driven. But today, development is not on the agenda. If you go to the National Assembly, legislative business is maybe perhaps 10%. People are looking for LPO contracts, and the rest of them. And even in the First Republic, when the regions were truly autonomous, legislative business was part-time. Councillors were part-time, councillors. That was what we had. And yet they were committed. They were men who were respected in the community with character and all that. Today, it's the only game in town. People believe you can make money by going into politics. If you look at the academic staff union of universities, the crisis has always been about underfunding of the universities, the tertiary institutions in the country. Or not just even tertiary institutions, the educational sector. If you look at budgetary allocation vis-a-vis other sectors of the national economy, you discover that education is not prioritized. So that has created problems between academic staff union and the Nigerian government. Autonomy happens in different ways. The way we are in Nigeria today, in which every institution and agency of government go to the center to collect money from the federation account, will not allow university to have full autonomy, because you still rely on subvention, from the federal government, to run, or the state government, as the case may be, But creating your own resource base, financial autonomy, is still problematic, because you can't charge higher, tuition fees. Private institutions are doing that, and you know what it is. Your children can't go, my children can't go there. But even at that, they rely on, faculty members in the federal institutions to teach in those institutions, because we resource for them. So SOUQ has always made a patriotic case for funding of education. And SOUQ doesn't just make a case, they provide solutions. There was a document SOUQ produced in the 80s titled How to Save Nigeria. The TED fund that you see today was a product of that articulation.
About 39 dams spread across the 6 southwestern states are potential economic benefits to both the agricultural and industrial aspirations of the region, but for the obsolete and disgraceful look they are now wearing. A tour of the facilities showed that they have been poorly maintained, grossly underutilized. Indeed, the dams account for about 12.7% of the estimated water needed in Nigeria, and experts believe that if they are not put to maximum use, they can boost agriculture and food production, improve the state's internally generated revenue (IGR), and increase employment. Given the federal government's proposed $500 million loan to ensure the safety of dams across the country, it has become imperative for political leaders in the region to begin reassessing dams with the political will to bring them to optimum performance. Apart from the average purpose of water supply and fisheries, which most of the dams in the southwest currently constructed to generate hydroelectricity for surrounding communities have hardly served objective in the last 3 or 4 decades since they were built. About 75% of the dams in the country were constructed for domestic and industrial water supply. 33% were built for irrigation and water storage, 29% were meant for fisheries, and 16% were aimed at recreation, and 4% hydroelectricity. But alas, no dam in the southwest region currently functions beyond 50% capacity, and others were discovered to have been abandoned. For instance, some major and multi-purpose dams like the Onya Dam in Ogun State, Owena Dam in Ondo State, Ikere Gorge in Oyo State, Ashedire Dam in Oyo State, and others constructed with an intent to produce electricity have hardly performed to such capacity since they were built. It was learned that apart from the fact that over 85% of the major dams in the country are located in other region because of the poor rainfall in the area, more government attention over the years seems to have been given to dams in the region at the expense of the ones in the south. Perhaps one reason adduced for this is that the northern region is said to have less rainfall compared with the south. Therefore, the zone might need dams for more irrigation purposes. Another finding is that many of the political leaders in the southwest have been paying lip service to dam capacity and maintenance over the years, which perhaps had resulted in poor agricultural products, a lack of water supply in most cases, and flood disasters. It is the same story of dam failure or inadequate performance from Oyo State, which has the largest concentration of dams, to Osun, Ondo, Ekiti, Ogun, and Lagos states. The dams are simply not functioning up to their full capacity and may therefore need urgent attention and maintenance by the appropriate authorities. Among the challenges affecting dams in the region is the poor or lack of electricity supply. Findings reveal that none of the dams can be easily operated by power generating sets. Sediments are also another challenge hampering the capacity and performance of most dams in the southwest. Sediments have rendered the water in several dams unfit for use, especially for fishing purposes, and in some cases lead to massive flooding whenever the dams overflow their banks. Another challenge facing the dams is obsolete equipment or lack of appropriate maintenance of facilities. Ironically, some of the dams were never seen completed after construction began. For instance, the Ashedire Dam, which cuts across the Oyo and Osun boundary at Ashedire, is said to have been redundant for more than 5 years due to lack of power supply. Some years back, the Ibadan Electricity Distribution Company (IBEDC) cut off its supply, citing up unpaid bills. Ashedire, whose capacity is lower than that of Ikere Gorge and other major dams, needs at least 4.4 megawatts of power. According to the diesel price to run such a dam, Eleyele Dam in Ibadan also faces a similar electricity challenge to Ashedire. However, the dam is still supplying water to nearby communities and some corporate organizations. Most of the underground pipes that carry water to households are currently in bad shape, and it will take a lot of money to rehabilitate them. So, what are the governors of the southwest region of the country doing with the robust allocations they receive and the loans they have taken both locally and internationally? Your guess is as good as mine. I am Bayo Olawi. Cocoa has more than tripled in cost over the past year and is up 129% this year. The rise in cocoa prices is likely due to a global cocoa shortage. Climate change-induced drought has ravaged crops in West Africa, which contributes around 80% of the world's cocoa output. According to the International Cocoa Association, global cocoa supply will decline by almost 11% over the 2023-24 season. The world produces nearly 6 million tons of cocoa beans each year, and consumers may begin to feel the impact of this shortage by the end of this year or early next year. Nigeria's cocoa earnings in the first quarter of this year surged by 279%, driven by a sharp increase in its prices in the international market. Data from the National Bureau of Statistics (NBS) indicates that in the first 3 months of the year, the value of cocoa exports totaled 408.66 billion naira. This represents an increase of 279% from the 179.5 billion naira recorded in the first 3 months of 2023. When compared to the preceding quarter, total cocoa exports increased by 138% from 117.29 billion naira recorded in the preceding quarter. Despite the significant depreciation of the naira in the first quarter of the year, the dollar value of cocoa exports saw a significant increase both year-on-year and quarter-on-quarter. There was a 63.3% increase in the dollar value of Nigeria's exports between the fourth quarter of 2023 and the first quarter of 2024. Using the closing rate of the dollar to the naira at the end of December 2023, cocoa exports for the period stood at $188.83 million. This increased to $312.19 million at the end of the first quarter of 2024, using the exchange rate at the end of March. Year on year, the dollar value of exports in the first quarter of 2023 stood at $223 million. Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
The Three Wise Men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of three men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodun Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the three sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the Three Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. Three white-capped chiefs clad in white wrappers knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. The Three Wise Men has been relocated thrice from its original position at Ojodu Berger end of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to Magodo area before its final relocation to its present site at Olowopopo Drive. The sculpture has suffered severe damages over the years and renovated. Bodun Shodende, through this sculpture, we've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked the CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo, early into the Adeniji-Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as
Hello and welcome to the News Hour on SOUQ News Television. I am David Chiedu. First, the major headlines. Many thanks for joining us. And now the news in detail. The Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, in collaboration with the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies, commenced a 3-day training program at Ozumba, Mbadiwe, Victoria Island, Lagos, Nigeria. The training focused on strategic insight and planning. The facilitator, Kenneth Ikenwa, in his lecture, emphasized the crucial role of strategic overview in streamlining business operations, highlighting key components such as vision statements, mission statements, and strategic objectives. He stressed the need for strategy in business sustainability, and understanding the organization's purpose and core values. Ikenwa also delved into market analysis, emphasizing the importance of understanding the needs, preferences, and behaviors of the target customer base. The interactive session saw participants share their insights on the legal implications of social media. The facilitator encouraged participants to conduct SWOT analyses in their respective organizations, identifying key stakeholders and support mechanisms. He engaged participants with questions, expressing satisfaction with their responses. Citing the monkeypox outbreak as a challenge, Ikenwa urged participants to be proactive in solving problems and tackling challenges promptly. He emphasized the need for individuals to be active and proactive in addressing issues. The training continues, with participants expected to gain valuable insights into strategic planning and business sustainability. And now to the banking sector. Nigeria's financial sector has shown remarkable growth despite economic challenges, with total bank assets rising to 121.8 trillion naira. According to a report obtained from Enterprise NGR, this represents a 56% increase from 2022, amounting to nearly half of Nigeria's GDP. The surge highlights the financial sector's growing importance, contributing 4.6% of the nation's GDP and ranking third in tax revenue generation. The report also notes significant developments in the insurance and capital markets. The insurance sector saw gross written premiums rise by 18.77% to 1.003 trillion naira, while the capital markets all-share index soared by 47% in 2023. Fintech operations have expanded, improving financial accessibility and reducing transaction costs for Nigerians. And to the equity market. Nigeria's equity market extended its losing streak to 6 consecutive trading sessions, with the Nigerian Stock Exchange witnessing a significant downturn. The market's capitalization dropped by 1.6 trillion naira, reflecting the persistent bearish trend. On Monday, the all-share index fell by 1.36%, closing at 95,781.68 points, down from the previous close of 97,100.31 points. Market capitalization also dipped by 750 billion naira, settling at 54.40 trillion naira. Despite the downturn, market activity remained robust, with a total of 3.54 billion shares traded across 9,291 deals, marking a 16% increase in volume. However, the overall market performance remains a concern, as the year-to-date return dropped to 28.50%, while the month-to-date and week-to-date returns fell to minus 2.05% and minus 1.36%, respectively. The decline was largely driven by a 10% loss in Dangote Cement's share price. As the market continues to experience volatility, investors remain cautious, awaiting potential stabilization in the coming days. And the federal government of Nigeria, through the Debt Management Office, DMO, has launched a $500 million denominated domestic bond with a 9.75% interest rate set to mature in 2029. The DMO banned cash payment for bonds, and this requires that all prospective investors have to carry out payments through electronic transfers or banking systems. This marks Nigeria's first ever dollar bond issued locally, and it is open to Nigerian residents, citizens abroad, and qualified institutional investors. The bond offers a minimum subscription of $10,000 with subsequent purchases in multiples of $1,000. The bond offering is open from August 19 to August 30, 2024, with settlement scheduled for September 6, 2024. And the Nigerian Meteorological Agency, NIMET, has forecasted 3 days of rainfall to affect 17 states and the Federal Capital Territory between August 20 to August 22. NIMET predicts thunderstorms and intermittent rains across the various regions, including Kano, Katsina, and Kaduna. NIMET's report indicates that daytime thunderstorms will impact parts of the northern states such as Bauchi, Gombe, and Yobe. In the north-central region, including Niger, Nasarawa, and Plateau, intermittent rains are expected throughout the morning hours, transitioning to thunderstorms in the afternoon and in the evening. Residents, especially in flood-prone areas, are advised to stay informed through safety advisories. The agency, on the other hand, also recommended that airline operators monitor weather updates for better flight planning. And NIMET's forecast emphasizes strong winds accompanying the storms, urging the public to exercise caution. The anticipated weather conditions come as a response to recent changes in climatic patterns, aiming to prepare residents and businesses for potential disruptions. And still with NIMET, Nigeria has experienced an unusually cold weather for several weeks, causing dry skin for many. And there has been minimal rainfall in the month of August. However, the weather is starting to change, and NIMET wants Nigerians to prepare for heavy rainfall in days to come. Our correspondent, Grace Komalafe, has the details.
The Nigerian Meteorological Agency, NIMET, has issued a critical alert, predicting 3 consecutive days of heavy rainfall across the country. This forecast underscores the urgent need for preparedness to mitigate potential risks associated with the impending downpour. As the nation braces for this weather event, it is imperative to understand the potential impacts and take necessary precautions. NIMET's projections indicate widespread rainfall, with certain regions experiencing particularly intense precipitation. The agency has emphasized the possibility of localized flooding, transportation disruptions, and challenges for agricultural activities. Coastal areas are expected to be particularly affected due to anticipated convergence of moisture-laden winds. To safeguard lives and property, NIMET strongly advises citizens to stay informed about weather updates and implement appropriate safety measures. Nigeria's history with rainfall, both seasonal and irregular, has demonstrated the vulnerability of various regions to flooding and its associated consequences. Past experiences of heavy rainfall have highlighted the potential for significant infrastructure damage, economic losses, and public health risk. Given the forecasted conditions, it is crucial to be vigilant and proactive in addressing potential challenges. To minimize the impact of the expected rainfall, residents in flood-prone areas should prioritize precautionary measures such as elevating belongings and ensuring efficient drainage. Community-based flood preparedness drills can also be instrumental in enhancing resilience. Also, travelers should consider potential transportation disruptions and plan their journeys accordingly. By implementing these measures and staying informed about the evolving weather situation, Nigerians can effectively manage the risk associated with the upcoming rainfall. Grace Komalafe, SOUQ News.
And away from that to some politics, Kogi State's Governor Alhaji Usman Ododo has appointed 1,192 additional aides to support his administration. The new appointees include Yakubu Abdul Hakim as Executive Secretary of the State Office for Disability, 165 Senior Special Assistants, 36 Special Assistants, 574 ward assistants, and 290 local government special assistants. The governor also approved the appointment of Alhaji Ibrahim Abdul Sadiq as Director of Protocol in the First Lady's office. This move is aimed at strengthening the administration's efforts to deliver quality services to the people of Kogi State. The secretary to the state government, Dr. Folashade Ayoade, congratulated the appointees and urged them to render selfless service to the state and humanity. The appointments take effect from September 1, 2024. This development is expected to enhance the government's capacity to drive development and improve the lives of Kogi State residents. As inflation and economic hardship continue to bite, fuel scarcity has become another hurdle that Nigerians must overcome to maintain their daily lives. Many had hoped that with the advent of the Dangote refinery and the Port Harcourt refinery coming back on stream, access to fuel would improve. Unfortunately, that has not been the case. In this report, our correspondent Chike Okolo takes to the streets to capture the public's reaction to the ongoing fuel scarcity.
Amid economic challenges facing Nigerians, the rise in fuel prices in July has made things even more difficult. Nigerians are now feeling the strain both in obtaining the product and in bearing the cost of purchasing a litre. Across the country, motorists are struggling to refill their tanks as the scarcity intensifies. Queues have formed at fuel stations, with those still selling at regular prices seeing long lines on vehicles waiting for sales to begin. The scarcity has spread throughout Lagos, causing long queues and prompting drivers to scramble with jerry cans in hand, desperate to secure some fuel. The impact of the fuel scarcity is not limited to motorists. Pedestrians waiting for buses also voiced their frustrations, which were captured by SOUQ News correspondents.
There is no fuel, but the filling station that managed to have fuel, there are all the road buses that are there trying to buy fuel. So we are waiting for bus, but we can't see bus now because of traffic was much all the way from Costain, Ijora, traffic was even this UBA itself, you can't even pass. I trek all the way from UBA to here because I'm looking for bus.
Because I've been seeing the crowds, the queue all over the places, and it's really disturbing. We need to show concern because it's affecting our fruits, products, going out in the morning, coming in the night.
The scarcity has also affected businesses along commercial streets, where store owners express disappointment over the difficulty customers face in reaching them due to transportation challenges. This in turn has affected sales, particularly for those selling clothing and shoes.
It's affecting the business because even us that is coming to the shop as well, it's difficult for us to get to the market because of lack of vehicles. Because other vehicles are in queue in the fleet station, so the customers are not coming in. Most of them, they call, they say they will not be able to come because they not see transportation.
Some people might not have customers again because due to the increase of fuel and transportation issues, people will not be able to come to markets or to their business place, open up and attend to their customers.
As Nigerians endure this rise in fuel prices, there is hope that the situation will eventually improve. Chike H. Okolo reporting for SOUQ News. Amid economic challenges.
Away from that report to some fintech news. To improve transactions made from point-of-sale terminals across the country, Zone Payment Network Limited, formerly AppZone, has joined forces with the Nigeria Interbank Settlement System, NIBS. The partnership aims to revolutionize the country's payment system by leveraging blockchain technology to streamline the payment process and ensure compliance with the Central Bank of Nigeria's new payment terminal service aggregator regulations. This collaboration will deploy decentralized card routing technology, facilitating seamless POS transactions for banks and fintechs. Key features include automated chargeback resolutions, allowing for swift refunds and real-time transaction validation. The managing director and CEO of NIBS, Premier Oiwo, emphasized that the partnership marks a significant step towards improving Nigeria's payment efficiency and fostering global payment innovations. CEO and co-founder of Zone, Obi Emetarom, highlighted the transformative potential of this initiative, aiming to set a new standard for secure and interoperable payments in Nigeria. And from here, we'll take our attention to stories making the headlines around Africa. Kenya's Finance Minister, Apologies for that. To news from around the continent, Kenya's Finance Minister John Mbadi has announced plans to reintroduce tax proposals that ignited widespread protests earlier this year. The amendments aimed at increasing government revenue to address the country's substantial debt to international lenders, including the World Bank, IMF, and China, are set to include measures targeting environmentally unfriendly goods. The controversial proposals, initially withdrawn following intense public outcry and violent demonstrations that led to over 50 deaths, include taxes on products such as sanitary towels and diapers. Critics argue that these taxes will further strain the cost of living for ordinary Kenyans. Despite President William Ruto's defense of the initial finance bill, the government's attempt to reinstate these taxes has been met with renewed resistance from the youth-led protest movement. The IMF had earlier supported certain tax reforms, but the reintroduced measures have intensified calls for Ruto's resignation and could spark further unrest. And to health matters from across the continent, the Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC, is set to receive its first dose of the monkeypox vaccine by next week, as announced by Health Minister Samuel Roger Kamba Mulamba. The vaccines, promised by the United States and Japan, aim to combat the escalating monkeypox outbreak that has affected large parts of Africa. This development follows the World Health Organization's declaration of monkeypox as a global public health emergency, emphasizing the urgent need for vaccination in regions where the disease is endemic. The arrival of the vaccines marks a critical step in addressing the disparity that left African nations without access to the shot during the 2022 global outbreak. Japan's Ministry of Health has confirmed its support, providing vaccines and needles through collaborations with international partners. With 2 strains of the virus, including the new clade IB variant, spreading across Congo, the vaccination campaign is expected to significantly bolster public health efforts and also improve the country's ability to manage future outbreaks. And now to the capital market. African Gold Limited has announced a significant expansion of its capital base by issuing 40,350,000 new ordinary fully paid securities effective August 20, 2024. This move aims to enhance its financial standing and attract new investors. The company's decision aligns with its strategy to bolster market presence and fund ongoing projects. The issuance, detailed in Appendix 3B, reflects African Gold's commitment to maintaining compliance with ASX listing rules. The new shares are expected to increase liquidity and provide the company with the necessary resources to advance its operations and growth plans. This expansion follows recent insider trading activities with notable transactions by key figures such as Toga Kumova and Matthew O'Hara, highlighting investor confidence in the company's prospects. Investors are advised to monitor these developments closely as they may impact stock performance and market positioning. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll bring you stories from the Middle East. Do join us.
My name is Yinka Babalola.
My name is Ijoma Pelokoro.
My name is Joshua Hassan.
I am Rotarian or Mosunde Lawson.
It's Ife Rita Ejeze. My friends call me Ife.
My name is Rotarian Lola Dare. I'm inviting you to keep watching SOUQ News. It's the right station to tune to.
I like SOUQ News. SOUQ News is good.
I want to charge you all to listen to SOUQ News, watch the news.
You can have unlimited news first time.
Find SOUQ News. Be with SOUQ News. Never switch off. You are better for it. SOUQ News is the real thing.
Listen to their coverage and you'll be glad you did.
Turn to your YouTube, turn to your Instagram, turn to all your digital channels and look for SOUQ News.
Keep watching.
Keep watching.
Please guys, keep watching
SOUQ News.
The heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
We're taking the step to see.
Welcome back. Now to news from the Middle East. Iran's ambassador to Russia, Kazim Jalali, has praised the newly signed Free Trade Agreement, FTA, with Eurasian Economic Union. EAEU, highlighting its potential to significantly benefit Iranian exporters. The agreement, finalized in December 2023, aims to eliminate tariffs on 87% of traded items between Iran and EAEU members, which include Russia, Armenia, Belarus, Kazakhstan, and Kyrgyzstan. Speaking at the MIMS Automobility Moscow 2024, Jalali urged the Iranian parliament, also known as the Majlis, to expedite the ratification process to maximize the FTA's benefits. The agreement We will take a short break, and when we return, more news from the Middle East shortly.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
West has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the word cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the NSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Now to some sporting stories. In the world of football, Atalanta has set a €40 million price tag for Nigerian forward Ademola Lookman in response to Paris Saint-Germain's interest. The Serie A club is reportedly displeased with PSG's direct approach to Lookman, which bypassed formal negotiations with Atalanta. Lookman, who played a crucial role in Atalanta's Europa League triumph last season, was notably absent from the squad for their recent Serie A match against Lecce, fueling speculation about his desire to leave Bergamo. PSG has reportedly offered Lookman a lucrative contract worth €4.5 million per season, significantly higher than his current €1.9 million salary. Despite interest from several Saudi Pro League clubs, PSG is seen as the primary driver behind Lookman's move. Atalanta initially valued Lookman at €70 million, but it is now open to negotiating closer to €40 million as the transfer window nears its end. The club faces a challenge in finding a replacement while dealing with other player departures and injuries. Still in the transfer market, Napoli is facing a crucial decision on Victor Osimhen's future as the transfer window nears its end. Sporting director Giovanni Magna revealed that the club is considering both the possibility of selling Osimhen or retaining him for the upcoming season. The Nigerian forward, who has been absent from Napoli's first 2 Serie A matches, is seeking a move away from the club. Chelsea remains persistent in their pursuit of Osimhen despite Napoli's reluctance to accept a loan deal. The Blues are reportedly keen on acquiring the striker to strengthen their squad. Transfer expert Fabrizio Romano has confirmed Chelsea's interest in the loan agreement, which Napoli has resisted, preferring a full transfer if Osimhen departs. To women's football, Nigeria's under-20 women's team, the Falconets, is set to face Australia and Mexico in friendly matches as part of their final preparation for the FIFA Under-20 Women's World Cup in Colombia starting August 31. The team, recently welcomed Bogota with a vibrant reception, will play Australia on August 23 and Mexico on August 26. Following their arrival from Istanbul, the Falconets participated in a light training session to combat jet lag. Coach Christopher Danjuma expressed the team's commitment to winning the tournament. Danjuma currently enjoys the support of the Nigerian government and sports officials. Nigeria's Falconets, known for their consistent performance in previous tournaments, will compete in Group D alongside Germany, the Korean Republic, and Venezuela. The 2024 World Cup, expanding to 24 teams, features several debutantes, highlighting the tournament's growing global reach. And that's the bulletin for the news hour. Many thanks for watching. Do stay tuned to SOUQ News Television for more exciting and engaging programs. Many thanks again for watching. I am David Chiedu. Good afternoon.
Understand why the Imo man, Imo woman, Bayelsa man, Bayelsa woman will blow air to chicken and chicken will cry. What is, you are the one that don't understand it. You can't understand the science behind it. So what you should do is go and study how to understand it. That was why China closed their border for 25 years. Today, the Europeans and Americans that are trooping to China to study TCM. They are in droves. Today, Ayurveda is a full ministry in India. The Global Center for Traditional Medicine is in Gujarat, in India. It became 1 year in March this year. Because these people refused to be intimidated. They even want to scrape us so that we will not talk.
Because of the advent of drugs, hospitals, and modern technology, natural medicine in Nigeria have been relegated to the back for the longest of time in Nigeria. This situation has left Nigerians and Africans at large at the mercy of drugs produced abroad, as opposed to the effective, potent, and curing ability of leaves and roots. The Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency and natural medicine practitioners have partnered with Femi Walsh, owners of SOUQ News Television and the Isle 104.9 FM. The Memorandum of Understanding was signed at a meeting held between both parties on Wednesday, July 7, 2024 in Lagos. At the meeting, the Director General of the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje, welcomed the guests, saying that there is need to positively change the narrative of natural medicine in Nigeria, and by extension, Africa. According to Professor Emeje, SOUQ News Television and the Isle 104.9 has the capacity to showcase the tremendous studies, research work, and products coming out of Nigeria to the world.
So I believe your coming on board is also at a very critical period. So that, yes, you know, when we talked the other time and he said that because of our activities, people will start saying they want to be DJ of that. Let them come and do. Yes, it is better for us to be known, to be lucrative, to be functional, so that people will compete to come and be DG, than for us to be obliterated. Do you understand? Because no matter how you do DG, you have expiry date. You will go. But let the organization remain for the benefit of our nation. Thank you very much.
Professor Emeje, responding on behalf of the president of Femi Walsh Media, Ambassador Victor Oluwafemi Walsh, the vice president of Femi Walsh Media, Dr. Idahosa Osamanze, said, as Nigerians, we talk down on Nigeria a lot.
The beauty about what we're doing is that we also know that the end of post television is coming close to an end, because the Gen Zs, they don't watch too much of television, they are on their cell phone. And so we adopt the over-the-top technology as a company to distribute our content, both in Africa, Asia, and America. Yesterday, I was still talking to a friend of mine. I met him in Toronto, who's giving us an inroad into the Caribbean, where our brothers are who were moved from this place.
Oh, yes.
So we show to the world what we are capable of doing, and this will attract attention of the world to the agency. I said to Prof the other day that I know that very soon people will be struggling to become DG of the agency. Because now there's no budget in it, that's why people are not struggling.
Oh, yes.
But very soon budget will come to it.
Yes,
And then everybody can live a decent and good life. So it's a pleasure to partner with you and to see how to drive this vision. And in the next 4 years, as Prof is still here.
Dr. Osamanze, in the presence of SOUQ News Television's Chief Responsibility Officer, Sam Orouje, Business Manager Shade Uwe, and Chooks John Rogers, appreciated the NNMDA management and staff for a wonderful meeting that has signaled the beginning of a beautiful relationship in times to come.
The world of business is one filled with men and women willing to dine with risk, and when we seek African business shapers, we see individuals who have denied self to build conglomerates. From controlling over 90% of diesel trade in Nigeria, to almost throwing in the towel then getting on the Forbes list, we present Olufemi Peter Otedola. The Nigerian businessman and philanthropist was born in Ibadan, the capital of Oyo State, on the 4th of November 1962, into the family of late Sir Michael Otedola, the governor of Lagos State from 1992 to 1993. The University of Lagos Staff School, Akuka, welcomed Olufemi for his primary education and secondary education at Olivet Baptist High School, Oyo. Olufemi proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife, for his first degree, graduated and joined the family printing press business, working hard and gaining experience. Femi Otedola ventured out starting Center Force Limited. The company focused on finance, investment and trading. The oil and gas sector was Femi Otedola's next port of call. From quite a very humble beginning in the oil and gas sector, utilizing the connections and networks of family and friends, he cultivated partnerships in diesel supply chain. Him being the last man to the final consumer. Challenges breed opportunities, and in Femi's case, it was a late delivery of diesel from his supplier with a broken truck, and he caught the idea. He could do better and provide better services. He ventured into diesel supply business, buying diesel from a retailer and supplying to companies. Femi Otedola encountered several difficulties securing his supply and timely meeting the demands of his growing clients. This definitely was an opportunity he identified in the fuel retail market. Otedola secured the finance, and Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited was born, petroleum products marketing and distribution company.
He's a man who became a billionaire at an early age, and that has been sustainable over the years. And I think this should be a leading light or a torchbearer for those who are interested in entrepreneurship.
Otedola, owner and chairman of Zenon, in 2004 invested 15 billion naira in downstream infrastructure development and acquired storage depots at Ibadan, Apapa, as well as 4 cargo vessels, amounting to a combined total storage capacity of 147,000 metric tons. Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited also acquired a fleet of 100 DAF fuel tanker trucks. By 2005, Zenon controlled a major share of the Nigerian diesel market, supplying fuel to most of the major manufacturers in the country, including Dangote Group, Cadbury, Coca-Cola, Nigerian Breweries, MTN, Unilever, Nestle, and Guinness. Zenon Petroleum and Gas was the name on major invoices and Femi Otedola the name on every lips, playing toe-to-toe with major multinationals. Zenon, in a very short period, silenced the competition and almost unilaterally determined the price of diesel in Nigeria. The competitors came to Zenon for supply. Femi Otedola, with the massive success Zenon Petroleum and Gas achieved, bought a 28.7% stake in African Petroleum. Otedola branched into the financial sector and aggressively stocked up the shares of leading financial houses. He became a top shareholder in Zenith Bank, United Bank for Africa, and the largest importer of diesel in Nigeria. He acquired major shares of Africa's Finance Corporation, Mobile Oil Nigeria Limited, Chevron Texaco, and Visa Phone. Otedola has his hands deep in real estate investments, including an acquisition in February 2007 by Zenon of Starling House in Victoria Island, Lagos from the federal government. Lagos, London, Dubai, Monaco all have the signatures of FO Property Limited. He was appointed chairman of the Transcorp Hilton Hotel Abuja and tasked with driving its expansion and upgraded to a 7-star facility. Otedola has served as a member of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council since 2004, was appointed by President Goodluck Jonathan to Nigeria's National Economic Management Team. Otedola is Chief Executive and President of the Seaforth Shipping Company Limited and was at one point Nigeria's largest ship owner after extending control over the distribution of diesel products. One of his ships, a flat-bottom bunker vessel with a storage capacity of 16,000 metric tons, was the first of its kind in Africa. In January 2006, Otedola was appointed a non-executive director of Transnational Corporation of Nigeria PLC, a multi-sectoral conglomerate established in 2004 by then President Olusegun Obasanjo to respond to market opportunities requiring heavy capital investment in Nigeria and across sub-Saharan Africa. He held this post until February 2011. Otedola was appointed chairman and chief executive of African Petroleum in 2007 through the acquisition of controlling stake in the business. Following Otedola's entry into the company, African Petroleum's share price rose sharply, increasing the market capitalization from 36 billion to 217 billion naira in 6 months. In March 2009, Otedola became the second Nigerian after Aliko Dangote to appear on the Forbes list of dollar-denominated billionaires with an estimated net worth of $1.2 billion. Otedola announced a move to upgrade African Petroleum's liquefied petroleum gas storage terminals in Lagos, Kano, and Port Harcourt in October 2009. Harsh economic conditions necessitated by the slump in the oil prices and credit squeeze of 2008-09 led African Petroleum to record a loss in 2009. With the world oil price crash came difficult moments for Zenon and Otedola. He was very close to complete bankruptcy.
By selling some of his assets and turn them into liquidity that helped him to pay off his outstanding debt, particularly with the banks. I think this is very remarkable in the sense that to a very large extent is driven by core personal values, where he could have made a decision to file for bankruptcy, which is not really popular in Nigeria. But that decision he made to be able to pay his debt off shows a man that is disciplined, a man that is driven by value, and to that extent, these lessons can be taken by other entrepreneurs who want to venture into some uncertainty when they make business decisions.
I said to myself, I was not going to have friends and enemies. I was going to have only competitors. I had two options: commit suicide or weather the storm.
African Petroleum, rebranded in December 2010, changed its name to Fort Oil PLC. Otedola paid his near $1 billion debt and invested in the financial industry, making him a top shareholder in Zenith Bank and United Bank for Africa. Otedola restructured the business, focusing on technology and improved corporate governance, and in 2012, Fort Oil returned to profit. Otedola financed 57% of Fort Oil subsidiary, Amperion Limited, which acquired the 414 megawatt Kirigu power plant for $232 million in 2013. Fort Oil improved financial position and diversification into power generation resulted in a 1,321% rise in its share price. The first half of 2014 saw the company's pre-tax profit more than double year on year to 4.1 billion naira. Revenue growth for the whole year was 33%. Fort Oil sold 70% of its equity to Swiss commodity trader Mercurial Energy Group in September 2015, giving Fort access to global commodity markets. The deal was thought to have given Otedola an estimated $200 million. In 2019, Femi Otedola sold Fort Oil plc and announced plans to change focus from oil to power with his company, Kirigu Power plc.
Otedola has always been a fascinating businessman in the Nigerian business ecosystem, particularly based on his ability to navigate from one business ecosystem to another business. He's known particularly in oil and gas, and he's been able to move from that and is making inroads into the power and energy sector.
Kirigu Power plc became the first power generation company to list on Nigerian Stock Exchange, demonstrating to stakeholders in the sector how they can fix financing and make profits sustainably. The company's market capitalization is now 726.75 billion naira, and the share price now 290.7 naira from the 2.5 billion shares that were listed at 100 naira each. Otedola, the chairman of Kirigu Power, sold down a Kirigu stake to bring on institutional investors. In October 2021, Femi Otedola was announced as the single largest shareholder of First Bank plc. FBN Holdings, the parent company of First Bank Limited, witnessed a commendable 437.9 billion naira surge in market capitalization. FBN Holdings appointed billionaire Femi Otedola as the new chairman of its board of directors effective January 31st, 2024. Femi Otedola has had its share of controversies. Zenon was among a number of companies named in an alleged fuel subsidy scam report. This was followed by a case against Farouk Lawan for bribery. Otedola has also lost in the ever-evolving competing space of business acquisitions. Transcorp and Huheli Power Plant are two notable projects he closely bidded and lost. Femi Otedola philanthropy is quite remarkable. Otedola made a 300 million naira donation to the completion of the National Ecumenical Center in Abuja. In 2007, he gave 200 million to the State Security Trust Fund in a drive to reduce crime in Lagos. Donated 100 million naira to the Otedola College of Primary Education in Egbe. In 2008, he donated 80 million to the Faculty of Agriculture at the University of Port Harcourt. Femi Otedola pledged and redeemed $25,000 to the Super Eagles in the match against Algeria in 2019 AFCON. He gave all 750 students of Augustine University 1 million naira each.
Femi Otedola is unique in many regards. Number one, he has continued to be a torchbearer to the young generation, that entrepreneurship is sustainable once you are disciplined. On the other hand, he has also proven that those who, to a very large extent, were born with some silver spoon can equally carve a niche for themselves in entrepreneurship. So in terms of discipline, in terms of focus, Otedola remained one of the very fascinating Nigerians that we need to find a way to study. Then those who are equally in business and facing challenging times can equally take some understanding from how Femi Otedola has carried on in the business horizon. Finally, youths, whether you are from a humble background, whether you are born with some silver spoon, once you stay focused and you're determined to make good use of your talent, your skill set, and the knowledge. What Utidola has done is to provide a pathway for us in terms of personal
Hello and welcome to your show. It is SOUQ Pulse, and it's that time of the day when you just hear this direct byline and you know where you are. Don't stop talking. You know it's SOUQ Pulse, where we tell you call your friends. So even if there are no friends around, call your neighbors. Let's talk. You're free to argue. But remember, once we start talking, we don't get to stop because we want to create a change. We want to be heard. So we talk. So it doesn't matter what's happening in the business that you are in right now. Sometimes people say, hey, you're not talking about the workplace. It's still the same thing. Talk. Those conglomerates, it's still the same thing. Whether they are from your country or not from your country, whether you are outsourcing or direct sourcing or pre-sourcing, let's talk. Who is making the gains, who is losing, let's talk. In the last 7 days, the stocks have decided to tumble and they are climbing back gradually. We still talk. People focus a whole lot on what's happening in Asia as it concerns the stock market. It's gradually bouncing back, but we talk. So for those still looking at IMF loans, World Bank loans, we talk. What policies are they coming with? The ones that were taken, have they been paid for? Who took them? Are they responsible for what they took? We talk. Are you importing, exporting? What are the duties like? Is it crumbling your economy or is it making the other economy to grow? We talk. It's SOUQ Pulse, where we talk, and we expect you to do the same thing. We might not get dirty and talk about politics down to who is contesting that. No. We look at the policies. Those that get to those houses that are littered or crowned in gold get to make. But mind you, they are answerable to you. So we talk and let you know that it is you that is really the leader, not the person that is there. So hey, for you that have decided to let your powers out and let them be the one to make the decisions, let's talk. Today we'll be going somewhere that most people might not consider serious. But for everyone that is earning something, it concerns you. They will now start looking at productivity. If we say Africa should get productive, to what extent should we let our guards down? To what extent should we outsource? To what extent should we be in control of where the port is? That's what we are going to today. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. It's a beautiful Friday in Lagos, Nigeria. And for everyone that's looking forward to the weekend, let's start it here. SOUQ Pulse is going on a very short break. We'll be back. I'll get to introduce our topic and the guest for today. Promises to be exciting. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. It's SOUQ Pulse. Now, for everyone that has walked into a banking hall in the last few days, for some people, I'm very sure you don't even know what the banking hall looks like. Thanks to technology, thanks to phone on your apps on your phone, banking softwares, power, everything that is happening right now. Now, for those that are not aware, Nigeria is one of those countries that is in forefront of breaking barriers when it comes to banking. Transfers is in seconds. Alert is almost immediately. You make a transfer, you don't get it, you start wondering something is wrong. Don't think it's like that everywhere. Not even in the developed countries. But now, for those technologies that are powering this, have you really asked yourself, where are they from? To what extent are we contributing to them? How much is it costing those banks? That's what we're going to today. And we are looking at productivity as it concerns that sector, the banking sector, outsourcing African banks, tech support, software application, and we are asking why. Yes, let me shock you. 99.9% of those tech is not coming from here, not developed from here. So we're asking ourselves why. It's been a long time coming. And to be part of this show today is he's not just a tech guru. He's one of those people that will cross you, and you will be shocked if they tell you that Elon Musk might be looking for him. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have with us on SOUQ Pulse today Mr. Seyi Akindeyinde. He happens to be the founder of Hyperspace and Neutral AI. Mr. Seyi, good afternoon and welcome to SOUQ Pulse.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Lagos. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm excited to be here and I like the topic. Let's go.
Thank you very much. Now, for those that are wondering, he's currently in a seminar and he's teaching some people something. And he had to make out his time and come stay here with us. When he said he could do Zoom, I was very happy because this is his space. So don't get shocked if he decides to pull up a particular item right now. You see him next to me. I will run first, though. You're welcome to SOUQ Pulse.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. It's good to be here.
Thank you. Now, we are going to the banking sector. And for those that, if you remember in the days of, people say in the days of yore, not too long ago, I'm not that old, but I think I saw it. When you go to the bank and collect tally numbers and have to wait for your turn, if you're paying in money or you're coming to cash in money, if you have a check, just good 3 days. Now, we've moved away from there, but all through this period, Nigerians were, or Africans were in the front end, back end, be it the teller, be it who's collecting, be it the cashier, be it who is doing the bookkeeping, be it who is doing the balancing. Then tech came, then outsourcing came. All of a sudden, things changed, and it changed very, very fast. Now, my first question to the guru is this. What's changed?
A lot changed because at the time we were talking about, we were not prepared for this, the automation that was going to befall us. And we were sort of playing catch up. So we were used to the normal way. I mean, like you opened the statement, at the beginning where I remember I used to watch an advert that time where somebody would say, oh, Tali Numbo, that kind of thing. So we were at that stage of banking. And all of a sudden with the new automation that came in, we were not really prepared in terms of infrastructure, in terms of the skill, and in terms of what it would have taken. So we had to sort of play catch up to other people who had already taken this, on board. So essentially, it was automation that changed. It was the fact that a lot of the things we knew as banking, instead of it being manual, instead of it being, paper driven, and everything had to be moving from one desk to the other. I mean, back in the day, to open an account. In fact, I remember back then, to even up until as recently as maybe like 2000 and something, if you had an account in one branch, you couldn't go to another branch to operate it, just because, those banks, even if it was the same bank, they were not linked up together. So those were, but over time, a lot of things changed, technology came, and we now have what we have today. Like you said at the beginning, we can now do funds transfer and get it almost instantaneously. And that's what changed. Technology just came and took over.
Okay, technology came and took over. For those that are not up to 2024, I'm sure you are just wondering, what did that uncle just say? It sounded like fiction to you. It's real, 100% real. And we lived at that particular era. And it was a good life. Now, let's keep moving forward. Now, with this particular change, technology took over. Were there no homegrown solutions?
Well, there were none at that point in time because we were sort of not prepared for it. Even at and it wasn't really a bad thing. It wasn't just a Nigerian thing. It was more of a global thing, because because if you remember at the time too, not a lot of people even believed that technology could solve some of these things, because in fact, it took some banks, some of these big banks, a long time to actually transition into technology, just because people just didn't believe that, oh, it could work, But now, sometimes when you use something and it becomes mainstream or it becomes mainstream, you sort of tend to forget how things were back then. You remember that back then too, people just did not trust the process. I mean, even as recently as maybe 2010, 2011, when even ATMs and POS, people were like, I'd rather go to the bank and see a cashier and collect my money physically than one machine that would, that would make mistake, or that would, instead of debiting me 100 naira, would debit me. So people, it was just due to trust in the system. And I remember that a lot of these banks needed to do a lot of awareness, needed to do a lot of sensitization, needed to do a lot of this. So it wasn't that we're not prepared, it was that nobody really knew where it was going. So a lot of the banks too had to involve foreign people who had already built systems that worked. Remember that if you are introducing a new piece of technology, the last thing you want is for you to use a homegrown technology, and then you plug it in and it doesn't work. Then it is now going to start, your customers are going to start looking at you as per what's going on here. You are receiving debit alert where you have not done transaction. So it was better for them to actually start with what was working, what had worked in other parts of the world, what had worked in other parts of the globe, and then we start on that. And then our local people here too could now start to learn how these technologies work, how the financial systems work, how accounting work, how balancing of books work. So those were the things that happened at the time. That was why there was no homegrown solution, because we didn't have any experience. We didn't have anything to draw up on. So we had to leverage on this foreign, technology, and that's how we got to where we are today.
Okay, now we have to leverage on this particular foreign technology at that particular point in time. Now, over time, now, I have seen, I have lived, and I've got a whole lot of friends and younger ones, that particular era, who joined banking. But one thing was common among a lot of them. A lot of them were coming from the tech side, though. But something I kept observing was they were shipping them to India for 6 months. I didn't understand what was happening. I just, what happened? I got a job with this bank to work in tech. I got a job. The next week, this guy has left for India, and I'm asking myself, are you working in foreign affairs or you're working in a bank? Now, this is a trend that happened for a very long time and kept happening. This now brings us to our next question. How did Africa, Nigeria to be precise, come to be so dependent on India for bank tech support?
Thank you very much. To be perfectly honest with you, it is not only Nigeria and Africa that depended on India. A lot of banks, even in foreign, even as far away as even the US, depended on India, because India, number one, they had the population at that time, and then India started very early in software development. They started building. In fact, at the time, they had one institute called India Institute of Technology, where you didn't even have to go to university to go there. Once you were intelligent, as soon as from like age of 10, 11, 12, they started pushing, because they saw that software was going to rule the world. Yes, there were companies manufacturing hardware in the US, in China, but they knew that hardware without software was not going to work. So they started investing a lot in their younger population to start building a lot of the tools that people were going to use, which now included core banking applications, because they felt that you had to build for a vertical. So we had companies like Infosys, Tata, Wipro. They now started investing heavily, and they started building, solutions. And the good thing about Indian government is that they encouraged a lot of these things. They allowed them to make mistakes that were not fatal. They funded them. So by the time the world, especially Africa, was waking up to India, had already leapfrogged. And you see, the thing about technology is it is a leveler. Whatever works in India will work in Nigeria. It's technology. The same computer you are using in Nigeria, Windows operating system. If you take it to US, it will work the same way. If you take it to India, it will work the same way. It's not as if they made it for a particular region. So when they started building these core banking applications, everybody just found out that this thing actually worked. This thing, so people that were already using normal, relational database management systems, they transition. People that were even using Excel to manage this thing, they transition because they just found out that this thing works. So they started building on Unix systems, they started building on Windows systems, they started giving it interfaces, and you just find out that if something works, why reinvent the wheel? They already built it, they've done. And when you're building software is not just that you build it and work. There's a lot that goes into it, a lot of development, a lot of teamwork, a lot of bug fixing, a lot of testing, stress testing to make sure that it can cater to all manner of audiences, all manner of taxes, all manner of usages. And they had already built it. So when Nigerian banks just started implementing, they looked around and they found out that, wow. And then not to not talk about the cost. Because if a Nigerian company or a local company was going to build that kind of software at that time, number one, they didn't even have the skills and talent. Even if they had the skills and talent, it was going to take a long period and it was going to take a lot of money to build. And the banks just couldn't wait. So it was just better to buy something that was off the shelf and then implement. So that's how come we got to this stage. That's why you were saying, all your friends will just go to India, because it was easy for them. They had already built it. It was just a matter of going to learn it, going to study it, and then bringing it back home and implementing it and making it. In fact, if you remember that India itself, even some of the early acquisitions by even these global software companies that we're talking about, like Microsoft. For instance, Hotmail was developed by an Indian company that was bought by Microsoft. So India had already gone in software development and they had already leapfrogged the world at that time. So it was just a matter of latching onto it and using it here. And that's how come we got to where we are today.
That's how we got to where we are. Now, let's look at dependency. To what extent? Because if we look at time, at that particular point in time, till this particular period, a lot of these people I'm talking about right now, they are all in management levels. It's been a long time. From that particular period till now, you mentioned some of the names of the Indian companies. Some of them even had to come here to Nigeria, and they are directly backing up these banks. To what extent have we outsourced bank tech to India?
I think to a very reasonable extent, we have outsourced it because it just makes sense, especially when you remember that these banks are for profit. At the end of the day, there is nobody, you don't want to be a client of a bank or a customer of a bank and you hear that, they are, they're making mistakes here and there or accounts are getting lost. So there was nothing they could do. They had to actually engage not just the products, they had to engage the people so some of the Indian companies actually even came to Nigeria to set up here locally so they can have tech support for a lot of these organizations. So to by and large, it is, I don't want to say 100%, but to a reasonable like about 95%, we all depend on this, Indian software. We depend on these Indian companies. And remember that the core products of a bank is, in fact, there is no bank without the core banking application. So that is a major expense. And a bank cannot afford to do trial and error because you want to be patriotic and say, we want to grow Nigeria. But if the Nigerian products are not ready, and you see, there's nothing like a Nigerian standard when it comes to software and those kinds of things. It has to be global standard. Even when you look at if you look at all the CBN regulations, CBN is not going to tell you to regulate to local standard. They're going to give you ISO standards, international standards organization. So it's not as if there'll be a standard for our software. If it doesn't work like this here, we can manage it. No, it has to be global standard because remember that a lot of banks also interface with other correspondent banking, financial institutions all over the world. And if your interface, maybe some interfaces for maybe moving some international is not standard, you wouldn't even join their network. So they needed something that was up to date. They wanted something that was standard, that was already built, that was already tested in other places, then they could use it. However, I think Nigerian companies too have over the years now learned that, we can build our own product to international standard. And what I see that they are doing, obviously, now is they're also starting with some of the smaller banks, microfinance banks. And then when those products are tested, maybe in the next 5 years, 10 years, we can start to see a lot of these Nigerian banks leveraging on local, banking applications to sell banking to us.
5 years, in the next 10 years. Okay. Yesterday we were talking about Chinese trade policy. One of the major hinges on which they place their trade policy, the third one to be specific, is something that no matter what, sovereignty and security, national security. So let me ask you, if let's say 80, 90, 60, even more than 50% of our banks, major banks in Nigeria and those in Africa, have outsourced their major banking platforms to a company outside their territory, to what extent are we going to say security should have a question mark?
You are very correct. Information security is actually the number one thing. But you see, also in trade, there's something called comparative advantage. India has that. And you see, globally, if you want to be competitive, for India to even be selling the software, they have gone through all the, there's no bank that's going to deploy a core banking application that has not gone through international standard in terms of security, in terms of even the stress testing, in terms of the deployment, in terms of usage. So yes, while we should be concerned about security, I think the security should be put more on the people that are managing this infrastructure, because at the end of the day, if you implement everybody to one extent or the other, we're all using foreign products. I can imagine that the camera that you are streaming this from was not made in Nigeria. The software that is running it was not made in Nigeria. The laptop I am using to talk to you right now, it was not made in Nigeria. The software, the Zoom that we are using was not made in Nigeria, but we are still using it somehow because we don't have a local for it. And so a lot of software, they have standards they have to go through, and they are constantly being checked and being tested and being verified. So while security should be a major concern, I think the security should be more on the, cyber security is about the process, is about the people, is about the technology. So while the technology is there, which I know that they've taken care of, we also have to not take away the process itself, because when you implement software, it's not just about software. You have to look at the process of implementing the software as well. How where you are placing them, how secure are the data centers, how secure are the servers you are putting them on. Then you have to look at the people more importantly, because we have seen in security that no matter how secure the software is, let it be 120% secure, if the people that are managing it are not trained and not protected, then somebody can go in there and commit fraud, which is what we usually have. At the end of the day, you trace it and you trace it back to the people. It's hardly a technology problem. Most times, it's maybe 5% technology problem, but a lot of these are usually process and people-driven. So I believe that a lot of the security measures, which we can control, should be put on the people that are managing, a lot of this software and infrastructure.
A lot of the security measures should be put on the people managing this particular infrastructure, you say. Now, let's get to a point you made earlier on before we got here. You talked about Nigerian developers. You said 4, you said 5, you said 10 years. That's a long time. Now, let's go back to some of that statement you made way earlier. You talked about Infosys, you talked about Tata, you talked about some other ones. And you directly said they had government support in one form or the other. These are all quoted companies to be direct, so everybody gets to know. And for those that are wondering, yes, these companies are Indian companies. You get to see them on at the New York Stock Exchange. Yes, they are Indian companies. At what point should we say Nigerian governments should look at being able to support tech to grow in this light? Because if we identify industries where tech can offer this sort of solutions, we can directly, as a people, throw our full support on them. How will you advise the government, as a people, to follow a path?
Fantastic question. And I think it is already happening now. One of the challenges we've had before in the past was putting square pegs in round holes. So we were putting people that probably were better fit for other ministries in technology. But right now, you see that the government agencies of technology, that's NITDA, is being governed by a seasoned expert who understands the problem that the technology industry is facing. He's a practitioner that has worked in the sector before. The Minister of Communications and Digital Economy has also been, in fact, he ran a technology hub. I mean, all these guys that we are hearing about, Florida Wave and this Paystack, at what point or the other they have passed through him. So now we have people who understand the problems of the technology industry, and we now have those people. And number two, there are a younger set of people who are now seeing the trend, the global trend of technology, and which is why if you look at all the policies they are making now, they are not just paper policy. They are not just policies that, is good on the paper, but when it comes to the implementation and execution, now they are driving more. In fact, every time you hear the NITDA DG or the Minister of Communications, they are always talking in line of, this is what we have to put in place. These are things. They are talking about capacity building. They're talking about competency development. They're talking about the infrastructural needs. And they are also trying to look for partnerships to solve it. And that is a very, very, very good first step. Now, we already have something along that lines, especially in the payments. You see now that Nigerians generally are beginning to trust our local payment system, which was your introductory topic. Now that everybody now all of a sudden we expect that when we send funds transfer now, it should immediately, the beneficiary should receive it. It doesn't happen like that in the world, Now, because we have a central switch, which is powered by NIBS, the NIP, that was built locally, and that is a start, So once we start like that, and Nigerians start to trust that we can use our own local software, our own local infrastructure that was built. There is nowhere in the world where you sit and you send money to somebody and they receive. And not only that, you get a confirmation and they also get a confirmation. And, it is a very wonderful thing that is happening here. And I think that is what we can leverage as well. It's a starting point, because behind all those things that is happening, you have the telcos involved, you have the banks involved, you have the clearing houses involved, you have the switch involved, you have all sorts of participants involved. And for them to put that together and be able to transfer money even in the US, it doesn't really happen like that. That is a very good start that we can leverage on. Then we now take it up one notch and say, okay, now that we have already started doing this, what else can we do? We can now start to replace, this back end of banks. But it's not going to happen in a day. All these companies we are talking about, these providers, you can see that we even have local providers giving, all these Visa, MasterCard, they run for their money. We already have our own local card payment scheme. It takes, and it's taking years of that for users to be able to, trust that system. So it's not about pushing the technology and forcing consumers to use it. If a consumer uses something that works, like our funds transfer, even now, even if you do a funds transfer that fails, there's a regulation that says they must do the reversal within 24 hours. If we start to trust that system like that, we will now have more confidence in our own system to say, this thing is actually working. Then gradually, we'll transition away from this Indian back end. Local companies will start to get more comfortable. They will take our laws. And all it needs is for one major bank to implement, and for people to see that this thing is working. You can even do this that you cannot do before. You can do this that you can, and people will start to adopt it. And before you know it, a second bank, a third bank, and all of a sudden we'll just have that ecosystem. But it will not work, because right now, when you are building this thing, you need an ecosystem of suppliers. You need an ecosystem of engineers. You need an ecosystem of implementers. You need an ecosystem of the security people. You need an ecosystem of backup. So even if you just build the software and you don't build the ecosystem, so if I'm using a locally made software, even if it works, and then the day I have issues with it, I don't have support, I don't have engineers, what am I going to do? So you need to build it, and that's what we're in the process of. So I think we'll get there. That's why I said maybe 5 in 10 years, because we're already building that foundation right now.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe 5 in 10 years. In the world that we are evolving, which you are majorly part of those that are creating it, I believe you can reduce that 5 to 10 years to maybe divide it by 3. But before you start thinking of that, I would prefer you divide it by 4 though. Before you start thinking of that, let's go on this very short break. When we return, we will take this a notch further and maybe ask some questions that would likely see us cross the gates to jail, but we won't get into it. We'll be back very soon.
The heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Welcome back. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ, and this is SOUQ Pulse. We're here and we'll be discussing Nigerian banks, their tech support, and the rate at which we've sourced it out to India over the years. India majorly. I have to emphasize that. And we've had a guru being here. He's not just passing information, he's educating and making sure that everyone gets to know where we are coming from, where we are, and solutions. And Sheyi has been good and excellent on it. Are you still there, please?
Yes, sir. I'm still very much here.
Very much. Now, I told you we were going to go somewhere, but don't worry, you are covered. Now, over the years, we've come to read, we've come to watch, and we've come to study, and we know technology is not gotten free. Either you learn it the hard way or the soft way, or you buy it, or you imitate it, or you share it if it's given, or you steal it. We've seen it happen all over the world. We've seen blaming, counter-blaming, US, China, Russia, US. It's all over the place. Let's look at the banking sector right now. We've had this technology for a very long time. I keep hearing my friends and the banking guys I hang out with call a lot of certain names. And is it not possible? Okay, first of all, can this country share this technology for us, to us? Third, can we buy it off them? Can we imitate it? Can somebody steal it? Just educate us on that light.
Thank you very much. You see, what you have brought, what you have just said now is a global. It is, in fact, if you're in the IT software sector, you will find out that that's why a lot of even these big giant corporations like Microsoft, you will see that most times, every time there's always antitrust trial, this using the, because software having access to the code is a superpower. It is because if you think about anything you want to do in this world, is powered by software. You are flying a plane, it's powered by software. Car you are driving, it's powered by software. Even the lights that we have, everything back end is powered. So software is, and think about it too. If you look at go to the list of all the richest men in the world: Bill Gates, software owner; Larry Ellison, software owner; Elon Musk, software. Why is software so powerful? Because they know that this is a weapon. So when you say you want to steal it, it is very difficult to, even for the Indians have mastered, that's why they are even in the global talk. Just like China is for hardware, India is for software, and that's why their government pumped money into it to be able to build this talent base. That's why, even think about it, the CEO of Google is an Indian man originally. Microsoft, Indian. all this. That's in fact, I saw one list one time. They're all Indians. Why? Because they understand the language of software. If you understand the language of software, you will rule the world. So it's not a matter of stealing it. It is a matter of policy. It has to be driven by policy. It has to be like maybe a Nigerian government wakes up one day and say, you know what? Everybody, just like Africa here, we're trying to drive everybody to agriculture. Imagine if the government of Nigeria just says, you know what? We're going to make IT technology free. Anybody that wants to do IT software, you will collect free laptop, you will have free internet, we will create a data center for you, a data park where you can just go, and we'll give you AC, we'll give you anything you need. Imagine you do that for 10 years. Nigeria will start being in the equation. You see, but it has to be driven from the top. It has to be something that is and it has to be a deliberate act, which is what, if you go to India now, that their India Institute of Technology is one of the most powerful institute in the world, and they are not saying you must go to university, unlike here. So here we're still at the point of, humans, we ourselves are still the ones driving ourselves. There is not a policy driven thing, so that's why we are still lagging behind. So it's not a matter, and software is if you look at all the software we are using now, how many of them originate even up until spreadsheets? Do you want to tell me that a Nigerian cannot create a spreadsheet software? But if we can't create even as small as that, how much more a core banking application that takes into consideration so many things, which is why I like some of the things that the young startups are doing now, to say, okay, you know what, let's take niche areas. Let's take, maybe somebody's doing something in tax related matters, somebody's doing something in payment system, somebody's doing something in lending, somebody's doing something in financing. Then over time, a lot of these people can now come together and integrate, and then we now have one big giant powerful software. But without that, I'm sorry, there's no way we can steal it, because even if you steal the software, you need the talent. You need talent. You need a lot of skill to be able to build. We're not just talking about skill in programming or coding. You need a lot of you need high level intelligence in the area of software architecting. You need project managers that understand enterprise level software, but unless we get that locally, which is why, if you look at what a country like, I think was it Singapore that did that. They said, you know what, when the new government came in, they said, we're going to tell our people, this one is not that we will say they should not go and learn. We will bring in the foreign talents. They will come in, learn from them. You will make sure you create a policy that says it's not just that you are supplying us with this software, you are also training our people, so that when you train our people and you go, our people can take over. That's what we need. We need to make that policy that Indians don't just come in here and sell our banking software. No, you have to deliberately code some of them here. You have to open a software pack, and our people have to take part in this thing. Other than that, I'm not sure would be able to make it.
Have to get our people. You have to be very intentional about it, and we have to be as passionate as you when we are getting this done. Now, we have one last question I really wanted to address before we call it a day. Now, when we look at Nigeria, Africa as a whole, Nigeria mainly, it looks more like we are servicing the entire globe. We are servicing the West. A high percentage of those that are leaving Africa when it comes to tech sector are coming from Nigeria. So now, if we are looking at our ability to build this particular ecosystem, who is going to get it done? Because most of those that are leaving Nigeria are getting actively involved where they go to, the cities they reside, or their new citizenship, and they are well paid and kept there. So how do we encourage those that have decided to stay, and the gurus like you that have decided to stay for now, to do more or get active or get into the field?
Again, another great question. What can we do? A lot of these things have to depend on government policy. I mean, like, even if you look across our university system and you look at the courses that students are still doing, it's almost like we're stuck in the past. Without that, people are still doing things that are irrelevant in this day and age. For you to have relevance, you need to move until we have maybe a complete educational system is restructured and overhauled. And then we have two demarcations for people who want to go to university and study the university curriculum. And then we have a track for people who want to be vocationalists, whereby maybe the only thing we'll do is after secondary school, it will be your maximum. Then if you want to go into vocational study, if you have gone to university to do things like the world is talking about electric vehicles. The world is talking about full self-driving cars. The world is talking about artificial intelligence. And then you go to Nigerian universities. How many Nigerian universities are offering courses in artificial intelligence? How many Nigerian universities are offering courses in advanced graphics and, all this infrastructure? We don't have. So that's why a lot of the people that have this dream to be a part of the global world, people are talking about, using AI for climate change, using AI for a lot of things. And when you come here, number one, you can't even study it. And where you are even able to train yourself and you go online and you study it yourself, there is no opportunity to practice. There is no infrastructure to do AI now. The kind of servers you need, the GPUs. That's why NVIDIA, this is one of the biggest companies in the world now, is right. How many NVIDIA servers do you have in Nigeria? How many data centers can afford a $500,000 one equipment server, and then you need maybe like 20 of it? We're already talking about $10 million. So even for you to practice, you cannot do it. So you need to find your way out of the country for you to be able to make. But again, it has to do with what can government. So in government priority, and I believe that technology, if you look at how we leapfrog, how Africa as a whole, especially even Nigeria, how we leapfrog technology landscape, where we move from having no communications at all, we bypassed the entire complete line and we went mobile. And all of a sudden, look at just what that mobile phone has empowered even a market woman to do, a malam, a security person. You can call now and tell the person, oh, clock my gate. Do you know the power that is inherent in that? It was government policy. It was during the 1999 administration that brought GSM. Look at that change. What's on mobile phone? So imagine if you now do this for education, you do this for technology, you do this for... It will empower us, and Nigerians will now stay back because they now know that you can now start to fund research. Right now, if I have an idea, do you know, sir, that sometimes if you have an idea and you want to go and file for a patent on that idea, the patent office will tell you, I'm sorry, we cannot grant you this patent because we don't even know, there is even no law. For instance, in artificial intelligence now, that you say you have a patent that can, help you do something in a way, and they'll tell you, we can't give you the right because there's no law that caters to artificial intelligence. So our laws are still bad. So even if you have that idea, you just have to go out of Nigeria to say, look, let me go and implement this idea and get thousands of dollars to build my concept, and then the world will know. So it needs to be driven from the top. It needs to be a deliberate effort from government policy, universities. We need to sit together, come together, and obviously for that to happen, you first need to provide people with food, because if you don't eat, you can't even think. So when you have food, when everything is there, you have light. An average think. Sometimes, we often do projects with foreign people, and you see the level of project that their undergraduates are doing. Do you know PhD students here don't even do it? And because the advantage they have is, over there, a lot of the things that we are sweating for, they take for granted there. Sometimes internet access, as simple as internet access, data is almost like air over there. They don't even think that they need it. But here in Nigeria, you pick up your phone. Even before I got signal to log into Zoom today, now I have to sit in a specific part of the house so that I can get it. If I move now, it goes off. So how can I learn if I have to be in a position to so that means I can't learn. If I have an idea while I'm on the street, I can't implement it because there's no data. So those are some of the challenges that we have. And unless government comes with regulation and implement and make it a deliberate effort, I am sorry, every Nigerian that has an idea will simply find their way out. And that's why a lot of Nigerians are doing well in every field, of the world.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sheyi Akindele. It's always a pleasure having you on SOUQ Pulse. I look forward to doing a part 2 of this particular topic again.
I look forward to it.
Thank you very much for coming in.
Happy to be part of it. Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
Now, to everyone that has been part of this particular program for this beautiful Friday, remember this. We must get productive. We don't have an excuse. We will never have an excuse, because the further we run away from the truth, the more the hunger will bite. She said a hungry man can't think and can't get creative. So if we want to run away from that hunger, we need to get productive. And for everyone that is working in this sector, or you have an idea, or you think you can't play in this sector, let nothing discourage you. Get in, learn. You mustn't carry a certificate to be able to practice when it comes to this particular sector. And mind you, if you have a system or you have an access to one, get out there and learn. We don't have an excuse. Neither will you ever have an excuse. The world is waiting to see us explode, and that we surely will. My name is SOUQ. John Rogers SOUQ. Remember, be your brother's keeper and never stop talking. It's SOUQ Pulse. Have yourself a beautiful weekend.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.